Western Australia, a vast and diverse land of untouched wilderness, clear ocean waters, and majestic landscapes that inspire wondrous adventure. The soul of this dreamlike setting, Margaret River, is a slice of heaven along an idyllic coastline flush with breathtaking natural beauty and sweeping green vineyards. But even in paradise, pressure looms. The WSL Championship Tour arrives with the mid-season cut in full focus. For 1/3 of the world's best, the season ends here.
The pressure's going to be on like never before.
Dreams will be broken today.
Both icons and newcomers need results. Who will conquer the raw energy of main break, make the cut, and continue to compete for the Rip Curl WSL Finals? The stage is set for jubilation, heartbreak, and relegation at the 2023 Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Good morning, everyone. We are here at stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and we are anticipating getting competition underway on the first day of the event window as our surfers have enjoyed an incredible couple of days warming up to tackle this incredibly challenging wave here at Main Break Margaret River. And as you can see, Isabella Nichols on hand, and she dominated the contest last year, just saved her place on the CT. She might have to do it again. The current world number 1, Joao Juncker, is on hand. He's been putting in some fantastic surfing these past couple of days. We're really looking forward to some amazing performances in what will be a high-stakes event. There is so much on the line here. Of course, the cut is looming. The race for the Rip Curl WSL Finals continues. And we've got some very special guests to talk through everything coming your way today. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Flick Parmentier, who joins the commentary team. Morning, Flick.
Good morning, Ronnie. I'm very excited to be here. Absolutely love my home state and looking forward to calling a couple of heats with you too.
Oh, it's going to be fun. And joining us once again, he's the wild card in the Wild West once again. Stace, how are you, mate?
Really good, thanks, Ronnie. How are you? Morning, Flick.
Good morning.
Mate, this is going to be a high-pressure event, Stace. Obviously, last year there was a lot of drama, a lot of controversy at the event, but some really inspired performances as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, funnily enough, similar surfers in that same position again, so I think they'll be drawing on that this week.
Isn't it amazing, though, to think that this time last year we had our current number 1 surfers on the leaderboard falling off the CT back to the Challenger Series, and that now they're coming here in that number 1 position?
Yeah, I guess that's just a real sign of, you know, how hungry it made those surfers to come back and, you know, fight for their spot. And, yeah, look at where they are now, both world number 1.
And let's take a look at where we are positioned at the moment. Of course, one of our favourite stops on the CT schedule. This place just always delivers felicity.
Yeah, we have travelled across Australia from Bells Beach to Margaret River, Western Australia. It's a beautiful part of the world. It's my home, and one thing you can guarantee when coming to Margaret River is powerful surf. The power behind these waves come from strong westerly winds from the roaring 40s. Margaret River has 2 potential contest sites. We've got Main Break and we have the Box.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The reason we get so much strong, powerful surf here is we've got this sloping continental shelf that falls into a deep ocean trench, which actually isn't too far off the coastline, which means that we get those strong, powerful waves.
Yeah, looking at the animations there, Stace, it kind of illustrates beautifully just how open Main Break is to all available swell. And it's kind of been really a very reliable stop on the CT and kind of helped redefine the way big waves are surfed.
Yeah, absolutely. I spoke to Gabriel Medina here a couple of years ago, and he said it was the biggest waves he's ever seen in a heat. And for someone of his calibre to say that, it just goes to show what this venue can bring us.
Yeah, well, we know we're going to see some heats, but let's get the official word on what's coming our way on the opening day of the event window. We'll check in with Kaipo. Morning, mate.
Morning, Ron. Here with Jesse Miley-Dyer, Chief of Sport. What's the call? The callers were on, so we're going to be starting at 7:35, and we're going to have the women on today. So we've got 2 rounds of women, the opening round and the elimination rounds, and it's a beautiful morning down here. We've got really nice waves, offshore, clean conditions. It's going to be a good round of action.
Gosh, it is beautiful out here. In planetary news, we have a solar eclipse about midday today. How is that going to affect the competition?
Look, I'm not sure if it's going to affect the competition or not, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of our surfers looking to get a couple of Instagram photos of it. I think it's a bit further north, the best spot to see it, but we're in an amazing place down here in WA, and to be able to have something like that and for us to get to check that out will be a cool thing.
There you go, Ron. First day of the waiting period, and it's on.
Oh, we love it, Kipes, and looking forward to your updates from out there in the water later on today. So, yeah, we do have that solar eclipse. I think Exmouth is the place that it's going to be the best to check that out. But it's going to bring a different energy once again to the opening day of competition here. But, yeah, it's going to be an awesome event. Looking at the Surfline forecast now, Stace, I know you've been keeping a close eye on this. We're going to see a variety of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think West Oz, as Flick alluded to, come here always going to get plenty of waves, but we've got to keep a close eye on it because much like Bells, the event before, and now here, it can change every day, but I think luckily enough for us, we've got plenty of action on the way.
We've had a bit of swell in the lead up to this opening day of competition, Flick. It actually has dropped off a little bit today, but it looks really clean out there at the moment.
Yeah, that's right, Ronnie. The couple lead-up days to this event have just been on fire. It's dropped off a little bit, but we've still got some beautiful waves on offer for the women today. A strong offshore, maybe, double overhead on the sets, and yeah, Margaret River, one thing is for sure, we're definitely going to see a lot of swell. It's just going to be about picking the eyes out of it with the wind, and one thing you can guarantee too, coming to Western Australia, there's going to be a lot of that.
Oh, I love that. Thank you for saying double overhead too, because I know you guys over here in the West, you kind of compare waves like our Hawaiian friends do, and seem to take a few feet off it. And yesterday we were surfing, and it was frightening. Some of the scariest 6-foot waves I've ever had to deal with. But as you can see, offshore conditions today and also tomorrow, but that swell is on the decline at the moment. But Stace, it's going to jump up again. Yeah, for sure. You saw plenty of energy on the map there, and Marg's main break and the box, they are sort of in the middle of the ocean, it feels like, to some of these other waves on tour that we surf. So we do need the wind to be in our favour, but definitely main break Marg's a bit more favourable to a few different options. Yeah, I also know that the forecast can change, so we'll be checking in with Surfline each day, because there's also looking like there could be some action at the back end of the window too.
Yeah, plenty of swell on the way, so very exciting.
Let's talk about some of the big stories coming our way at this event. Obviously, in a CT season, there's really like a few different narratives unfolding, but at stop number 5, the focus for us is going to be on this mid-season cut, and as you can see, we're taking the tour down to 22 men, 10 women. That's not a lot of spots, and the race is on to collect those valuable points. And we've got some big names below that cut line at the moment too, Stace. Yeah, absolutely. And even in and around the cut line, they're chasing packs, a lot of quality. Kelly Slater and Baron Mamiya, to name a few. And then on the women's side, just inside the cut, you've got Stephanie Gilmore. So she's not safe at all. It's going to have to be a big event here for Stephanie. Yeah, I'm excited to see Courtney, actually, who is right on that bubble watch. She's obviously had so many great performances out here, and yeah, she'll be looking for another one. It's pretty much her staircase, isn't it? The name's on every second step, it feels like. Yeah, that's right. Oh, well, look, we've got so much more to dive into. As we mentioned before, there is some really big names, some greats, titans of the sport that are actually below that cut line chasing big results. In other news too, Jack Robinson sadly won't be competing here this year. We're going to have a chat about him. But stay with us. We've got more to come on Dawn Patrol. It's a beautiful morning here in the West. There's so much energy at this location, but there is going to be some energy missing from this contest. Jack Robinson withdrawing from the Margaret River Pro due to a knee injury suffered down there at Bells Beach. He has torn some cartilage in his knee, a meniscus injury. We're wishing him all the best. He's seeing specialists, I believe, over in Brazil, and hopefully he can get himself right for the next event. It's a massive disappointment for local fans. Luckily for them, there is still plenty of wildcards who've surfed their way through the trials and will be competing. But this guy is just a force. You know, his improvement with his high-performance surfing the past couple of seasons has blown everyone away. The fact that he was able to overcome the amazing John Florence out here last year in the final to break through for a victory was massive. But you can speak to it. You must be proud of him. He's doing so well.
Yeah, I grew up with Jack, and he has just gone from strength to strength. And I think we can all see it. His mindset has just shifted another gear over the last year. And yeah, it's a bummer to see him out of this event, because this event is his bread and butter. You know, especially out of the box. He's had so many amazing performances. So, I mean, he's made the right decision. He's already made the cut, and I think he's looking forward to that back half of the year.
Most definitely. Stace, from the moment we got off the plane, we were seeing the billboards of Jack on the way down here to Margaret River, and yeah, it's a tough one for obviously all the fans who wanted to see him surf, but a massive hurdle that's going to be missing from the draw for everyone chasing big results.
Yeah, definitely. And I know, Jack, those decisions, they don't take them lightly. You are allowed one throwaway in the first 5 events, so I think it's probably the smart thing for Jack to do. If he's not feeling 100%, the back half of the year is really where he needs to come home strong. And if he needs to miss an event here, albeit his home break, it's just what you got to do if you want to make that final 5.
Yeah, he's been up there with Chianca as one of the most dominant performers in the opening stages of the season. But let's go to the bottom end of the rankings now and take a look at what is going to be the big story unfolding here. The cut is looming. Bubble Watch is what it's all about. And as you can see, there's some big names below that cut line. And the big surprises for me, Kelly Slater, who has never been in this situation before, and also Kaloa Andino, who was a proven performer on the CT ranks. They need big finishes in this contest, Stace, to get above that cut line and get safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's a bit of a buffer there with Miguel Pupo actually withdrawing from this event due to injury as well. So the next person down is obviously Kelly. And he's had some great individual waves here, a 10-out main break, plenty of good performances out the box here. But his last quarterfinal finish was in 2015. Oh, my goodness, how's that wave? So he's more than capable of a big result here. But I do think out of the 2 locations, he'd probably favour a few heats at the box this week.
Yeah, Kelly's, you know, hasn't had a victory here at main break, but he's had some of the standout performances in heats. We know he's been battling a bit of a hip injury for some time, a niggling injury, but no, I think he'll be inspired by this forecast.
Yeah, the forecast is looking really good, and we're guaranteed to have waves, which means lots of opportunity. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. He's determined. He
needs to get to a 9th place finish just to give himself a chance. Obviously, a lot of dominoes would have to fall in his favour to get above the cut line with a result like that. Quarterfinals, obviously, his chances of surviving the cut will improve with each of those bigger finishes, but you got to kind of back him, because I was having a look at just how many quarterfinals he's had in his CT career, 167. So, you know, based on that history, Kelly's a good chance at turning in an inspired performance at this venue.
Hopefully 168 here for the GOAT.
Yeah, for sure. John Florence, we can't talk about the Margaret River Pro without touching on what he's been able to achieve here. You look at the statistics for him. They're remarkable. He's even had, you know, stunning performances in events that he's had to pull out of here at main break due to injury. So this is a guy that's got this place dialed. I don't think it matters where the event is running.
He's the standout, whether we're out the front or across the bay. And I think he's one of those surfers who's equally excited no matter what venue we run at. And I think, you know, in a way, I think the second last year is going to get him fired up for this year, which is a dangerous sign for his competitors.
Yeah, the surfing that he's done out here, it's sort of revolutionised the game in high performance, big wave conditions. So really hoping that we see it get to that same kind of realm size-wise. But Isabella Nichols, she was one of those surfers that made a stunning run here last season to keep her place on the CT. She might need to do it again, and we'll be touching on her chances when we return from the break.
I've got a lot riding on this event.
Isabella down on the ratings and she's got to win, doesn't she?
She's got to win. If it happens, it happens. If not, I'm so proud of everything that I've achieved already.
Isabella keeping her hopes and dreams alive here.
Into the finals with an opportunity to make the mid-season cut. Driving off the bottom.
Nice controlled carve.
Isabella Nichols is your 2022 Margaret River Pro champion.
Day one of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and we are going to get competition underway, starting with the women. And we've been getting the opportunity to reflect on the amazing performances which unfolded here last season. Isabella Nichols had to win the event to stay on tour, and she was able to do it. It was one of the coolest things I think we've ever seen in this contest.
Oh, absolutely amazing. Nerves of steel. I mean, to pull off almost the, impossible. It really is a big task. And to watch her do that and just see her keep progressing heat after heat was super inspiring.
I think that's what the cut has given us, Stace. It's given us those opportunities for surfers to stand up against all odds and achieve something incredible. And like Felicity said, I mean, to chase down a win is very difficult at this level. To chase down your first win when you need it and get the job done is remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, she said in the post interview there, I think at the semis, I'm so proud of how far I've made it, but it's just remarkable that she could then go out into the final and sort of clear the mind and get the job done. It's just immense pressure.
And it was also a reminder, I think, that anyone can win on both these tours. If you can put it together, if you can bring your best, you can upset some of those, more dominant forces on the CT and get a piece of it for yourself.
And she paved the way there for Sophie McCulloch, because she's actually got in her first heat this morning. The two sunny coasters, they know when to win when they need it.
Most definitely. Looking forward to some big clashes. Of course, the rankings are so interesting on the women's side. I just think there's got to be conversations happening about increasing the numbers in the women's field, because there's just so many good surfers sitting below the cut line at the moment. But it is going to be great to watch it unfold. As you can see, the final five there, those surfers have basically put themselves in a great position to lock up a place for the back half of the year. Some of them already confirmed, but still a lot of places up for grabs within that top 10. And there is some seriously strong contenders for this contest sitting below that cut line. Some of the most experienced surfers that we've got on the CT.
Yeah, for me, I guess the name that stands out, she is above the cut line right now. That is Stephanie Gilmore. But look, it's not guaranteed. There's still a lot of surfing to be done. And, she did, almost not make the cut last year. She came back strong, made the cut, won at El Salvador. Here she is now, just absolutely tagging these waves. And yeah, it was an amazing performance that she had here last year at Margaret River.
Yeah, she can pull it out. She's had some really gritty performances lately. Steph Gilmore, none grittier than obviously her run at the Rip Curl WSL finals last season, but she did have great moments in the contest last year, Stacey. So I think Steph is, for me, her chances, if the conditions are offshore, are maybe doubled of going on to win. If it's tricky and onshore and some of that rail turn strength is taken away from her, it sort of levels things up with less experienced competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. We know where Steph's strengths lie. It's on the open face. It's her style. It's her ability to read the wave and, just be one of the absolute best ever. And if the conditions are like what they are today for the rest of the event, her chances are really strong.
What are your thoughts, though, on just coming off the back of a world title moment? It's a longer off-season these days, but still there's so many responsibilities for a world champ media-wise and obviously a lot of extra attention. It sort of seems like it's taken a while for Steph to settle back into competition.
Yeah, and particularly the way that she did it. Like, it just made headlines all around the world. So she would have been really busy in the off-season. But funnily enough, I believe that Steph likes these situations. It almost gets to a point in her career where she probably needs to be in a position like this to get really fired up. If she was 2 wins in the bag and way out in front, I don't know how fired up she'd be.
Yeah, her motivation levels will be extremely high, and so will a lot of surfers in the mix, because it is qualification season for the Olympics. We're going to be touching on that after the break. Stay with us. You're watching Dawn Patrol. Welcome back to the show. Just prior to the break, we were mentioning that it is qualification season for 2023 and the deciding event will take place at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. Potential qualifiers, Gabriel Medina, Steph Gilmore, Kanoa Igarashi and more. We'll break down what makes Chopu the heaviest challenge in surfing.
Chopu, world famous Chopu.
It's not just a tourist spot anymore, it's also an Olympic venue.
The kind of theater around it with the boats and everything.
I think everyone on tour wants to win an event like Chopu.
Chopu é uma onda muito especial para mim, eu amo aquele lugar.
I mean, it's hard to even put into words.
It should be one of the 7 wonders of the world. It should be the 8th wonder of the world.
The most machine-like wave that you've ever seen.
When it's big, it's like you can just feel the energy there and the nerves.
It's a left-hander. That is also a really big barrel over super shallow reef.
It's a challenge and it's exciting.
Just seeing that wave, the power that it brings, there's no other rush like it.
You gotta go big.
Tahiti's so beautiful and the wave's so intense. The random person that just switches on the Olympic channel that watches it might go, wow, this is pretty badass. This sport's insane.
I hope it's big and we have to push ourselves over the ledge on big waves.
We're really looking forward to that. It's going to be a huge challenge. Of course, we mentioned it. The Shiseido Tahiti Pro will be the deciding event to see who will be chasing Olympic glory. And you can catch more if you go to worldsurfleague.com/qualification season. Stay in the loop and we'll be confirming those spots as the season rolls on. But we are gearing up for the opening day of competition here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Big first heat too, with a couple of former winners in the mix, and Sophie McCulloch still making that return from injury that she suffered early in the season, Stace.
Yeah, she's come back on really strong. Like, if you look at the ratings and where she's at, she's well within a chance to get inside the cut line there. So she must be feeling, you know, a lot of that underdog spirit alive and well this morning.
Yeah, she didn't. I had a chat to her yesterday. We had the opening ceremony, which was absolutely awesome. Incredible energy there. But I got a chance to have a chat to Sophie about her ankle injury, which she had surgery on. She's come back incredibly early. Too early, probably, but she's making heat and she's surfing really well. So she's one of those surfers showing that resilience and that great determination to keep her place on the CT.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, there's sort of a lot of Aussies love it, that underdog sort of spirit. And I feel like what Stace said, we're getting a lot of that from Sophie. And yeah, she's up against a fellow Sunny Coaster, Isabel Nichols. And, you know, she did basically, you know, the unthinkable last year and came out with a win. And she needed that to maintain her spot on tour, and it was incredible to watch.
It was, and we'll see if she can go back to VAC. Right now, though, we're going to get into this first heat. Stace, it's been an absolute joy. Looking forward to your post-heat interviews as always, mate.
Ron, Flick, thanks for having me, and what a cracker day. Can't wait to get stuck in.
Bring it on. We're going to get Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew in the booth with Flick and I, and we'll be calling these first couple of heats of the morning for you. And as you can see, it's a stellar lineup. Carissa Moore, this is a location that really suits her approach. Felicity, what is it about Carissa's surfing that just works so well here?
I mean, Carissa just has such an amazing style, so much power, flow, and I think she comes into her own on these open faces as well. I mean, there's nothing like one of her big open face calves. You know, it's incredible.
Surfers from Western Australia, their approach always translates beautifully to Hawaii and vice versa.
Yeah.
So Carissa, you know, she just seems very comfortable in these conditions. You can speak to it. It just sort of seems to have an extra push here. Coming from the East Coast, I think I experience it every time I'm here in those duck dives that kind of drag you underwater 30 feet before letting you up again.
Yeah, no, it's definitely true. I mean, so many people talk about it. Western Australia has so much power behind the waves here. The Indian Ocean really gives us that. And I mean, that's why you see a lot of West Aussies perform so well when they go to Hawaii. You know, there's so much similar power in the ocean, and that is why Carissa probably does do so well here too. You know, yeah, the power of the ocean is just so similar to Hawaii, and yeah, today we've got no shortage of power as well. You know, we've got nice double overhead waves.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We want to say a big good morning and a warm welcome back to the West to Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, you love this place.
Oh, I sure do. It's so awesome to be back here. The raw energy, you can just feel it in the air.
Mate, great to have you on the Harvey Norman set. Love picking your brain about years gone by here. We've had some magic events here at Margaret River. It's kind of become, you know, one of the most reliable venues on the schedule, as we see Sophie McCulloch getting started here, the surfer from the Sunshine Coast, digging in on that first section. Strong offshore breeze howling at the moment, and I think each of the competitors in these early heats just will be looking to figure things out. But as you can see there, that inside section, you know, it always serves up a great challenge to our competitors.
Well, the judges have really got a great ride there to set the score, to set the scale for this opening heat.
Yeah, it's just a venue that presents so many challenges, Felicity. Obviously, you're a long way from the beach, so you've really got to lean into, I think, the wearable technology from Apple will come in handy at this venue, but also just listen out for your updates. Here's that first ride. Take us through it.
Sophie McCulloch starting off with a nice opening ride. It looks like to me that she was a little bit wobbly on this one. That could be due to, you know, a bit of breeze. There's a strong offshore and probably just finding her feet. I mean, nice turn off the top there, and she comes into that bottom turn and just finishes it off right on that end section, which is pretty shallow. So, yeah, nice and compressed, and, yeah, she just wants to finish that one.
The judges have just made it, you know, so clear and apparent over the last couple of seasons that they really need you to hit that end section to turn in your very best numbers. You know, it demonstrates commitment, but it also often leads to a crash into that rock shelf, and it looked like Sophie probably did hit rock bottom at that point.
Yeah, you could definitely see it. You could see the reef sort of coming out and gurgling and bubbling up. Yeah, it's so shallow. You know, it provides a lot of entertainment, that end section.
It's great for spectators.
Yeah.
But Felicity, just tell us a bit more about the texture on that reef as we see a ride here. Isabella taking off deep, just pushing for that inside from Carissa Moore. Of course, priority neutral in the opening stages of the heat, so just a battle for the inside there between these two competitors as Isabella looks to get some work done. But I was just going to ask you to speak about the texture of the reef here. Obviously, certain tropical locations, those coral reefs, they'll tear you apart. Here, a bit more forgiving.
Yeah, slightly more forgiving at Margaret River. However, the inside section on both the left and the right, I mean, the right on the inside section is known as the bricks. The left on the inside section is known as the surgeon's table. Now, you don't get that name for no reason. It is because it is razor sharp. It's actually limestone rock and quite jagged with a bit of reef, bit of seaweed over the top. Up and riding on this replay is Isabella Nichols. Now, it was her first wave. She had to jostle for the inside there with Carissa. Nice swooping carve off the top into another cutty. And she's just looking to bring it through to the inside and sort of looking for a finish, and she gets it right in front of that shallow edge there.
Yeah, really well positioned on the apex to make the most of that opening section, Bugs.
Oh, we're going to see a real contrast, I think, in the scores here, Ronnie, because Sophie, you know, you're not going to get more than 3 big manoeuvres on the right, even all the way to the bricks. And I think Isabella just missed her marks on most of those turns.
Well, here goes Carissa on her first opportunity. Silky smooth rail turn to get started. Transitioning through to the inside. This way breaking away, it's not going to provide that big end section to lay into. Sophie McCulloch's going to drop a reasonable number to kick this heat off, and she's up again. And an even better start. Just waiting for an opportunity there. Didn't have a read on a second turn option, but she's cleaned this right up nicely on the inside. So a quick start for the Queenslander, who will take the early lead here. 28.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time for our competitors to lock in a couple of excellent scores. They can ride as many waves as they like, but ultimately they want to get that wave selection on point and bank a couple of excellent scores above that 8-point range. Sophie's kicked off with a 5.67, just a 3.1 for Isabella Nichols, so right on point. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, with your observation of how those numbers might fall. And we're waiting on Carissa's to come through. Here's a replay of it, Flick.
Yeah, Carissa's wave didn't have too much wall down the line, so she got that one nice carve in and then another cutty, but the wave died out, and you can really see the difference here between those two waves. Sophie McCulloch, though, amazing first turn off the top there. She kind of maybe misread this second section. She's looking to get that second turn, but she's bringing it through to the inside, and she does get a finish there. So I absolutely loved that first turn, though. That was really nice.
Just so impressed, Bugs, with Sophie coming back early from that ankle injury. I mean, seeing her yesterday, seeing the scar from where she had the surgery, you can tell it's still fresh, and she just looks fantastic. She's looking really determined.
You know, the finishing turns there for Sophie, she's really putting it on the line, and she's not favouring the ankle at all, which is really amazing. You know, it's so easy for an athlete to underestimate an ankle injury and come back a little bit early, and there seems to be a lot of them around at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's not a surprise just seeing how hard these surfers are pushing themselves at this stage. Score starting to fall through for Carissa Moore now. She had that strong opening turn, but her wave really kind of broke away into deep water, and she didn't get an opportunity for a finish. But she banks a 4. Sophie's got another score on the way here, which will see her hanging on to this #1 position at this stage. A remarkable start to the season for Carissa Moore, Flick. I mean, the heartbreak of losing out that world title to Stephanie Gilmore at the finals last year. It didn't keep her down for too long. Kicked off the season with a victory at Pipe.
Yeah, amazing to watch, you know, and I guess it's just a testament to what a great athlete Carissa is, you know. I mean, that can't have been easy, you know, going into the finals like that and, you know, not coming away with the win, and to come back and reset after that. I mean, incredible mindset, and to come back with a win, you know, at Pipe in, you know, challenging conditions.
Yeah, and Stephanie Gilmore gave a lot of praise to Carissa. She said she was the strongest surfer through the year, just wasn't the strongest surfer on the day at the Rip Curl WSL finals. But, you know, it's it's just what we've come to expect from Carissa. You know, very resilient. You know, we're lucky, Bugs, to have, I think, the two greatest surfers on the women's tour here battling each other for world titles. It's just such a treat for us as surf fans.
I mean, when you think about it, I mean, apart from, you know, Tyler Wright's 2 world titles, I mean, Carissa and Stephanie have completely dominated for the last nearly 15 years. You know, you think about Stephanie's 8 world titles, Carissa's a 5-time world champion in her own right, and that is a major dominance, and they have been the preeminent women that at the elite level that all others, they have inspired another generation.
Amazing to think too, Carissa, a gold medalist as well, so incredibly accomplished. And when you think about CT victories, she's hot on Stephanie Gilmore's heels and really starting to close in on that amazing record that Steph holds. But this is a fantastic start for Sophie McCulloch. Got the edge on both the competitors with that opening ride. 5.67, has backed it up with a 5 already. I think Sophie on her second ride had the potential to really turn in an excellent score, but just sort of failed to get back into the lip after that amazing first turn.
Yeah, I really loved what I saw in that first turn. Such commitment and really put the board on rail. If she could have backed it up with another turn of that caliber, we're talking, you know, possible excellent score. So, you know, if she gets another chance on a set wave with a bit of wall, it's looking good.
I was going to ask you, Flick, mornings here a little different to what we have down at Bells and on the East Coast. Obviously, the sun's sort of in your eyes as you're taking off on those first rides. Can that make it difficult to sum up sections out there at Main Break?
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of elements in Western Australia, and the sun is one. You know, obviously you're dealing with it. Turn around to paddle in for a wave, and not only are you dealing with the sun in your eyes, you get strong offshores here, and you're also dealing with the wind and the spray. So sometimes out at Main Break, you can be paddling in sort of blind, I guess, without really knowing where you're going. So yeah, it's pretty challenging.
Bugs mentioned it earlier. There's so many remarkable events and performances we've watched unfold here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. But for you, reflecting on all the events you've watched unfold here, what kind of stands out to you as the highlight moment from the event's history?
Oh, well, obviously in the modern era, you know, John Florence, you know, his dominance out here has been just next world. And you know, last year I think Jack Robinson really, you know, challenged John for that mantle. That really stands out. But historically, I mean, Tom Curran's ride where he took off on that monster wave on the outside, rode it right through to the beach. It's one of those, you know, mythological rides that really stand out.
It does, yeah. And we're hoping for more of those big moments this season. And I think, you know, we really can rely on this place to deliver, because it's, as Felicity said earlier, it's open to all available swell. It's a very challenging ride. You know, the surfers, they opt, Felicity, for much shorter equipment than we saw Tom Curran on when he rode that wave famously from the outside right through to the river mouth here at Margaret River. But yeah, the board choices are mind-blowing to me.
I know. Well, look, I mean, if I had my way when it was that big, I'd be taking a big board out. But yeah, these guys on the tour and women, I mean, they are just taking out such short boards, and I guess it's because, you know, a sign of how fit they are. I mean, once you're up on the wave, you kind of want a small board because, you know, you just want it to be able to maneuver. The thing is, it's catching the wave out here, and that is incredibly hard, especially once you get more water on the reef, it gets bigger. And, I mean, that's why these guys and girls are the best in the world.
Surfed yesterday, Bugs, just south of here at a location, chatting with a lot of the locals. What are you riding? 8.0, 7.2, nothing really under 7 foot, really. Maybe the odd 6.8, and there was 20-odd people out. Kyo Belly, 2 days ago, Main Break was 10 foot plus, riding a 5.11. And even the locals here just said that the way that the competitors on the CT paddle, not surprised to see it, but you will see people miss rides on the shorter equipment out here, but they want the freedom once they get to their feet to be able to really attack the wave.
In particular on that ride, you know, it's a compressed ride. You know, for generations, Margaret River was a left. you know, it's a big booming left, and you need a big board, you know, when it's, you know, 15-foot Margaret River. But these guys and the women, they're riding short boards on that compressed right. You know, a long board just doesn't work out there. I mean, you don't get the manoeuvres in. They're too linear down the line. It's that old traditional, old school big wave riding. It's a new school of surfing in big waves.
We're not going to see those monster clean-up sets today, but you do see a lot of sort of in and out sort of approach from the competitors, ducking and weaving those bigger sets.
Yeah,
Felicity.
you definitely do. And it's one thing you can guarantee when you're surfing out at main break is you're going to be playing cat and mouse, because these women and guys, they're not going to be looking to catch the set waves. Like the best waves out there really are the smaller to medium-sized waves, which means you've got to position yourself further in on the reef. So you're constantly scanning the horizon, looking for the sets, and, you know, if you see a lump out the back, you've got to hold position, and sometimes that can be a bit scary, especially when it starts to get a bit bigger.
Yeah, well, we're enjoying I think a mellow day here at main break. A nice day to kick things off, Bugs.
It's a civilised start to the Margaret River Pro, and we know that during this window we will see those big booming and those in and out skitsy paddles.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch it unfold. Here's last year's champ, Isabella Nichols, on her second ride, and she gets her timing right on this one to kick things off. A nice carve to back it up. And now thinking about a finish over that reef on the inside. It's such a lottery there on the inside. Wave selection is kind of out the window once you're committed to that ride. You're sizing it up. It can hit the inside different every time you get to your feet.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of intricacies that come with surfing this ride at main break, and a lot of different places you can actually take off as well. And depending on where the swell hits on this reef, it's going to depend on what that end section is going to look like. Here we have Bella up and riding on this replay. Beautiful first turn off the top here. Looks like she's really found her feet on this wave. When the end section kind of died out, but these first two turns, they're beautiful. Just swooping off the top there, and she comes down into this second section and just lays it on rail.
Well, Jack Robinson, we touched on him, Bugs, the poster boy for the event this year, with that great moment of him getting chaired up the stairs. But on the women's side, the billboard of Isabella Nichols that I've seen around the event site's amazing. Just an attacking frontside snap, and yeah, she's going to be seeking out one of those opportunities to lay that turn down out here. That trademark frontside snap, it's so strong.
It was a real breakout performance for Isabella Nichols last year. You know, we weren't really expecting her to come to the fore in this kind of wave. You know, she comes from the Sunshine Coast. She looks so good on those point breaks, and really nice smooth down the line. And that was a gutsy effort last year.
It sure was. She's up again. She just had a 6.17 on her last ride, and the offshore is going to bring her undone here. And that was a lost opportunity to sneak one under priority and turn in a better number than the 3.1 to maybe get herself the lead. But she's in attack mode, you can see it. And that was just unfortunate. Sometimes see surfers not take those top turns too high in these strong offshore conditions.
Yeah.
Lost that footing.
Looked like she was lining up for one of those trademark snaps, but yeah, it's such a strong offshore here this morning, and you've really got to kind of place your turn a little bit earlier than what you might think, because that wind is so strong, it's just going to blow you off the back of the wave.
Yeah, that's a really good insight, Felicity. The other thing that's happening is that the competitors in the next heat really watch this first heat, because they want to see where the judging is going, you know, whether those big outside peaks are working, whether it's those medium-sized ones that you touched on, Felicity, that hit the shelf properly. But that wave of Sophie McCulloch's is a key one. Her second ride, she didn't go for it on that bowling section, and she got pinged for it.
Yeah, she's left the door open for Carissa Moore, who's out there with priority, just waiting for her opportunity now. And yeah, I think we'll see a bit of an adjustment from Isabella on her next ride. It's a day where the big, powerful rail turn can really help you turn in some great numbers. Obviously, it's accentuated that move by the fact that that spray off your rail is sent so far skyward in that offshore breeze. So, you know, lengthening your turns on those opening sections rather than having a snapping approach.
Yeah, I guess
might be a smart move.
when you put the board on rail, I mean, it's the safer option today. When you start to do a big snap, or you're sort of getting the fins free, that's can bring on a bit of trouble today. I mean, especially with this wind. And I mean, Carissa, I mean, she's obviously sitting down in third right now, but that is her strength, those big, powerful turns. So if she can fall back to her strength, I mean, yeah, this is her bread and butter.
I think she'll make that priority count on her second ride. 15 minutes remaining here. Sophie McCulloch out in front at the moment. We want to say a big good morning to a man who's absolutely loving his time in the West. Had a couple of sessions already. Richie Lovett, good morning, mate.
Morning, Ron. How are you guys? It's fresh to freezing down here, let me tell you. We're on the coach's stairs. Like Bells, this is an area where the surfers come. They'll get their last-minute, advice from their coaches. But you guys just hit the nail on the head. One thing that every single coach that I spoke to this morning has just said, this is about lengthening the rail in the turn, holding the turn longer. These offshore winds, they accentuate the turn with all the spray. And the other thing I want to touch on is just the distance that the break is from where the judges sit, and even from where looking. This is a break that's way out to sea. So those big turns are going to look even bigger. You guys also touched on the wind, and while it looks super pretty from where we are right here, there's a lot of chatter on the face that we actually don't see. So very difficult for the surfers to hold their rail. But I've got Mitchie Ross and his crew here. They're looking after Carissa Moore. Jake Patterson's just giving Macy Callahan just a couple of last-minute tips right now. We obviously know Jake's one of the most accomplished Western Australian surfers to come out of the region. But yeah, it's good vibes down here. It's serious though. Definitely an air of, it's time to put the game face on, and there's obviously a lot of consequences with today's surfing.
There sure is, Rich. Thanks, and congratulations on your runner-up finish in the Commentary Cup yesterday.
Congratulations to you, mate. I owe you 10 push-ups.
We'll be leaning into Richie's expert observations throughout the event window. We'll be calling some heats with Joe Topel a little later on this morning. But right now, we're just on 13 minutes remaining. We've got Carissa Moore up, looking to make the jump from third into a qualifying position. Nice turn to get started. Goes to that rail, draws that carve out, and moves to the inside for the finish, and hits it beautifully. Well timed. A great ride start to finish, Felicity, and we should see Carissa make a pretty positive climb up the leaderboard here.
Yeah, you said it before that she would use her priority wisely and make that wave count, and that's exactly what she did. There was such a nice flow on that wave that I liked, and I think, yeah, that's going to be representative when she gets this score. And here we see the replay. Just beautiful arcing turn off the top here, and she comes into this second section, and there's just such a beautiful flow throughout this wave. She tags this section, and she can see this upcoming section and just absolutely smashes it.
Yeah, impressive, Bugs. Really composed when she's sitting in that third spot.
Yeah, Carissa always looks really good out here. She had a little bit of a nervous start, but she's put it together on this one. 4 manoeuvres, but as Felicity said, that third manoeuvre, she just tags it to make sure she got that converging sections coming together there. And it's at this size, it looks easy. It's never easy to pull that last turn off.
Well, we've got just under 12 minutes to go. We're waiting on the numbers to come through for Carissa Moore, but we are expecting something special.
My name is Isabella Nichols. I'm 25 years old and my hometown is Coolum Beach in Queensland. We've experienced the cut last year. I think now we know the emotions that will come with it in these first 5 events, and hopefully we'll all be able to deal with it a little better in our own ways. I think it's definitely taught me to be more resilient, and the thing that I love about it too is you can't just go out there now and scrape through a few heats and hope for the best. In the end, quarterfinals aren't going to get you through the cut. You're going to have to make semis, you're going to have to make finals. And to get to those points, you're going to have to do your best surfing. So I think it's raised the level of surfing for everyone.
Isabella Nichols out there at the moment, sitting in 3rd position with priority. But right now we're seeing Sophie McCulloch, and she is trying to get rid of a 5 to increase her heat score total and put some pressure on Isabella here. Just prior to the break, we saw Carissa Moore bank a 6.83, so she's jumped up into the lead. Sophie was after a 5.17 out of that one. Here's Carissa again. Just pushing on that back foot a couple of times. 2 turns might factor in to her top 2. She's trying to better a 4-point ride. She's going to paddle back out. Sophie's going to opt for the ski, heading into the Red Bull skis at the moment. Great water patrol team here on hand, made up of fantastic surfers. Perry Hatchett leading the water patrol team here, a former head judge on the CT. Dino Adrian, great surfer from this region. And yeah, they'll be whipping our surfers back to the takeoff zone, keeping them safe throughout the duration of the event here in Western Australia. 8 minutes to go. Isabella waiting for her opportunity on that outside. I mean, no one loses in this round, Flick, but the last thing you want is to get relegated to the elimination round.
Definitely the last thing you want. I mean, if you can get a win, you want to win, or you want to be in that 2nd position. Here we go. We got a replay here of Sophie's wave, and I really liked that first turn. This 2nd section actually stood up again nicely for her. She tries to bring it through to the inside here, and not sure if this is going to be deemed complete. We've got a replay of Carissa again, and she's looking sharp now. She's looking like she's coming into her own, and yeah, she's taking control of this heat.
Yeah, making it look, like Richie was saying, there's texture on the waves out there. That offshore is strong. There's a real chill in that morning breeze. But Carissa's, starting to really find her place out there.
Well, I feel that first wave. I mean, Carissa had that 4-point ride, the 6.83. She was still holding back. She's such a veteran competitor, really, that she knew she just had to get a good score on the board. She loosened up on that one, and we saw Carissa going into carve mode. But what a great exchange that was. Sophie McCulloch also got a 6.03. That was her best ride. She attacked that first section, and just as you said, Flick, that last, it sort of got a bit fluffy at the end, but the work was done on the outside.
Yeah, the work really was done on the outside.
Carissa back out there already and into another ride here. She's about to drop a solid score, and she's going to have another one on the way, you'd think. Strong finish. A lot of surfers leaning into a local experience, and some of the great surfers in this region. Carissa always has done that at all the venues she travels, but she works with one of the best from this area.
Yeah, that's right. Carissa's worked with Andrew Sheridan for a long time here. Shero, he spends a lot of time out at main break, and he is all over those right-handers. So no doubt he's been telling Carissa, exactly what to do and lean into her strengths, which is her calves. And yeah, she's really coming into her own here. Just absolutely carving off the top there, and throws in a big layback for the finish.
Shero too is just an absolute truffle pig over at the box. He always gets his share. He's one of I think one of the best out there. So to have that kind of knowledge in your corner, if the event moves over there at some stage, is going to be invaluable.
It's been a hallmark of Carissa's whole approach. Her 5 world titles, and of course she's had a few runner-ups. But she seeks out the very best when all around the world. Obviously now with Rossi, she's got a full-time coach. But you know, it's been a hallmark that everywhere Carissa goes, she finds the local who is the most tuned in and you know, dominates a break.
Good scores for all competitors now, but Carissa with the best of them. A 7.17 on her previous ride, also a 6.83 from earlier on. She's out in front. Sophie McCulloch had a 6.03 on her last ride. She's after a 7.97, but Carissa finding some space out here once again, starting to get busy in this lineup. She's going to go down on that final move. But why not have a crack at it, just get some more reps in out here at main break.
It's really tightened up out there now. Isabella Nichols flick. She still only needs that 5.53. She's got that 6.17. She's gone a little bit sleepy in the middle of this heat, but defending champion, don't count her out.
No, definitely don't count out Isabella. I mean, there's still 4 minutes left in this heat, and it's been quite consistent already. So she's sitting out there with priority, and hopefully she does get another roll of the dice. I've already liked what I've seen. You know, she has got that 6.17, and she does only need a 5.53. So
big equipment adjustment, though. I think for many of the competitors, just what they would have been riding in the last 2 days in the lead up to this opening day of competition. And just an observation for me is that Isabella maybe looks like she's still on a slightly bigger board.
Yep. Okay.
Just looks a little like she doesn't have the same freedom as her rivals out there at the moment, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, but this is all part and parcel of being in the pack heat, where it's the competitors in the next heats will see, you know, what's working, what's a mistake, you know, how tuned in, what kind of waves you get, how's the score going. This is all on the cards right now. And Isabella, you know, she you know, this wind is coming out of the valley, and it's a lot stronger out there than it is on land. And I think she may have been, you know, kind of accounting for the wind factor.
3 minutes to go here. Loving our time on the Harvey Norman set. And let's dive into the recap now, as Isabella Nichols got off to a strong start. 6.17 on her second ride. Carissa, a slow start by her standards, but she's really found her place out there now.
Yeah, she definitely has. And you just see that, you know, she's finding her feet and absolutely tagging this end section here. 2 converging bits of water, and she absolutely jams it. And here we have Sophie McCulloch. Nice big first turn off the top here. I'm really liking what I'm seeing with her. I feel like as this heat's progressing, she's finding her feet more as well. And yeah, she's put together a couple of good scores already.
Looking sharp. Carissa building towards maybe an excellent score. The way she's serving at the moment really looks to be on the attack at the moment, Bugs. Looking sharp.
Oh yeah, her board looks good under her feet. You know, Carissa knows this wave well. She's had great results out here. It really suits her. It's power for power.
Yeah, that's right. Just under 2 minutes to go, and Carissa well situated on the rank. She's locked up her spot for the back half of the season, and obviously as a result of that, also for the CT next year. So, you know, she'll be comfortable here. She has very high expectations of herself, though, so she maybe puts a bit of pressure on herself in that respect. Isabella Nichols right there, sitting in that last qualifying position above the cut line. But she needs, again, a big finish here, but maybe some nerves on show at different stages throughout this heat for her.
Isabella does need a good result here to, you know, consolidate. She's just right on that line. Of course, Carissa, you know, the last 2 years she's gone into that Rip Curl Final 5 as the #1 seed. So she has, you know, puts together tour campaigns, and this is Margaret River very much part of it.
Sophie McCulloch, on the other hand, we mentioned her injury woes, the fact that she's come back pretty early, did so well to wrestle a result out of the event in Portugal, and she needs to also have a strong run through this contest if she's going to keep a place on the CT without considering a wildcard opportunity. She's got to get to the semi-finals to at least have a chance of staying or getting above that cut line. So that might even change depending on how other people's results fall.
I mean, look, she can draw. I know she's good friends with Isabella, and, you know, good inspiration to draw from, but they're kind of sitting around there and they both need a result. So you put in a hard position when you're battling out against your mates.
Just been such a strong raising ground for exceptional talent, the Sunshine Coast of Queensland, especially on the women's tour. Serena Brooke back in the day, Dimity Stoyle, Keely Andrew, and now these two incredible performers. But Isabella Nichols out there with priorities, not going to get an opportunity to chase down the 5.53 and get herself in a qualifying position. So last year's event champion relegated to the elimination round. Sophie McCulloch, an impressive performance from her, and a typical first round effort from Carissa Moore.
Yeah, beautiful to watch. I mean, you could just see her, Carissa, finding her feet as that heat went on and absolutely laying into a couple of those end sections.
We've got a couple more event champs coming up in the next heat. Tyler Wright, Joanne Defay and Macy Callanan will be out there next.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Well, welcome back to the show. Day one of the event window. We've got competition underway. Heat 2 is now rolling, and we've got some exceptional talent in this lineup. Macy Callahan up at the moment. Macy's had some great performances this season. We'll see how she can get things started here. She's up against two of the strongest competitors in the field in Tyler Wright and Joanne Defay. But something sort of seems to have clicked for Macy Callahan. Just her confidence is up. She's starting to look a lot more comfortable in the CT jersey. She drops a 4.17 to kick things off. Great to see Joanne Defay back in the jersey. Of course, injury keeping her out of the first events of the season. Tyler Wright coming off a win down there at Bells Beach. Going back to back at Bells. Super impressive flick.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I loved watching it. I saw Tyler this morning and she was looking amped. She was looking excited for today and excited about the conditions and yeah, probably looking for another good performance here at Margaret River. But yeah, I've just loved watching Tyler's sort of comeback, I guess, over the last few years and just to get to where she is now.
Has been a comeback. We know she suffered from post-viral syndrome. That basically kept her off tour for a couple of years and has had some other injuries to overcome as well, but starting to really get back to her best these past two seasons. And yeah, hoping that at some point she can get an opportunity to get herself into those Rip Curl WSL finals, because she's proven that she can overcome those multiple world champions, being a two-time world champ herself. Here's the replay of her opening ride, which came through at a 3.77 bucks.
Yeah, just an opener for Tyler. Not a big score, but yeah, just touching on what you're saying. You know, last year, Tyler, she came out, she won the Rip Curl Pro, but she still didn't make that final 5. So I think this is just this year I feel that Tyler's going to go on with the job and get in there.
Any time a competitor is missing events due to illness or injury, it's going to really have an impact on their chances of making that final 5. And Tyler did miss G-Land due to illness. So she just hasn't had a full season where she's 100% in a while. Hopefully this is that year, but do want to acknowledge the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region and thank them for having us back on their budja, their country, which is just so special. We had a great ceremony yesterday afternoon to welcome everyone to this venue, and it was beautifully led by Zach and Sam, who are going to be joining us at different stages throughout the broadcast. But the WSL is committed to the ongoing learning about local history, culture and language of the Wadandi Budja. And we've asked that everyone who visits the area walk softly, keep your ears open, listen to people when they're talking to you, and respect the ocean and this country. Such a special place to visit each year. It has a real energy to it. The competitors feel it, and they were there in force yesterday to be part of what was a very special afternoon. Tyler Wright always front and centre at those celebrations. And let's see if she can take that magic energy and turn it into a big performance here in the opening round. Macy up on her second ride. Beautiful turn there. Love the way she just drove through that big rail turn. Slid that tail for a moment with no loss of control at all. She's going to finish this one off nicely. 4.17 on her first ride. That one's going to be better. Yet to see Joanne Defay come to life in this heat.
Yeah, well, a pretty interesting little situation. As we know, at the beginning of the heats, there is no priority. As the surfers take a wave, the priority moves to the next surfer. Joanne lost priority without having a wave, and that's a rare thing to happen. She paddled for a wave. That offshore wind really got under the board flick, and she just wasn't able to get onto it. And she's now, well, she's in second priority now, but she moved back to third priority, which allowed Macy to get her second ride.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake, but I absolutely love this turn we're seeing here from Macy. We saw one at Bells, which was very similar, where she just carved it and then, really slid and put the board on rail. Anyway, it was beautiful, and we're watching it here again as well.
Yeah, any time a surfer completes the carve and their board is basically getting covered by the lip as it falls, is that they've placed that turn in the most critical section of that wave. And to do it and not lose any speed is really impressive. 5.67 was the reward for Callahan, as we now see Tyler just looking really switched on. Strong first turn. Not a whole lot in between that and the finish, but the finish is strong. Got that little weightlessness as she fell out the lip on that final move, as Joanne looks to get into the mix here with the scores. She's going to make her way over that inside brick section, and Macy busy on the outside. Again, goes to the carve to get started. Now driving up into the pocket. It's kind of got swamped by a boil or a lump in the face of that wave. But it is often a wave that you've got to really be paying attention to all those little subtle ribs and boils and bumps, because it can kind of see you sink a rail sometimes or lose contact with your fins.
Yeah, all three of those waves we saw were very different. I mean, Joanne's ran away from her. She only got the one turn, and then we had Tyler, which is a pretty fast wave too. She managed to get that one carve, and then she raced down the line to get the finish. And yeah, Macy just hitting a bit of bauble in the face of the wave.
The replay here of Tyler's ride, Bug, started beautifully.
Yeah, she sure did. She's starting to really feel it. But look at this, how much attention she pays here to finishing flush.
Yeah, really strong. Just the two turns, but I think it'll score well. Joanne, powerful, just back-footed approach, but just the one move.
Yeah, here we go. Macy Callahan driving off the top here. And she goes up into this second turn, but you can just see she hit this weird bit of wobble in the face of the wave, and That is Margaret River for you. Sometimes you take off, you think it's going to be a good wave. You get that first turn, then all of a sudden it just hits a weird, deep, bauble-y section.
It can be a bit of a lottery at times, but just how that wave hits the different sections of the reef. So Joanne's going to put a pretty low number up to kick things off here. She'll still be playing catch-up as we move into the next 25 minutes. Just a 3.93. Carissa Moore feeling good after a strong first round effort here.
I slapped the water so hard on that. Lost my earrings. But they were like little cheapies from the pharmacy shop.
Oh, you still did great 10 minutes.
Just breaking things down with her team there. Mitch Ross saying, you served a great 10-minute heat. So obviously sort of just maybe pointing to some maybe mistakes with wave selection or even performance in the opening stages, but she cleaned it up as the champs often do.
Well, I noticed that, you know, Carissa's first comment was that how hard she hit her head when she came down that wave. Did she say she lost an earring?
Yeah.
Yep, she did say
that. We'll
that.
go for a snorkel later, Bugs.
Gosh.
Yeah, there's something about just the surface of the water over here. It just seems harder than other places, Felicity.
Look, this might sound a little bit crazy, but if you touch the water here in Margaret River, I firmly believe that there is some sort of denseness to it as opposed to the east coast of Australia. There's something like nice and supple of the east coast compared to the west coast here. It's just hard, a bit more coarse, a bit more rugged, raw.
I'll back that.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, it's often the case you come to the west and they go, you East Coasters, the waves are bigger here, the wipeouts are bigger here.
Oh, it's been some massive conditions in the lead up to this opening day, which is good because our competitors are so primed now. They're ready. They've sorted their equipment out. They're ready for whatever this event window forecast throws at them. But, yeah, funny surfing some of the breaks in the region and the sets coming and you scramble out and you look back and all the locals are still sitting on the takeoff point wondering what you're doing. But yeah, there's just such a just a absolute core lords in this region. Some of the bombies have been going off the past couple of days and you see little silhouettes out there just tumbling down the face of these huge waves. There's no skis or boats. They've done over a kilometre paddle to get to these outer reefs, and yeah, they'll surf for hours out there.
Yeah, I mean most of these guys, because the paddle out's so long, I know guys that put muesli bars in their wetsuits, maybe a banana, and they'll be out there for 4 hours.
We love it. Well, just over 22.5 minutes remaining here. Tyler Wright taking the lead. Her last ride dropped at a 6.17. Macy's not too far behind. DeFay has some work to do at this stage, but it was a strong performance stace by Carissa Moore in the first heat of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. Commanding performance. But first things first, Carissa, are you okay? Bump on the head.
Oh, I'm good. I did slap the water pretty hard and I lost my little earrings, but I'm okay. I had a fun time out there, and luckily it was like a very slow start, but lots of waves came at the end.
Plenty of good shops at Main Street. You might have to do some jewellery shopping later today.
That would be fun.
I noticed halfway through that heat there, you had a decision to either ride the jet ski or paddle back out. At what size do you make that decision to paddle?
Well, I've taken a couple beatings the last couple days and I haven't made it back out the right, but I was actually, I wasn't inside of the rock shelf, so I was like, oh, I'll just paddle back out, and I actually made it, I think, out faster than Sophie, so it seemed to have worked out.
You seem surprised by that. Surely Shero counts those minutes on the ski.
Yeah, we didn't talk about minutes on the ski, and we didn't actually talk too much about it, but we were just like, yeah, if you see that rock shelf and you make it super inside of it, take the ski, but otherwise, yeah, might as well paddle back out and hunt the inside.
Well done, Carissa. Great way to start the day. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good on you, Stace. Yeah, bringing up a really good point there. The decision to paddle back out versus jump on the back of the Red Bull ski on a civilised day, as Bugs put it earlier on, with the swell not being huge. Often the paddle out, if you're not over the top of that shelf, is a pretty easy one because you might just pick something off. Carissa did get back to the takeoff zone and establish priority ahead of Sophie after making that decision.
Well, it's risk and reward, Ronnie. I mean, on that occasion and many occasions at this size, when you paddle out, what you do, you put yourself in perfect position with third priority to be in on that inside ledge and to pluck one off.
Well, here we go. Macy's up at the moment. She wants to better a 4.17 on this ride. Certainly on her way. And just really seems to be getting to a positive place, an attacking mindset with the jersey on these days, Macy. I think in her first couple of years, even she would say there was a lack of confidence in her performances, but just the way she's sinking that rail and adding some extra commitment to her turns has me thinking she's heading towards a big finish in a CT event.
Yeah, I mean, when Macy got on tour, you know, she was so young, and here we have Tyler up and riding. Beautiful first turn off the top and swooping into the second section, releasing those fins there, and she's looking for a finish, and she gets it. That was a beautifully surfed wave, Ronnie. Start to finish, really strong. And now Joanne's going to try and answer. Great start for her. Just driving around this tricky section. Does get a final turn in, but not the kind of high impact turn that's going to, I think, get a massive score out of the judges. But 19.5 minutes ago, I think we can expect something pretty sensational for Tyler right here, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. I think we may see something close to the excellent range that right there. That was the, it's very similar. Like these champion surfers, took Carissa a little while to warm up to, and Tyler on that one, she was just really cutting loose.
Here we've got the replay of Macy, and she just brings it to the inside and tags it there. But yeah, I liked what you said, Ronnie. I guess like a few years on tour now, and she's finding her feet. Here we go. We have that replay.
Oh, I love that big laid over bottom turn to get started on this ride, Bugs, and a bit of release in the tail there, mixing it up.
Such a confident ride, and once again she's really worked on those finishing here. But this first turn, that's a class act.
Amazing.
Wow.
This is definitely going to be in the excellent range.
Yeah, look, taking the form that saw her ring the bell for a second time at the last venue and bringing that kind of, just the variety in Tyler's repertoire impresses me. You know, she's very well rounded. That was power, a great mix up on the second turn, and did so well there. That was such a tricky final section to ride out of.
Oh, that's a benchmark ride by Tyler, right?
Joanne looking for her best ride to get into this heat.
Well, I mean, she started out that one, Flick. I mean, she really started to feel that this was where she gets into the heat. That first turn, powerful. Joanne was back. But then it kind of, you know, again, the wave went a bit funky. She missed a section.
Yeah, she didn't really, even though she moved a lot of water on that first section, didn't probably sink the rail the way she would have liked. We got a big number coming through for Tyler Wright, 8.83. As Rabbit pointed out, it's a benchmark ride for the opening day of competition. Macy's in second spot still. DeFay is after a 5.91. Kaipo is out there on this beautiful morning, and Kaipo's so much water coming off the rail of our surfers this morning. Some big turns laid down there.
Yeah, big turns from Tyler Wright, and we got a front row seat of that. I want to comment on the wind, Ronnie. It's a little bit windier out here than it is on land. East-northeast wind. Right now we're anticipating that wind to clock a little bit more from the north. That's going to be okay for the Wrights, however. And another thing I wanted to mention is the morning glare here. Then, you know, the Apple Watch really comes into play with that. The priority screen, a little bit hard to see, but the Apple Watch will tell you when you have priority. It'll buzz on your wrist, give you priority, and for Tyler Wright, it just gave her the news that she got an 8.83, all that information right in the wearable. So a nice addition to the information for the surfers out here.
Oh yeah, crucial too at venues like this where the wind can make it hard to hear those on-site announcers. But Kipes, early rounds, obviously this round no one loses out, but you don't want to end up in the elimination round. But is it a situation where it's pretty relaxed between the competitors? Is there any talking going on out there, or is it serious business?
All right, yeah, it is. It's, you know, you got the three surfer heat. You're kind of going roundabout right now. There's certainly going to be different stress levels depending upon the situation of each of the surfers. Right now, you have Tyler Wright coming off of a win, at Bell's, so she's freed up. She's looked very, very stress-free, very light in her surfing. But some of the other competitors, I think you'll see a little bit more stress in the lineup, even in this opening round.
Oh, we appreciate the insights. Looking forward to getting your take on conditions and also those crucial moments that unfold out there in the lineup. And yeah, he's going to be reporting and enjoying that sunshine out there today. Beautiful morning to kick things off here as we see Defay up once again. She had a 5.87 on the last ride, and that's given her an opportunity to get herself back into a qualifying position for that third round, skipping the dreaded elimination round. Only needs a 3.97.
Yeah, Tyler, Joanne got herself well and truly back in this. That's for one move flick, that 5.67. She didn't get the rest of the ride, but she really got herself back in the heat and only needs, I think that Macy kind of she's left a few points on the board out here.
Yeah, I did like that first turn of Joanne's for the 5.87. I mean, it looked really strong, but like you said before, she went into that second section and the wave got a little bit weird, and then that turn maybe not as on rail as what she would have liked. But yeah, I mean, it's all about Tyler Wright right now. That the performance she's putting down is just beautiful to watch. That last wave, that 8.83.
Well, one thing about this venue, Bugs, is that, you know, big surfing is the key to big scores. And we've seen that from the likes of John Florence. We've seen it from Tyler Wright in this heat. That, I think, is what was working for Joanne Defay on her 5.87, because even by her standards, I think if she reflected on that opening turn, she would say it wasn't my best. But she did move a lot of water. She was moving at a great pace, and it came off as maybe a bigger turn than what it was.
And, you know, Richie touched on that. I mean, you know, from coach's corner there and from where the judges are, it's a long way out. It's a big playing field. With that offshore wind, it's going to be all those big turns with the big rooster tails. They're going to look bigger.
That's right. That big, committed rail turn with all that spray coming off is going to look great from the judges' perspective, which is a long way from the lineup here. It's like Sunset or comparable to Sunset in that respect, is that, you know, the surfers who really do move big water and kind of match the size of some of these waves and this lineup with their turns always have a fantastic chance. Just over 13 minutes to go here. Macy's been pushed back into third spot. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Be back with more in just a moment. Season 2 of Make or Break now streaming on Apple Plus. Stephanie Gilmore features heavily for good reason, breaking records last year, getting that 8th world title. the greatest of all time. It's official. And she will be coming up in the Heat 4. Actually, the next couple of heats are just mind-blowing, stacked with the next generation of superstars who have joined the ranks and really taken a strong position on the leaderboard up against seasoned campaigners and some of the sport's greats. So do not go anywhere. Out there in the lineup at the moment, 10.5 minutes to go. There is the current #1 in the world wearing that leader's jersey, Molly Picklum, who, despite the fact she didn't go on to get a result that shored up a position on the CT here last year, she had a turn which was, you know, in reflection, probably regarded as one of the moves of the year last year.
Oh, absolutely. I loved watching that. I mean, she was only a couple more heats away from making that cut. Unfortunately, she did it, but I didn't. But I loved seeing that turn. And I guess it was just to, just to look into the future about, you know, what we have seen. And up and riding Tyler Wright again.
Wow.
Beautiful surfing and just taking this one through to the inside section here.
She is just powered up, Bugs. She just looks so confident. She's sinking that rail deep into the face of those waves and really generating speed through those turns at the moment.
I mean, Tyler, the board looks amazing. She looks like she is here with a lot of intention. She's come out of the gates here absolutely firing.
Yeah, trying to get rid of a 6.17 on this ride, and you know, based on the strength of that opening move, pretty good chance that she's done it. Have a look at just the subtlety in her approach here, the read on all those tricky sections. While it's a long-running right, which holds open nicely throughout, there was some bumps she had to deal with, and she did it beautifully.
Yeah, I don't think you can't even see the bumps the way Tyler's surfing these waves. She just, the power that she has, she's just cutting straight through it. I mean, and it's clearly noticeable, you know. I mean, it's reflected in her scores, and yeah, she's just dropped another 8-point ride.
Yeah, you can see on that second turn even there was a moment where she pushed through the lump and did get a little extended coming out of that second turn, but she didn't lose any speed. So it was excellent surfing. And that's where the number fell. 8-point ride for Tyler to go with the 8.83, 16 points plus already. Not easy to do, especially in the opening heats, opening round of competition. The judges always like to leave a little bit of room in that scale, but it's undeniable surfing that warrants big scores. And it's kind of turned into the battle for second spot here, Bugs.
Well, that's the difference here. I mean, Tyler is in dominant form. She's come to Margaret River, as I said, with a lot of intention. This is like, for most people, this is a peak performance. For Tyler, she'd just put this on repeat.
Yeah, that's right. Here we have a replay of Joanne's wave, and I really did like the way she finished that wave. It looked like she was a bit more in control.
Yeah, I think there's probably, you know, some nerves for Joanne coming back. An event where she's had plenty of success. This venue suits her really well. It just felt like that last ride for her was a bit more of the kind of approach and confidence that we expect from Defay, as we see Macy up going after that second position at the moment. Needing a 5.68 out of that one.
Look, I'm not sure about a 5.68. I think it's going to maybe go close. I mean, that first turn, though, it was a bit slower. It was more of a carve. She did finish it really strong. So, I mean, she does need, 5.68. I guess we're going to see pretty soon.
Let's have another look at it. 5.68, Bugs.
Yeah, well, the judges will be really comparing this to her second ride, the 5.67. The finish here is a lot stronger, I felt. But she only got the 2 turns in, but you know what? I'm feeling she is going to be around that 5 mark, but and it's just under.
Yeah, 4.4. No, it was like for what we've seen in this heat, there's been some great attacks on that opening section. And that wave didn't really have it. It was a little, it was smooth, it was nice, but it just wasn't quite as powerful as what we've seen from Tyler and Joanne, because now that's basically what the ride's been compared to now, some of those excellent scores that we've seen from Tyler. So So Macy's still got work to do here. Has time though, just under 6 minutes to go as she gets on the back of that Red Bull ski and gets back to the takeoff zone. Well, let's take a time to dive into some of the highlights from Heat 2 here in the opening round for the women. The Harvey Norman Heat recap is going to be owned by Tyler Wright, who's just been on fire.
Yeah, it's been beautiful to watch. I absolutely love that second turn on this wave, and so much variety that Tyler's bringing us as well, you know, and it's really been a point of difference in this heat. And yeah, she's just absolutely powering through all her turns. And to me, it looks like when Tyler's surfing, there is no bump in the face of those waves.
Yeah, it's a good indicator, Bugs, for just how switched on someone is if they're ironing out the lumps and bumps, those trickier sections in the wave here, especially the finishes. She just looks so sure-footed.
Yeah, well, as Flick said, I mean, particularly when you look at that from that water angle, you can see the texture. It's not all that smooth, but Tyler just powering through it.
I think maybe that also comes down to the wave selection Tyler is choosing, because, you know, there is that little bit of texture, but her waves have been noticeably smoother. And, you know, some of her waves, I think, have been maybe that second wave of the set. So the first one comes through, it cleans up the water, and it's allowing her to really dig that rail in without any baubles in the face of the wave.
Yeah, so even on these offshore days where, you know, it looks incredibly perfect, not a drop of water out of place, that first wave of the set, it still does carry a few of those lumps and bumps, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from, you know, when we're watching it here, you know, it looks offshore, it looks beautiful, it looks easy to surf. However, when you are in the water, what Kaipo said, you know, there is so much texture in the face of these waves. And I think today it is important, you know, that second wave of the set is generally a little bit bigger too. So even though you're choosing that one, it is going to break a bit further out, which means that you aren't going to have, you know, that whitewash through the face of the wave, but you are going to have a cleaner face.
Just under 4 minutes to go here, and amazing to have Tourism Western Australia again as the major partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And this zone offers so much. Luckily, the focus for us these past few days has just been surf, surf, surf. There's just been so much happening. So many great locations to find a ride in this area. But one thing that I love about this zone is just the fact that it's, you know, one of the world's great biodiversity hotspots. Nearly 80% of the plant species found here are found nowhere else in the world. So it's a great place to kind of go for a walk, Bugs. You're big on your walks, and just check out everything nature has to offer.
Oh, just the raw coastline. It's one of the most amazing places in the world. I mean, you know, when you go to visit the wineries and they talk about you know, archaeologically, I mean, the two oceans, the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the landscape, it's amazing how much you can learn here.
It sure is. Yeah, I love the caves too, Flick. Just some beautiful caves to check out here. Which one's your favourite?
My favourite cave down here is actually Giant's Cave, and yeah, it's a beautiful cave. You can actually do yourself. You take down torches and you can kind of guide yourself through this cave. It's got this big amphitheatre dome sort of section, kind of squeezing through these tight little sections, then it opens up into the amphitheatre dome. And so they say years ago, there used to be a lot of parties happening down in that cave on New Year's, sort of things like that. Obviously not anymore, but yeah, beautiful thing to go and check out. And yeah, the coastline down here is spectacular. You can also do the Cape to Cape walk. There's so many beautiful parts of this coastline to check out. So yeah, highly encourage you to do that.
Get on down and check out the southwest. It's got it all. Just under 2 minutes remaining here, and Tyler Wright's enjoying her time in the West, especially with a start to an event campaign like this. 2 excellent scores, and she's well and truly going to power through to that third round and skip the elimination round. But the battle's on for that second qualifying spot here. DeFay just has the slight edge over Macy Callahan at the moment. Macy needs a 5.68. I think there's been some real positive signs for her in this heat.
Yeah, there has. I mean, the thing is with Macy, you know, you saw her on one of her early waves where she went completely vertical, Flick, and so she knows where the points are, but she just got caught by a bit of a funky sort of boil or something. But, you know, Macy knows she's got to go vertically and really get a big zip out of the lip to get some big points.
Yeah, I think she'll probably know that too. I mean, after that last wave score coming through, the 4.40, she knows what she needs to do. She needs to get a bit more critical on that first opening section. I mean, that's why Tyler has got these 2 excellent waves. You know, she's really laying it all on the line on these first opening sections.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We've still got 42 seconds remaining. There are a few lines approaching, Ronnie.
Yeah, Macy, though, is up against it because she's in 3rd priority or has no priority at the moment. So she's got to kind of get a saleswoman hat on, and it's not a hard sell for this first ride for Tyler. She's trying to better an 8 here. Just cruising through to the inside. Doesn't even have to mess with the end section at the moment. Job done for her. 15 seconds to go here. And will Macy get an opportunity on the outside? It doesn't really look like it. So DeFay survives a really tricky heat here. And you know, she'll be grateful to skip the elimination round there and probably get some free serves in and get back to her best before she hits the lineup again.
Yeah. Look, I absolutely loved that last heat. I'm a big fan of Tyler Wright, and yeah, I loved seeing her carry that, absolute power from Bells through to Margaret River.
Really strong stuff. It's been an absolute pleasure to join you both here on the Harvey Norman set to get things started here in the West. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to bring in Joe Tappel and Richie Lovett to keep the conversation rolling when we return.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia.
Okay, that in a nutshell explains what's coming. Betty Lou is all fireworks. She's like a spicy one. So I think she's gonna be the main driver in the sense of like just spicing it up, of like, she don't care. She's like, he's gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants. And then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then. This new generation don't lack confidence, and we're all gonna push each other like crazy.
You can check out one-on-one on WorldSurfLeague.com. Molly Picklum, world #1, surfing with a lot of confidence, and I really enjoyed sitting down with her to talk about everything in her life and all about being at the top of the leaderboard heading into stop number 5. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman Hove set. Joe Tappel, Richie Lovett here for the call. Already off to a quick start. Still nice and groomed conditions and some big heats to come in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And the heat in front of us is an absolute cracker, but it's a pleasure. It's an honor to be back here in the West. It's turned it on. We've got some incredible waves and an amazing day of competition ahead, and it's already gotten underway. That last heat with Tyler was just dynamite.
Molly Picklum taking on Brisa Hennessy and Bronte McCauley. Bronte McCauley, the local here from Gracetown, just down the road.
And you got to have a Macaulay in the event here at Margaret River. Her father finished in some top 5 positions on the championship tour, winning this event in the past. Bronte earning her spot this year in the event by taking out the trials event. And also adding Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy into the mix, who's looking to get on a roll at this event to make sure she survives the midseason cut. But Molly Picklum in the driver's seat at 20 years of age, Richie, really just enjoying this changing of the guard movement we're having in 2023.
Yeah, really embracing it, Joe, and full of confidence. The scary thing is, though, man, she has got the maneuvers, she's got the repertoire, she's got the performances to back up that confidence. And, I remember last year, one of the turns that she laid down was like, whoa, it made everyone just go, hang on a minute, this kid has got something special. So much power. She's got the rail game, she's got the tricks. So, yeah, look out.
It was a significant moment for Molly. Got into the 9s with a really healthy forehand hook, followed it up with some great combinations. Beat Tyler Wright in that match. Lost in the quarterfinals later on in the event last year, and that sent her off tour back to the Challenger Series. Taking off on this wave, it'll just be a quick up and down from Brisa Hennessy. Brisa and Molly spend a lot of time together. Teammates, they don't mind staying together, they have dinners together, share the same coach in Glen Micro Hall. And sometimes that creates some of the best rivalries. Sometimes it's a friend you actually enjoy that you push the hardest. I'm sure you can relate to that, Rich.
Oh, absolutely. I had a number of heats with the guys I was traveling with. Jake, Tommy Whitaker, Nathan Webster, all those guys. And you do actually try that a little bit harder. You really want to get one on those guys.
Our goofy foot in the mix is the local hero, Bronte Macaulay. Sweeping off the bottom incredibly late, but still attacking a big section. Bronte goes down. She'll be incomplete. Priority with the yellow jersey of Molly Picklum. All set up work for Pickles, and she'll have to step off, so kind of even there, and everyone just getting a warm-up wave.
Super interesting start to this heat, Joe, where, we left that last heat where there were just, really good exchanges. Wave selection was kind of on point for the most part. And the start of this heat, well, our women are just trying to find their groove at the moment. You can see Molly just steam training out to the peak. She knows she wants to gain priority.
As you can see, the battle for priority, everyone kicking and scratching, and they'll continue to do that until they feel the buzz on their wrist from the Apple Watch to see if they've earned that right to pick the next set wave. Macaulay in the white jersey has spent the most time in this lineup. However, she has so many great choices of waves to surf around here that she ends up surfing up and down the coast quite a bit, especially here at Mainbreak in the lead up to a big event. Kaipo, how are you enjoying this paddle battle?
Joe, it was really a 3-surfer paddle battle, right? And we're going to see, check out my Apple Watch. It looks like blue, Brisa Hennessy did get the priority there, but that was a really competitive start to the heat. No big scores on the board so far. Excited to see what's up ahead.
Good man, Kaipo. Yeah, sometimes those battles are interesting. They use everything that they can to get first priority. They have to make sure they've got enough left in the tank to spin and use priority immediately. It looks like they're in that scenario now. It's up to Brisa if she wants it. And we will have a taker of Molly Picklum just wisely positioning herself to get the first completion out of the way. Just a one-turn moment there for Pickles, and she'll step off.
Joe, wave choice is so important out at Mainbreak, and it's a break where you really can't scrap around. You do have to get into the rhythm with the sets. You have to pick your waves wisely, It's all about getting those 2 turns out the back and then getting that final finishing move. And at the moment, wave choice is a problem in this heat. They need to tidy it up.
A lot of things can affect your wave selection, and sometimes it is your competition. They can throw you off your game a bit, get you to forget about your lineup markers. We talked about the glare this morning. It could be a little tough to line up, as we'll go back to Molly on her completed maneuver here.
Yeah, just a little hung up on the first takeoff. She got the hit there, and then the wave just runs off down the line. So just didn't have that tapered wall on it, and then Brisa just a little bit late as well, coming unstuck. And then possibly the most experienced competitor in the women's field in terms of reps out here at main break, Bronte Macaulay, growing up in the region, have surfed this wave so many times. But I was just chatting with Tommy Whitaker before we came in the booth, and he just said, you know, you can't oversurf it today. You just have to wait for your moment on the wave. You have to be patient. If you scrap around, it's going to be really noticeable. So big surfing, big clean line surfing, it's going to pay off today.
Let's now catch up with Tyler Wright with Stays.
Thanks, Joe. Tyler Wright, thanks for coming.
No worries. It's a little bit of fun.
You really didn't catch fire at Bells until the semis or the final. You're straight out of the gates here with a massive heat total. You must be pretty proud of that performance.
Yeah, look, it's one of those ones where I haven't actually got the prep that I would have liked to have had here. Like, that's my second surf since Bells, and so yeah, a little bit run down after that. So it was actually just nice to kind of really get in the you kind of like pinpoints out there. You know, find your pins, the wind, and calculating for the wind, and it's just so different in the west. So it was really nice.
You've done a few laps around the tour now. How important is that balance between, you know, coming off a big win and then resetting again here at a new event?
Yeah, I think it's important. Like, every event's different. I think my relationship here is different to the one that I have in Jarrah and Wadawurrung country. So it's really, you know, we went to the Welcome to Country ceremony last night, really connecting with the country that we're on here. And I think it's, you know, being welcomed by the elders last night was really special. So I think that's a really important part of the process for me. And so yeah, and then you kind of just like settle in and find your feet again, and yeah, like go out and surf. That's really what I did then. It wasn't too complicated just now.
And surf very well indeed. But you're right, it's a very special place here. The people are very welcoming, huge crowds early in the morning. It must feel nice to sort of surf in this natural amphitheatre.
It is. It's a really nice atmosphere to surf here. It's you know, you've got to put in a lot of work, and you know, it is like it's a long way out. It's big. It's windy. But the crowds are really welcoming. The country's been really amazing to be welcomed here. So it's been actually quite nice to reset, come down from Bells to just really kind of drop back into a nice kind of cruisy vibe at the moment. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well done, Tyler. We'll see you later in the week.
Thanks, Dave. 16.83 combined total for Tyler Wright, a two-time world champ coming off a big win at Bells, back-to-back in her reign there on the other side of the country. And a quick trip over here to Margaret River. She's still hot, ripping, sending Macy Callahan to the elimination round. Joanne DeFay able to advance on in second into the round of 16. Once again, the elimination round is going to be incredibly dramatic here at stop number 5. During the interview with Tyler, Brisa got this wave.
Yeah, not a bad wave for Brisa. Great opening turn. She gets that second swoop, transitions right up to that third maneuver. Unfortunately, comes unstuck behind her. Bronte, bigger wave on the backhand. Just looking for that moment to go and hit the lip, and just timed it a little bit late.
So Bronte missing the finish. Brisa unloading with some powerful turns. Such a solid competitor, representing really a lot of parts of the world. Brisa representing Costa Rica, as that's where everything began for her. Living in a jungle with no real technology. All she had to do was surf perfect waves. What a dream. Her father, a professional fisherman. Her mom loves to surf as well. Surfs almost every single day. Amazing in the kitchen as well. They provide some amazing meals for their whole crew. Molly Picklum gets to benefit from that, along with Callum Robson, Lakey Peterson. Got to go to the Hennessy household the other day and have some fish, some squid that Brisa's father went there and caught that same day.
Wow.
Not bad having a pro fisherman around all the time.
That's incredibly, you know, hospitable for them to really open up and be super generous. We even get the benefits, Joe, when they leave little packages for us here in the host set. We get to dine out on that, which is, you know, very, very thankful for those moments.
When you stand on the bluff here at main break, you get to see so many lines coming through. This one going right to world number 1, Molly Picklum. Fades that first section. Pushes hard off the bottom on that DH. And now patiently waits for the lip. That's a tough section to come down with. Changes shape quite a bit, and you're running out of water as you approach that rock shelf. Here comes the local hero, Bronte McCauley. Snap on the open face, and she steps off. It's interesting talking to Bronte at the press conference the other day. You know, she's competed at the high level for so many years. I was wondering how that would change competing in a local trials. And she said it was actually quite stressful. You think about all those heat reps, surfing on the title race showdown for so many years. She might have felt pretty confident in that series, but she said actually the opposite, incredibly stressful, and she's really thankful to get the win, to get back to compete against all of her peers on tour.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, this is where she's comfortable, in this environment where she kind of feels like she belongs at the top echelon of the sport. And it would be a little nerve-wracking kind of going back to school, so to speak. And, well, she obviously did well, but the Margaret River Pro doesn't seem right unless Bronte McCauley's in it. And this is Molly's ride. So starting to get things going, a bit of a sleepy cutback to start off. That second turn, also a little sleepy. Gets to this final turn here and just gets a little off balance as the lip came down. So just not quite on the timing that we're used to seeing from Molly Picklum. This was Bronte outside. A couple of good swooping cutbacks here. She gets this turn on the inside, Joe, and then she pulls out. And the MO there was to get priority, back off Molly Picklum, and stay second on the priority order for the heat at the moment.
Interesting, Richie, when we showed up, it was pumping out here at Margaret River main break. Lots of broken boards. Molly Picklum told me, you know, in a joking fashion, that she spent most of that day underwater, just getting caught inside, trying to test some big equipment. And then I ran into Sally Fitzgibbons, and she actually went down the road. She saw the forecast changing, and she really wanted to ride a board she'd probably be riding on this opening day. So with that veteran knowledge going, maybe I don't need to have to mix it up with this double, triple overhead type of day, because I probably won't be getting that in my heat. So a couple of different options there on how these surfers prepare in the lead up to their first match.
It's a really good point you make, and that's to be prepared for your heat. And if you can be a weather forecast and actually see what it's going to be like, or anticipate what it's going to be like, and you can tune in with your equipment better, that's going to pay dividends for sure. And you know, like you said, the week before we came here, it was onshore, rainy, stormy, giant swell. We arrived and everything's just been groomed out, so we've timed it to perfection. The forecast looks sensational. There's going to be no shortage of swell. The wind will you know, we'll work around that, but at the moment, you know, there was no walking away from what we had this morning. 4 foot, you know, overhead, double overhead sets, and perfectly groomed offshore conditions. And, you know, all the surfers would have that little magic Ferrari board that they would go to for this sort of stuff.
You can see a bit of the magic that we have in this region, one of the most beautiful places on the planet. We're so happy to be here in Western Australia. We're known for the premium wine region, also nestled along these pristine beaches. There's ancient caves and also tall timber forests. There's something for everybody when you come here, and I just love the escape as you get that beautiful view from the Western Australia flight cam. See main break and all the activity from the water patrol. On the other end, you could see that slabbing wave called the box, and not on today, but it definitely had some thrilling moments for the world's best the last couple of days. And you can see that beautiful river mouth right there where we had the welcome to country ceremony yesterday evening. Richie, you were a big part of that. That was really special.
It was really special, and to hear some of the stories being told, really resonating, and understanding the history of this place is very special. You can't ignore it when you come here. There's a feeling, there's an energy that you pick up on, and we'll be getting into that a little bit later. Here we go, live action.
Nice roll in from Brisa Hennessy. Now sets up her opening hook. Always aggressive on the open face. Good for one move. That'll back up her 4.67. Hennessy didn't need much to move into the top 2, as she's really focused on making a lot of big heats throughout this event here at stop number 5. Hennessy featured in the Rip Curl WSL finals last season and came incredibly close to shutting down Steph Gilmore in that first match. Well, as we remember, Steph had the magic. Brisa got called for the block, about minute 30 to go, and Gilmore went all the way to get that 8th world title last September.
I think it was a great confidence booster for Brisa as well. I think, you know, we've been seeing her surf every event and we know just how amazing she is, but perhaps some of the spectators were, you know, maybe a little caught off and wow, Brisa's made the final 5, but she really stood up in that event, pushed Stephanie to the limit, and I'm sure we'll see her, you know, have her time in those final 5 moments again.
Numbers in for Brisa Hennessy at 2.57, enough to go to first. Kaipo Guerrero in the water. From your perspective, how do these surfers make that decision whether to paddle back out or hop onto the Red Bull ski?
Right, Joe. It's an audible, and I'm going to take an audible right now because Molly Picklum paddling into this wave. Pickles off the bottom. Good-looking wave here. Snaps off the top. Had to wheelie down that section, Joe. And a nice finishing set of maneuvers. Take it away.
There's the finish. Stays on her feet. She'll eject right on that rock shelf. And Kaipo, yeah, interesting decision Molly will have to make now. Does she paddle back out or get the lift from the water patrol?
Okay, we're going to see what the thought process is here right now for Molly Picklum. Taking a look at that, and it looks like she's going to take the paddle back out. So that's going to save her some time. Main break, we're at a size where you can kind of sneak out, but guess what? Here comes some waves, Joe.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Rolling in the goofy foot from WA. Bronte McCauley goes down a clean top turn arc. Patience off the bottom. Nice snap again. Now McCauley creating some space. Nice little giddy up to get to that end section. Unfortunately, though, couldn't hang on to the backside hack. But I love the pace she got off the bottom in a challenging section to pick up speed. Bronte trying to improve on a 3.0 with that effort.
It was a great looking wave. And the advantage of the goofy footers, they can come right from around the section up high into the hook. And Bronte looks fantastic on this wave. The second hit, timed it perfectly, didn't go too high, and just so unfortunate that she couldn't ride out of that. That was going to be a giant score. Up to this point, the heat was still wide open, and you can see the difference with Molly on this wave. The pace is better. She's settled into the rhythm of the wave now. Didn't try to overcook it like she did on the first couple of waves. Gets to the final hit, so those 3 strong maneuvers. You can see here that offshore wind, while super pretty, does create these little bumps. Little airdrop there after that first turn, but didn't overextend on the turn. Kept the nose pointing down the line, up and over this lip. And sometimes, Joe, the bottom turn is from halfway up the face of the wave out here at Margaret River. It can be quite a slopey face at sometimes, and you've really got to pick those moments. You can't go too deep, otherwise you'll mistime that lip hit.
All the legends, all the best surfers in the world, there's this constant emphasis that they're trying to pass down to the grommets of really making sure you have a solid bottom turn at every wave that you compete on. Speak to that, Richie, how the importance of really making sure you've got the best bottom turn you possibly could have.
Look at the greats in our sport, from Mark Occhilupo, Emma, Kelly Slater, Tom Curran, you know, the list goes on. Think of the modern world. We'll get back to that. Brisa.
Wrapping cutback for Costa Rica is Brisa Hennessy. Driving into a solid section. Absolutely drills it. Great management of speed. Really opened up when it got critical in front of her. And things have been changing very quickly. Brisa had the lead for a moment with scores in from Molly Bronte back-to-back. She's dropped back to third. And this time Brisa will take the Red Bull ski. She's hoping for at least a 5.84 to move into the top 2. What'd you see here, Richie?
Yeah, much better. Fades off the bottom for the first turn. Gets the wrap back into the power source, and then gets this finishing turn here. Just extends, but was able to stay compressed enough. So watch here, she fully extends out and now compresses the body. It falls out from under her. And she sits down on the turn a little bit just to make sure she rides out of it. But that's a better comeback wave for Brisa. She'll strengthen her position.
Using a lot of power. That's what Brisa's been famous for. Definitely one of the most powerful surfers on the top 17. But as we know, that number shrinks down to top 10 after this event. World number 1 in motion. Molly Picklum with some open face. Love that grab rail fade. Sets up the second hook with the rebound. wraps it over the boil on this inside track. She'll run out of water there. Some of these waves will kind of drop you off early and you kind of miss that inside brick section, as we've often called it. And sometimes the closeout section demands you to ride away right on top of it.
It's such an important maneuver. And again, I was chatting to some of the coaches this morning, and they were like, the importance of those first 2 turns to make them clean and put emphasis on them. But then if you know that you've got the score, or you've got a decent score already on the board, you don't need to overcook that final turn. You don't need to push it too hard. So Molly gets a beautiful grab rail carve here, showing the judges something different already. And another one, nice wrap. And a third. So, yeah, she's really starting to find a bit more flow. But just back to your point on the bottom turn, it's so important. It sets up the foundation for every single turn. We're about to see Stephanie Gilmore, one of the best on the women's side, with an immaculate bottom turn.
She'll take on Caitlin Simmers and Lakey Peterson coming up next in heat number 4. A lot on the line here at the mid-season cut as Lakey prepares with her husband Thomas. We'll be right back.
Called the Wild West for a reason. Like the moment that you arrive here, just the fresh air, I feel like you come here and you really get to connect with nature and you could stay there forever.
The quad biking was sick. I've never done that and always wanted to. It was just so cool to go out in the country and just ride around, and felt like I got lost for an hour and a half and just got to see a bunch of cool stuff and take in a bunch of the beautiful countryside.
Honestly, this is one of my favorite stops, for sure. I feel like the community, the clear water, the energy, and just how grounded you feel. We came to Glenarty Road, which is like a farm-to-table winery, which is really special, and tried a bunch of fabulous wine, and yeah, we're gonna eat some lunch soon, so I'm super excited.
There's just so much to do and so much to see. It's super fun. It's just raw and untouched and uncrowded, and what's not to like about it?
Truly feels like you're walking on a dream when you come here to Western Australia. So many incredible things to do. And one of our favorites, probably at the top of the list, is ride these perfect waves that challenge you with the power of the Indian Ocean. You basically have 2 oceans that collide, so there's a lot of energy here. The ocean feels alive. It's incredibly clear, and we were greeted to great weather as soon as we got here, and I think it was just even more welcomed because, as you know, being a surfer, you're just hoping to score, and that happens on the championship tour as well. There's been some tough forecasts at the start of the season, and now we're looking at some of the prettiest waves we've had in a long time, Rich, and there's a lot of reason to celebrate that.
Oh yeah, we certainly do, and you know, this is an event of consequence, no doubt about it, and the fact that we have such a promising outlook and swell forecast, I think the surfers they've started to relax a little bit. They're focusing on what they need to do, but certainly, you know, talk to the locals. They'll tell you West is best, and it is. It's one of the most pristine and beautiful coastlines for so many different reasons.
Paddling right here is Brisa Hennessy, who got a 5.83 before we went to the break. Still in third as she lays down her opening turn. Wave face slopes out. She still fits in a wrap. And look at what she's left with. The wave almost completely stops breaking as she's run out of water there. She's down to 6:15 on the clock to try to avoid a trip into the elimination round. And we're going to keep you guys posted on the scenarios for the midseason cut. One thing that we know for Brisa, and forget about all the other surfers in the draw, if she makes the final, she can put herself on tour for the rest of the season. There's a lot of other scenarios that could happen depending on what other athletes may do as we take a look from this angle.
Oh, the start of this wave looked great, and that first turn, really liking how Brisa just pushed it a little bit harder, got some tail release from the first turn. Unfortunately, there wasn't much down the line, but I did like how she came from behind on that first turn rather than take off on the shoulder. The judges noticing when you sort of take off a bit further along on the wave and then you have to fade back into the power of it. When you're coming behind from the start, it really lets you get that speed and come back to that bottom turn where you drive through it, get all that speed coming into the lip, and you can really put a really decent first turn on the wave.
Yeah, it's hard to fake anything at this level, especially disruption of flow or trying to recover from a missed opportunity on a wave. That'll be a throwaway score for Brisa Hennessy's last as we hit the 5-minute mark. If she heads into the elimination round, we could see the most pressure on Brisa that we've had in a very long time. She will be in a must-win situation at that stage, and if she does lose in the elimination round, it would be almost impossible to get past this event at stop number 5. So a lot of drama there unfolding from Brisa, but she's had a lot of those really big highs and lows in a short period of time. Remember, she fell off tour, qualified through the Challenger Series, won Sunset Beach last year, and then was wearing the yellow jersey, and she got to compete for her real first world title campaign last year at Lower Trestles. This year, the one thing that's been different, and really more recently in the last few days, was her really entering this place of vulnerability. As she said, that's been her word of this year, that she wants to put herself more vulnerable, and she's been so vocal to share what she's been going through with her physical condition and things that are changing in her life. And it was a really brave moment that she went on her social media to share what she goes through as this top athlete. It's not always the easiest thing to share when you're actually pushing to feel 100%.
Yeah, so many different feelings and emotions that you have to deal with on top of just being physically fit and in peak performance. Brisa up again, just a quick one.
Such a kind soul, Brisa Hennessy, chasing a 4.68. Heat number 3, Harvey Norman, heat recap, all in favor of world number 1, Molly Picklum. 7.33, her top score at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see why. Have a look at the strength of the maneuvers. That's the second one. Timed it perfectly on that final finishing maneuver, and that was really the start of this heat. And she broke it open. This was Bronte Macaulay, a huge sweeping turn on the backhand. And again, look how patient she was off the bottom. And yeah, really feeling confident now. Sitting in second place, but really tight heat, Joe. And you can see Molly, this is her backup wave. That great grab rail turn, what that does is stabilizes the board as you're going through that long carving turn, keeping the power low, keeping the energy driving through the board.
Well done for Molly Picklum, still leads with 2:40 on the clock. Bronte Macaulay second, chasing a 4.41 for the win. Remember, top two do move on together into the round of 16. Macaulay, just a wild card this year. Doesn't worry about the pressures of the midseason cut or the title race. She just has to protect her local lineup and just continue that beautiful connection of Macaulay's in this event for so many decades. Chasing a 4.41. I think one of the greatest things about Bronte's game is her ability to charge. Big sections on her backhand at main break. She's going to attack. We've seen that in this heat, but maybe turning into one of my favorite tube riders on the planet with all the free surf footage she's putting up and down this coastline.
Yeah, they build them tough over here, Joe. There's no doubt about it. And obviously the lineage with the Macaulay family very strong. And you know, I've watched Dave out here countless times in my younger years. And yeah, they definitely have a connection here. And Bronte sitting in second place, but you know, she would be rubbing her hands together thinking about the forecast, but she needs to get through this heat first.
And we've seen her sister in the main event as well. Minute 25 on the clock. Bronte holds priority, and she will take this wave. Beautiful conditions this morning for the Goofy Foot to attack her home break. Flows over the white water. Messy section, didn't really give her any room to finish. But the key thing was for this matchup for Bronte was to make sure Brisa wasn't on that wave. And now Picklum with priority over Brisa Hennessy, 55 seconds to go.
Tough position for Brisa Hennessy right now, because you would think that Molly is going to guard her lead, thinking that, you know, it's not a big lead. Look at the scores there. There's only a point separating them. And, well, Brisa, she will be desperate for a two-wave set to come through, but it was a defensive maneuver from Bronte to take that wave. The first turn, beautiful swoop. Unfortunately, just nothing down the line. But it has actually dropped in as a 5.0, so she has taken the lead off the strength of that one turn. Here's a set. Will it come in time?
Well, now Molly Picklum really has to focus on picking the right wave with priority. She had a little bit of room over Brisa, but now that McCauley just took the lead, things have changed. 10 seconds. Beautiful lines coming throughout the back here. And will it make it in time? They're both paddling to get into position, and we will run out of time. This wave coming in after the heat. And it is official. Picklum stays in second. And world number 1 will advance underneath Bronte McCauley right into the round of 16. Really impressive performance from Bronte. 7.10 and a 5. Representing WA, and the trials champion takes a big win, and that's got to feel good when you've got world number 1 in your heat.
Oh, absolutely. We just saw then that was Katie Simmers just coming unstuck, first ride of her heat. But yeah, big result there for Bronte, getting the win and a little confidence booster over the yellow jersey leader.
That's right. Katie Simmers, Stephanie Gilmore, Lakey Peterson coming up next in heat number 4 of the opening round of competition. Conditions still looking incredibly rippable at main break. We'll be right back.
My name is Caitlin Simmers, and I'm 17, and I'm from Oceanside, California. I chose the number 76 because it's the area code for San Diego, 760. My goal is to probably just to make the cut, honestly, and try to enjoy it, too. It would be cool to win a world title. I guess that's why I'm doing it. I'd like to win a couple world titles. That would be pretty sick.
Caitlin Simmers happy to be representing San Diego, California on the championship tour and the Grom of the tour. 17-year-old already has a championship tour win to her name, winning over the challenging Super Tubos in Portugal to put herself in a great spot on the standings. Number 4 in the world, coming into stop number 5 as she takes on the GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore, the 8-time defending world champion, and also Lakey Peterson, who's won this contest back in 2019, was the champ of the Margaret River event. As we watch the opener from Steph Gilmore, firing out of the gates here.
Oh, have a look at this. This is just vintage Stephanie Gilmore. She's picked an absolute gem to start this heat off and really put some pressure on. But Joe, if she wasn't surfing conservatively, look at here, just jams it. Didn't go too high, about 2/3 up the face. Spray flying everywhere. Steph sets the rail again, drives around. This one had a cuppy little section on it. Look at Steph, just gets the tail release here. Angles the board back down, just textbook surfing here. And you can see, much like Tyler, she is in attack mode. There is no defensive work going on here. She is ready to play.
Also in this opening exchange, Lakey Peterson.
So Lakey, a nice swooping cutback to start things off. Drives hard off the bottom, tags the lip. Does she get the finish? Yes, she does. A little bit late, but gets to the finish. So this is Katie. Nice open face wave. The youngster. Has she figured out Margaret River yet? Well, that was a nice snap under the lip. Just a little unstuck, just trips up on the final hit. So, you know, experience coming into play in these opening exchanges, Joe.
What a big start. Lakey Peterson, 7.17. Stephanie Gilmore, 8.67. Those two have been in a rivalry situation in the past, fighting for world titles, surfing in multiple finals. Lakey and Steph even have history at this venue. This is where Lakey was able to get her first ever win off the GOAT with one of the most powerful frontside hacks we've seen Lakey lay down, and boy, did she grow a lot. You know, now Lakey's been out on tour for over a decade now, and this wave used to really haunt her in those early years. We got a couple of days out here that were absolutely gigantic, and she was able to vocalize that fear, worked hard with Mike Parsons on getting comfortable in bigger surf, and then she turned it into a strength, and she can call herself a previous champ of this event.
Yeah, really courageous just to, you know, take on those fears and anxieties and really work on it. And you know, those couple of seasons ago, everyone was saying it was some of the biggest surf they'd ever experienced, not only in competition, but in their life. Like Barron and Kaya were saying they're the biggest waves I think I've ever seen. So, you know, she's obviously figured out the break. Difference in style, you know, comparatively to Stephanie. Steph will take a longer line, a bit more flow, a bit smoother. Whereas I feel like Lakey tends to look for those pockety ones and really jam those turns a bit tighter. Yeah, she's definitely surfing well, and well, needs a good result here.
We'll talk for Steph Gilmore is fighting for a 9th world title this year, and almost in similar fashion from last year. She kind of had that slow start that was maybe a bit out of her hands due to illness, missed pipeline. This year she was able to surf at pipe, however was knocked out in that early round of competition. Didn't have the best result at Sunset or Portugal, but definitely fired at Bells. As we focus on Bubble Watch, Gilmore moving on to the right side of the cut, but that's right on the bubble, so she knows she needs to make some heats here. If we just go to straight what she can do on her own, if she gets to the semifinals, she'll make the cut and not worry about alternate situations. And Steph has certainly turned up here. She hasn't won this event, however she's had a series of semifinals. She was even runner-up in this contest a few years ago, so she has a fairly decent track record in the final series.
Yeah, she obviously has you know, good feelings here, good performances to tap into, the memory bank, keep those feelings fresh. And you know, when you think about conditions, being groomed and offshore and these nice running right-handers, this really falls right into Stephanie's wheelhouse.
So just one season where Steph didn't make finals day, or the quarters are better, I should say. 2015, she was knocked out by Courtney Conlog. But there was that final runner-up to Tatiana Weston-Webb in 2021. Last year went down to the trials champ of this year, Bronte McCauley, went on to get the semifinal finish, and that's kind of what Steph is looking like. Quarters, she's probably likely to make the cut. Guaranteed will make the cut if she goes one further and gets to the semifinals. We'll keep you posted on that, as stop number 5 is just getting started. Third place in these heats are going to the elimination round. That's what Lakey is really trying to avoid. Bronte and Molly chat about moving on to the round of 16.
Yeah, you can tell by the smiles, can't you, who progressed and who doesn't. And great heat there from Bronte McCauley. And obviously Molly, she started a little bit slow in that heat, to be critical, but she picked it up. And I'm going to say that board looked just a little bit longer than what she normally rides, so which I think is probably a good board choice for the day, seeing that there is some bump on the face, and you know there are still some solid sets coming through.
Molly's just having one of those years, isn't she? Even in heats where maybe she starts off with mistakes, she's always recovering. If it's been a close decision, it's gone her way. And you even think where that started at Sunset. She had a heat with Brisa that could have gone either way, and it started rolling towards Picklum. She'll take it and run with it, and now it's just adding to her confidence. I think she just believes that she's always going to make the heat, no matter what the situation looks like. Gilmore. Big forehand sweep, still looking incredible here on wave number 2. Throws down that beautiful frontside arc on the DHD. Stalls, waits just to hammer the inside whitewater, and did well there as she was running out of room. There's some cool energy coming off of Steph Gilmore right now, Richie.
Look, she's on. It's the only way to describe it. She looks so comfortable. The board looks fantastic. Darren Hanley obviously shaping some magic. And, well, here we go. Some more live action.
Lakey Peterson from Santa Barbara, California sets up a beautiful down carve. Perfect transition of the rail right into a big wrap. Judges always appreciate that. Series of wrapping turns, and she'll just chip it off the top, and that's where she has to get out as it goes dry. Been riding the Channel Island surfboard equipment for an incredibly long period of time. I saw that change the equipment after she won a national title at Lowers as a true underdog. Didn't really have too many stickers on her board, and landed a frontside air. It was the first ever done by a woman in the final. And she started being known as this progressive surfer. These days, it's definitely about overall performance. As we see some beautiful waves coming through again, young Caitlin Simmers ends up bobbling off the top and is having a slow start in this heat.
Yeah, unfortunately, Katie just coming unstuck on that one. Perhaps just, you know, maybe she hasn't surfed Margaret River exactly like this. You know, with groomed offshore peaks, you've got to get your positioning right. Your takeoff position, super important. Otherwise, you'll set your rhythm of the wave, and you'll be too far out on the face. The natural footers can fall into that hole. But we'll definitely pull up the replay of Steph's wave, and you'll just see how deep she takes off on that peak.
Well, Katie Simmers has that real cool, unique spirit. You know, a true surfer at heart. A lot of surfers warming up the other day at Main Break, and she went across the bay and packed a few crazy ones at the box. As we see the replay here, starting with Steph Gilmore.
Okay, did you see how late she took off, and that set up that first beautiful rail turn? Just holds it so well. And see here, now she gets to come around it, gets that bottom turn, keeps that arm nice and low through the cutback. I keep piping on about it, but that allows you to hold that power onto the rail. And again, nice swooping cutback. Steph just looking in complete control here, super confident. And just navigating through the bumps. Look at the arms, the wingspan, just the upper body rotation, and now she compresses through that final moment on the cutback, redirects, get back on the toe side rail. Just the way she's holding speed through that transition, Joe, it's beautiful to watch.
Gosh, such a beautiful arc. Definitely one of the best styles ever in pro surfing. What'd you see here from Lakey?
Yeah, very good. Gouging hack off the top. And again, just the way she held her speed as she came off that bottom turn straight back into the second top turn was exceptional technique. Love the water angle here, nice and low on the bottom turn, really spices it up. Gets straight back on the toe side rail. You can see Lakey's back arm goes a little bit higher as she does the turn. Really putting the pressure on there. Now she cuts it, jumps straight back on the toe side rail here, nice and low. And always special when a surfer doesn't do a 2 or a 3-stage bottom turn. They just hold the rail and hold it for as long as they want, then they jam up into the lip.
Maybe the most rewarding feeling as a surfer when you've got power in your game and you've got a powerful wave like main break, and you know you can just roll that rail over and just release everything into it.
It honestly, for me anyway, and I know a lot of surfers, it holds right up there with getting a tube ride or doing an aerial. But yeah, it really is the foundation of a good surfer, of a power surfer, of a pure surfer. It holds your speed. It's where everything gets set up, and you know, when you can engage that rail and hold it, you know, for me, I go, okay, that's a surfer right there.
Big score for Lakey Peterson, really due to that big first turn and her connectivity between those points on the wave is 7.67. So she's sitting in that second position, third priority, just under Steph Gilmore. And we were talking about Brisa, how she has really in a must-win situation in the elimination round. Lakey is looking at that same kind of position on the tour. She really needs to avoid that elimination round, so she won't be questioned of her destiny in the back half of the season. And a great start for Steph and Lakey, the veterans, really showing off so far. Caitlin Simmers in a pretty severe combo to make a comeback. But like we mentioned, Caitlin Simmers, just that pure joy of being a Grom. You could tell she just loves being in her wetsuit all day, and saw that slab across the bay and just had to absolutely charge. There's a lot of great clips that are circling around online of Katie Simmers, a young Sierra Kerr who was out there with Josh as well, her father, just learning the ropes at one of the coolest radical slabs on the planet.
Yeah, and it's really easy to shy away from that wave and go, you know what, I don't want any part of it, because it is very consequential. You know, it'll snap you in half, it'll snap your board in half. So, you know, Katie's showing a lot of tick at such a young age to get involved in it. And she's been doing the rounds here, man, because we saw her yesterday down around the Gas Bay area. We're like, have you had a surf? She goes, yeah, I've already been out main break. And then she went down and surfed Gas, and she's just a grommet, and she loves surfing. But she's got a little bit of work to do here, Joe.
19 minutes on the clock. The great news for Caitlin Simmers after a tough early loss at Bells, just the way things fell with her competitors, she's the 4th surfer to officially make the mid-season cut. So how exciting is that? Young Caitlin Simmers surfing a complete year, increasing her hopes to be in the title race in September at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, it's as a surfer in this position, so nice just to tick that box, and then you can reset the goal line and get your sights set on that final 5. But you know, I just think about Lakey. I was just, when you made the comment that she just needs to make heats, and I think for her this would be as much as of a mental game than anything else. And that, you know, that cliche saying of staying in the moment is what she really needs to do here. It's wave to wave, you know, heat to heat, and just simplifying it like that, I think would be a good headspace to be in for someone in Lakey's position right now. She seems to be in a really comfortable place because the surfing on these opening waves has been sensational.
18 minutes on the clock. Let's catch up with local hero Bronte McCauley.
Thanks, Joe. That's right, local hero indeed. By way of the trials this year, Bronte, how's that differ from being in the event as a full-time competitor?
Yeah, it's a little bit stressful, to be honest. The trials was on last Sunday and it was howling onshore, and they had one day to run, and I was like, wow, this is hard work. Beach paddle out every time, and it was quite big and onshore, so yeah, it was quite hard work actually, so after 3 or 4 heats.
I guess that's why they call it the Dream Tour.
That's right, yeah, straight into perfect waves.
That must be a big motivation to get back on the tour full time.
Yeah, it is, definitely, especially looking at the schedule, in particularly the back half of the year. It looks really amazing with J-Bay and Chopes and all those dream locations. So yeah, really good incentive to try to pre-qualify.
Unfortunately, Jack Robbo unable to defend his title this year, but plenty of local talent such as yourself, and on the men's side of the draw, who you got your eye on over there?
I think Jacob Wilcox is definitely one to watch. He's been in this event a few times and just got so much potential. I feel like even when he's going to get on tour, definitely, hopefully by next year. But I just feel like he just really suits this wave, and he's got razor sharp backhand. And then also Jack Thomas is amazing, and Jerem Forrest has been doing the trials for about 10 years, and he finally got in, and I think he was pretty much crying when he heard the news. He was just so stoked. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be hanging around and watching Jack, Jacob and Jerem.
Thanks for your time, Bronte. Well done.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you so much, Stace. So you got to love the Pride in the West. A lot of great representation. A lot of goofy foots as well. When you think about Bronte, Jacob Wilcox, Jerem Forrest, also Jack Thomas. The goofy footers are going to be trying to rip apart that backhand attack at main break. And Bronte's right. Wilcox, he almost feels like a full-time competitor how many times he's been out here as a wild card. As we'll get caught up here with Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, Lakey looking to replace the 717. Does she do it here? Gets up into that final hit, nice and vertical. Critical turns there, might go close, perhaps just a bit under.
And where it lies for Lakey coming into stop number 5, even if she's in the round of 16, she's in a must-win situation. That would be a low probability of surviving the cut. Quarterfinals, she'd still be right on the bubble. Once she's in the semifinals, then we'd start seeing maybe highly likely to make the cut. And then a final appearance for Lakey, which she's done before, courtesy of a big win a few years back. That would guarantee her spot in the back end of the season.
Well, looking at the performance in this heat, you kind of wonder why. What's she doing lower on the ratings there? But, you know, this is sport, this is competition. It's hard to keep consistency in the game. And surfing's pretty unique. Throw Mother Nature in the mix as well, and then you've really got a challenge on your hand.
Stephanie Gilmore, what a start. 8.67, 6.33. One of her best starts we've seen this season as she still headlines the matchup in heat number 4. We're going to keep frothing. Take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bond U, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By BioGlam, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, exclusive category partner of the WSL Australia. And by Hydrolyte, official oral rehydration partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the action, and right over the bricks is Caitlin Simmers, and right back into action with that heavy foot frontside arc. Lakey Peterson just taking this one to pieces through the inside. She's got that body torque wrap absolutely down, and she loves to lay it down at the Margaret River main break. She's fighting for the lead against Gilmore, needing a 7.34 with 12:10 to go. Steph Gilmore sitting out the back. Scores coming in for all three coming off the break. We'll keep you posted on any changes there. But seeing a lot of fire early in the morning. No warm-ups needed for the veterans. We'll see what happened out the back from Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, Katie takes off on this one. Quite a bumpy looking wave. Nice swooping cutback to start off. This thing stands up in front of her. She gets a radical lip turn for the second hit. Throws everything at it for the third, and oh, well, she went down. She went to the prone position. You could see her just throw her head in her hands, but Lakey, watch how aggressive these turns are. The first one just jams it hard. The second, perhaps even harder, Joe. So a great two-turn combination here, and then she does some nice work through the inside, gets to the finish. This is the best Lakey Peterson's looked for me in a heat all year. Just looks totally in control, so really taking that pressure on and converting it just into a beautiful surfing performance here in the opening round.
Big body torque wrap from Lakey Peterson. Amazing off the bottom as well. Her equipment choice looks perfect this morning, and sometimes that's the hard part of your day, especially at main break, trying to guess what the size might be like and how different it'll feel once you're actually out there and commit to that board choice. It's not an easy turnaround to switch your equipment out if you don't like what you're riding. So Lakey was spot on with that choice, trying to chase down Steph Gilmore's lead and trying to keep her spot past this midseason cut. She's had incredible performances at Jeffreys Bay. She's made the final there. She wants to be a part of the Surf Ranch, where she's done incredibly well with that throw tail reverse, getting ultra progressive. But right now she's staying present, staying in the moment here at main break. And approaching the 10-minute mark, looks like we'll get Caitlin Simmers her best number on that last exchange. We'll see if it's enough to get her out of that combination situation.
Yeah, it's with 10 minutes to go, you definitely don't want to be needing 2 scores, especially when there's 3 surfers in a heat. But it's looking the goods to get her out of combination. She's still going to need a massive score.
Time for an update from the water. Oakberry surf conditions update with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe. So we're saying about 5 to 8 foot faces, slowing down just a little bit. Northeast wind, continue to clock around. Maybe coming to a little bit more of the north. Unique to this region in the southwest, however, is the tides are not really regular. Last week we had a really flat tide, not much of a coefficient. This week we're going to experience more of a coefficient between the high and the low tide. And here another unique feature is, a meter or even a half a meter of tide change really changes the personality here at main break. The lower tide is going to allow the swell to feel the bottom more, so the lower tide's preferred, and we're going to see more of that coefficient, more of that tide change as we progress through this week. Looks like we have some action right now, and we'll see if we have a competitor taking it.
Thanks so much, Kaipo, for the Oakberry surf conditions. As we know, we're enjoying a great start. Opening day of the waiting period, that's always a treat, and a lot more great news in the forecast. But continuing on with today, the tide's always a big part of the elements out there. High tide at 9:35 this morning. And it's right about right now, just passing it, with now 8:22 left in this one. We'll see what Steph's going to do with her priority, chasing down a 7.4, and we'll get caught up with Lakey Peterson on that amazing frontside carve.
Yeah, you can see Joe again. She took off nice and deep. That 2-turn combination was just beautiful to watch. She put so much more energy and power, a bit more aggressive, and that's why the score's gone up into the 8s. Got all the way to the finish. Just see here, driving through this turn, almost sort of pirouetting around that back arm, throwing a bit of, jazz hands just to accentuate the turn. Great surfing from Lakey Peterson here, really well put together heat.
And that's enough to take the lead. Well done for the Californian, 8.4 to now lead over Steph Gilmore. Steph drops to second. Caitlin now needs a 9.03 to move on, but it's such a high-scoring affair, and you could tell Lakey built a lot of confidence with Steph Gilmore next to her. There was a time where Steph was undefeated, and we talked like over several years. It was like 7 straights. You look at another matchup and it got to 7-0, and One heat at main break Margaret River changed everything for Lakey. She then believed in herself that she could take on the all-time great. And I think we're seeing that now. Steph doesn't haunt her anymore. Now she actually lifts her performance in battles.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of those situations where you don't want to go, you know, toe to toe with Steph on a carving cutback sort of thing. So Lakey's obviously gone, okay, what's going to be my thing that makes me stand out against Steph? And she's gone, it's going to be being a little bit more critical with the turns, putting a bit more emphasis and aggression into the turns. She can do the smooth stuff, I'll do the aggressive stuff, and it's paying off at the moment in this heat.
6:20 to go here at heat number 4. Lakey Peterson just took the lead, 16.07 combined total, as we enjoy this highlight reel on the Harvey Norman recap. This is how Steph started. Just used all that speed on the open face. The best style in the game. Got an 8.67 to start. Still the best number of the matchup.
Oh, just so dominant from the first wave. And Steph setting the tone for this heat. But it was the American Lakey Peterson who came pounding back, just been working really hard at these scores, trying to just increase with every single ride, and she's doing it. Great scoreline at the moment, some fantastic turns, and you can see the wave choice on point. Picking these ones that just cup out a little bit more, that allow you to get right up into the hook. Driving aggressively through all these carves. And most importantly, making the finish on every single wave.
So solid is Lakey Peterson. I'm so impressed by her transition. Big first turn, but she's just going right into her second. So fluid off the top and off the bottom for the Californian as she leads as we hit the 5-minute mark. Love where her headspace is. She looks real light and cruisy, even though she's not having the best success result-wise. But I think one thing for veterans, they really switch on when they do have a good forecast, when the waves are really solid. She's had some challenging heats this year for conditions, and she's probably just loving her job today. Having a lot of options. She's had a lot of set waves. And we know we have this mid-period southwest swell. It's actually leftovers from what we had the last couple of days. That's how strong this swell is. And even though it is dropping, you know, Mick McAuliffe, a local legend, was saying there might be some heats that, you know, get 4 or 5 sets in these 35-minute matchups. There might be some that start trending down to maybe just two set opportunities. They're monitoring that closely, but this is definitely one of the heats that he'd be proud of getting the contest on here on opening day.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been enough waves for everyone. Certainly Steph is probably being the most conservative with her wave management, but it's really working out for her because she's picked 2 gems. And you know that there is only a set amount of sets that will come through in a heat. You can try and anticipate by timing the sets and watching it maybe an hour and a half before, timing the rhythm of the sets and how many waves per set there is. And Steph's obviously done that work and just thought, you know what, I'm going to, just in the rotation of this heat with the 3 other surfers or the 2 other surfers, I know I'm going to get my opportunities, but I have to pick wisely.
Today's a pretty exciting day for a lot of people that are in this part of the world. Partial solar eclipse will be seen here in this Margaret River region. Kicking off around 9:58. The peak will be at 11:17 this morning. A lot of people driving about 15 hours north of where we are to Exmouth, where the eclipse will happen, and it'll get dark in the middle of the day. With now 3 minutes on the clock here, we're going to see Lakey Peterson. She's still hot, just wants to keep surfing, attacks the lip on the first section. Some chatter off the bottom, huge healthy wrap on the open face, attacking that section, changes gears with that lean back and steps off. You can tell she is hyped with adrenaline.
She's feeling it.
And enjoying main break. 7.67's her low score. And maybe not as big as some of her other wave faces, but wow, she's in attack mode.
Yeah, I love it. This is great to watch. And, you know, in terms of events, Joe, this is it. There's no more time. She has to perform here. So this is just such a great confidence builder. You know, we can confidently say she's going to progress through this heat unless something extraordinary happens in this last 2 minutes. But it's a fine performance. The equipment looks on point. The CI board's just looking amazing under her feet here. Let's just hope Steph and Caitlin get another opportunity. It looks like there's some more lines approaching.
This is exactly what you want to see out of Lakey Peterson, not showing any signs of pressure at all. And we're looking at scenarios for her. If she would have been in the elimination round, we're thinking, hey, a loss there, she's off tour. So thankfully, with these big numbers, we don't even have to go there with the Californian, as she looks like she will be heading into the round of 16.
It's amazing what pressure does, and it can do two things. It can unravel you, or you can live up to it, and you can stand up to it and embrace it. And as we look the split screen here, how good is this comparing the two hacks? Steph just jams it a little lower on the face. Lakey goes for the big swoop, and again, this is just, well, it's poetry in motion watching these two just attack this wave. You know, there are similarities in where the board's being positioned, but the body, there's a lot of difference in how they're positioning their hands and arms, different technique, and different ways to achieve some high scores on a wave.
What an amazing comparison. And it's so cool to have a unique style. I remember back, you know, a few years ago, it was kind of popular to like mimic your idols. And then there was so many McFannings in the water. And there was, everyone was then trying to find a point of difference. And I think now with a lot of the coaching circles and high performance centers, they say, well, bring out the best in your game. Look unique, have your own personality. And that was a cool representation of that. Lakey and Steph, completely different on their approach, but both high-scoring athletes on tour. 8.4767 is Lakey's combined total out in front. Waves on the way. Priority with Steph Gilmore. We'll see if Katie can try to pull off a big number right out into the buzzer here. 4 seconds to go. There's the big sweeping cutback for Gilmore, who makes a smart decision to shut this one down over the grommet. Caitlin Simmers is going to have to go to the elimination round here in her first starts at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Steph Gilmore in that second position with a big 8.67. But it was all about the Lakey show. Lakey Peterson throwing away 2 scores in the 7 range. She didn't even need those for her victory as she goes into the round of 16. More action to come in the opening round. Tati takes on Betty Lou, and Courtney Conlock will bring in Felicity Palmatier. Ronnie Blakey, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call right after this.
Well, get your fantasy teams put away and take in the big performances from the world's best through these opening rounds. See who's in form, see who's a little out of form, and make your call on who's going to take you to the top of your group. League, and let's have a look at another spectacular heat here. Tatiana Weston-Webb, a former winner of this contest, up against the exciting youngster Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, and Courtney Conlog, another former winner of this contest, a surfer that loves her time here in the Southwest. So this should be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set, alongside local big wave surfer, former CT surfer Felicity Parmentier. Flick, enjoying your time?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. First time on the broadcast, and it's been a pleasure to call some heats with you and Rabbit.
Yeah, Bugs, welcome back, mate. Both you and Felicity had the opportunity to compete here at Margaret River. It's a destination, as we know, that serves up a pretty unique challenge to our competitors.
It sure is. It comes in all sizes, and today it's been some phenomenal performances in the early rounds of the women's. I mean, Lakey, Stephanie, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore, Bronte McCauley. It's been awesome.
It has been awesome, and much like the event down there at Bells, you know, the opening round for the women was really, really fun to watch unfold. Lakey obviously really happy to get a victory there over Stephanie Gilmore. Anytime you can achieve that feat, you know you might be on your way to something special. As we see this ride, this was during the break, Tatiana getting started here.
Yeah, love Tatiana's style of surfing. Such a strong goofy footer here, and that was a beautiful first wave. I mean, super solid on her feet, and she'll be really happy with that one.
Yeah, really strong. 7 events here for Tatiana, and she's had some great success. A victory in 2021, and also she was on a magic roll there. 2018, 2019, she was runner-up in the event. So this is one of her highlighted stops for big finishes, and she'll want one now to get herself solidified at the top end of the rankings. 6.33 as an opener here for the surfer representing Brazil. And yeah, she's a force. I mean, in waves of consequence, she's the one that you always put a circle around and say, we'll keep an eye on her for a big performance. But Courtney, she doesn't mind the waves of consequence either. Certainly has a go for broke attitude, and she gets stuck inside the barrel there.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to Courtney earlier today, and she said during her free surf, she went out in the dark, it was just starting to get light. She actually managed to sneak a little barrel, so a little gift from Margaret River, and I guess she's still looking for him this morning.
Yeah, Courtney loves to get pitted out here at Surfers Point, but she's got a great track record at this venue too. 8 previous appearances here at Margs, a victory in 2015 and a semi-final last year. So she's looking for more. She wants another victory. She also had a lot of success in this event as a qualifying series venue.
Yeah, I mean, Courtney's, you could argue, has some of the most experience out here at Margaret River, maybe more than some of the Australian girls on tour. I mean, she's put so much time into this lineup, and like you said before, she absolutely thrives in waves of consequence. It's when she comes alive. She has got that strong, powerful style, and it just goes hand in hand with Margaret River.
It sure does. Bugs, it seems that those surfers that really find a passion for trickier venues like this are the ones that more often than not are prospering at the end of the event window.
Yeah, particularly the ones that have got that versatility where it just doesn't, you know, they'll take on the full range of what a venue offers. I mean, for, you know, Tatiana and Courtney, they're both former Margaret River Pro champions. The bigger the better, the wilder the woollier the better. It doesn't faze them. And they're up against a youngster, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, but, you know, from Hawaii, no stranger to big conditions. So this is a really classic showdown.
Yeah, all three women in this heat, you know, they love the bigger, more powerful surf. So, like you said, it is going to be a good showdown, and there's still a lot of size today. You know, we're seeing double overhead waves at least, and when the sets come through, there's still a lot of power there from that leftover swell. So it's going to be a good heat.
It is just over 28 minutes remaining here. Really impressive performance. Another 16-point plus heat score total in the opening round, Stace.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. And what a time to do it. Lakey Peterson, that must feel good.
It does. Sorry, bear with me. My voice is just coming back. I lost it the other day. But, yeah, God, I just feel like I haven't had a good heat since Pipe, really. So just felt great to put it together. And, yeah, great to be back in WA. And Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know. It feels good to be here. I'm pretty relaxed and just stoked we got good waves, to be honest. It's been a rough forecast for a lot of our events lately, so it was just, I was having so much fun trying to ride as many waves as possible, really, in the end, just to get practice, because it's hard in the freezer, so.
On the down days in between the events, the weeks and the months that go by, how hard is it to keep that belief up?
Yeah, it's hard when you keep getting bad results over and over again. Like, I feel like this year I've actually been surfing really well, and I don't know, it just feels like it. I just haven't had the rhythm. So I think I just came to terms with it after Bells. I was like, all right, well, living the dream, and I'm trying my absolute hardest. I know that for sure. And either way, whether I make the cut or don't, I'm living out my dream and healthy and happy. So I think that's just more my approach and what I've come to terms with everything. So yeah, I believe in myself, and I'm here to give it a good crack.
Give it a good crack indeed. How good did it feel kicking out of that 8 into the channel?
Yeah, to be honest, I just was like, frick, I need this heat win right now, especially with Steph and Katie, just both such hard people to beat. And Steph got me back at Bells, so I was pretty fired up to get her back. And yeah, it felt good, and yeah, hopefully more to come.
Quick shout out back home.
Yeah, hello to everyone back home, family, parents, mom, dad, everyone. Thanks for watching, and everyone back in Torquay too, guys. Love you and miss you. See you soon.
Well done, Lakes.
Thank you, Stace. Lakey Peterson won the contest back in 2019 and chasing a big result here. Is proven winner on the CT.
You know, Ronnie, I've got to say, when you see Lakey Peterson free surfing in and around Connors venues, you would simply go, she must win so many events. She's that good a surfer.
Yeah, brilliant. And when it all comes together, it's awesome to watch as we go to live action now. Let's see what Betty Lou can serve up against a couple of the veterans here on the CT. There's a great turn. Of course, has had a victory over there in Hawaii at Haleiwa, home break. She just blew the world's best out of the water as a youngster to earn her place on the CT. Great to see her back in the Championship Tour jersey and really starting to collect some strong finishes at this level. She's got a big, bright future ahead of her. Had a good run so far on tour. She's counting a semi-final as her best finish. That came at the first stop this year. A couple of ninths and a quarter-final down there at Bells, but this was a great ride.
Yeah, beautiful first carving turn there, and that nice little jam in the pocket. She goes up to hit this last section, but the board actually came back, and it looks like it almost hit her in the face here. The front foot slips off, and oh, she just saved her face. I mean, that end section is so difficult to time, and yes, there is still, you know, we can't see it, but a lot of chatter on that face, and front foot just kind of slipping off.
Bugs, just thinking about Betty Lou's surfing, what for you are her strengths?
Well, you know, she's got this really compact style. I mean, the way she just attacks the lip, you know, she's got so much confidence, and, you know, I think she's just developing a surfing still as she matures into her full self. I really believe that she'll be a contender. I'm that impressed with her.
Yeah, I love her power out of the lip. You know, at the moment, as a youngster, you're coming up against surfers who really, the backbone of their competitive success is big rail turns. And Betty Lou, for me, can find a real edge with her vertical approach and just those snaps that she's able to do out of the pocket.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I agree that, you know, she is surfing, you know, probably beyond her years already, just in terms of power. But I see Betty as having a pretty powerful mindset, because she's not scared to take it to these girls, and it's been pretty evident already on tour. And, you know, she's not scared to have a dig and not scared to, like, get in the pack and have a jostle and take it to the best.
One thing the cut has done, Bugs, for sure, is really instilled an incredible amount of resilience in our competitors. Betty Lou didn't survive the cut last year and had to go back to the Challenger Series, but got to give her full credit for just how she pulled things back together. She was in tears like a lot of competitors this time last year, and she rallied. And what a spirited campaign she had on the CS last year.
No, it was amazing, because, you know, she was kind of broken in her spirit just when she dipped out here last year, and then turned up at Snapper, and she just started cutting through it like butter.
Yeah, big victory in the US Open, one of the bigger stops on the Challenger Series. So she's had a couple of big Challenger Series wins now, and I think, you know, no matter what unfolds for her in these next few years, she can really lean into that. She goes back to the Challenger Series as, you know, one of the dominant forces if she's ever relegated. But the way she's surfing at the moment, I like her chances here.
Well, you know, we've seen some great performances, you know, Lakey, Carissa, Tyler, Stephanie in particular, and Molly. And it's been, you know, their really good carve work and what they've been doing out of lip. And Betty Lou actually, I remember at Winky Pop on that first day of the women's at the Rip Curl Pro, to me she did the single best turn out of the lip that day, the strongest turn out of everyone, including all the superstars.
Well, she's got a pretty good start here. 6.43 in her first ride as we see Courtney. She only knows one way, and that is to go all out, but she goes down on that occasion. Tatiana now. Wow, big extended backhand blast. Somehow holds on here. That could score pretty well. She had a 6.33 on her first ride. She'll be in pretty comfortable sort of territory, running a heat drill pretty much in her mind against one of her sparring partners in Betty Lou. Both these surfers are coached by Ross Williams. He's done a fantastic job just helping them really bring their best surfing to championship tour heats. These are two surfers for me. When I see their free surfing and their competitive surfing, there's not a big difference. They've found that comfortability in the jersey.
Well, you know, talk about recoveries. Tatiana has done some amazing ones out here. You know, if you think about those converging big foam balls and some of the heroics at Tatiana, I mean, you know, just ones that you would not think possible.
Yeah. And
she's recovered and, you know, stayed on her feet, sort of laid back, got back on her feet again. And, you know, you have to be rewarded for that. And it's a degree of difficulty.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that last section, here we have a replay of Betty's wave. So nice slice and carve out of the top there, and kind of changes up with a little snap in the lip, and she's looking to finish and bring it through the inside. She tags it, and she does get a finish there. So nice backup wave, I think, to her first wave. But yeah, like you said, that inside section, I mean, it looks easy when you're watching it, but really there's so much water moving there. There's so much water converging at once, and it's almost, you know, it's a hard decision to make. Do you kind of back it off and hit that turn a little bit before the foam, or do you meet it with all that power? And, you know, obviously that looks the best, but hardest to do.
Thinking about this venue, Felicity, as a CT stop, it's really favoured the regular footers. Tatiana and Pam Burridge, the only surfers that have broken through in the CT with victories. What are the challenges on your backhand with the focus being on the right-handers now?
Look, I mean, it is hard on your backhand out there. I mean, you got your back to the wave. Here we go. We have Courtney up and riding, and she is just looking to string a wave together here. So she started off nice with a nice carve off the top, another nice little snap, and can she get the finish?
Well, there's that convergence that Bugs was alluding to, a smaller version of it, but you can see how tricky it is once that water's coming from the right, just knocking your board out from under your feet.
Well, I believe on that convergence situation on your forehand, what happens is that you know, the foam ball coming from behind you takes your ankles out. Whereas, you know, with Tatiana, she's actually, at that moment, she's actually facing that incoming foam ball. That, you know, it's amazing how the difference would be. You touch on a flick on the backhand is so much harder, but watch that, she just gets her ankles taken out from underneath her on that one.
Well, it's almost like the wave coming from the south, the converging water, is moving at a different direction from the wave that you're actually surfing. So you've either got that decision to hit that section prematurely or actually meet it and try and lip line it. And both are hard, and it's just making the right decision under pressure and at the right time.
Yeah, 18.5 minutes to go. I think Tatiana's low centre of gravity is really, you know, the keys to executing some of those trickier end section hits. She's got the lead at the moment, out there at the moment, Kaipo, but we've been talking a lot about this location. It's just got a different feel to some of the other surf spots that we visit on the schedule. There's a real power to this place.
Yeah, there's a lot of power, and you got to make sure that you're, you know, finishing off your rides. I'm going to quote a great surfer from Western Australia, Ian Cairns, and his coaching days in the NSSA, one of his key phrases was, You have to match the wave's power. So in weaker waves, you have to be light and be able to dance on the waves. In stronger waves, like here at main break, what you have to do is be heavy-footed and match that power with the wave's power so that you can complete those maneuvers, especially on the end section here at main break.
Yeah, we love it. And you know, surfing each section for, you know, choosing the right move and executing it well is key. And it just feels like Courtney's maybe going a little too hard at some of her rides at the moment. As a result, she hasn't really got a score of substance. Tatiana just really is reading these sections beautifully. And also, I think sizing up what's happening down the line. If there's only one turn on offer, she's going for that big move and making it count in her scoreline. And then Betty Lewis, she's right in this heat as well, sitting in second spot at the moment. Only needs a 5.4 to get to the lead.
You know, going back to Kaipo's point, you know, for many years, decades, Margaret River was a left. You know, when we came across here in 1973 for the Australian titles, it was a big left. Ian Cairns, who lived here, you know, was the first to say, hey, there's a good chip in right. You know, but you got to be thinking back in those days, there was no leg ropes and all that. You know, going right was a recipe for disaster if something went wrong.
No jet skis.
No buoyancy vests.
Nothing. Nothing. Just a trip to the rocks, guaranteed.
And you're out of the event.
Oh, and a battered up board.
Yeah, the men's on a roll and the women's on a roll. You know, I was mentioning the regular footed versus goofy footed battle. When you go to the qualifying series event for the women, it was dominated by goofy footers. I think that speaks to the fact that it was considered a predominant left back then. As we see live action, and Courtney finding her best ride here. A couple of good hits on the outside already. And you know, much like Carissa Moore earlier today, looks like she's maybe starting to settle into her rhythm at this venue with that last ride. And she has plenty of time to lock in another good score, but she needed a 6.46 to get herself up in a second. And we are waiting on that number to roll through.
Yeah, so just, you know, to finish off that point, you know, surfing the right with no leg ropes, you know, because you've got to finish, you've got to get that, you've got to squeeze 2 or 3 maneuvers in, including that last one, and then you've got to paddle out and duck dive.
Here's the replay of Courtney's wave, Felicity. A great opening slice.
Yeah,
and the second hit better.
First 2 turns, absolutely beautiful, and looks like she's, you know, she's had a few waves, a couple of falls, but she looks like she's finally finding her feet. Just seeing a replay here of Betty's wave and absolutely going for it. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but looked like a bit of the air just got underneath her board and almost copying the board to her face for the second time in this heat.
Yeah, it was a close one. She's back out there. She's got that second priority now. Tatiana still holding on to the lead, waiting on a number to come through for Courtney Conlog as Caroline Marks chats with Luke Egan and gets set to hit the lineup in the last heat of the opening round.
My name is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and I'm from Haleiwa, Hawaii. Last season for me was super joyful, but honestly, it degraded my confidence falling off tour. Felt like my goal and my dream just got ripped out of my hands. But many great things were taken away from it. Hopped right back on the Challenger with a hard, strong mindset to get back on tour because it's where I want to be. Winning the US Open, that was definitely a huge goal of mine, and that was kind of like the point where I knew I would be back. I do see myself as a world title contender, and I believe that's why I'm here, to fight for a title. I'm not here just to be on tour. I want to win world titles, and I want to win comps.
You got to love the confidence from Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson. She's out there at the moment, sitting in second position. Courtney Conlogue not too far behind her, needs a 6.46 at the moment, and she has a number on the wave, Courtney, but this is Tatiana, this wave during the break. Let's see what kind of work she got done.
Beautiful first turn off the top there, and straight up into that second section. She gets a finish as well. It's a great backup wave, and she's just looking so sharp.
Wow, she is hasn't missed a final series since the big format change, Bugs, and she just has a real consistency in her performances. That was another strong ride.
A very strong ride, and you know, talking about the final five, I mean, Tatiana, she's always been well positioned, and you know, she's just been beaten on the day by you know, pretty much by the winner. So she's right there.
That's right, yeah. It's only the eventual world champion that's been able to overcome Tatiana. Just such a confident performer, doesn't back down to those big names. She's just dropped a 7-point ride. Courtney's got herself right in the heat as well, 5.73. Just not enough to get her up into second spot though. So Betty Lou's got to be wary of Courtney Conlogue because she doesn't need a whole lot to get into second. Just a 5.04 for the Californian. So this is a really, really close heat when you look at the numbers between second and third here.
Yep, super close heat, and just knowing, it looks like to me that Courtney really is coming into her own. That last wave we saw her surf, looks like she's stringing a couple of turns together. She's finding confidence on the wave, and look, she's sitting out there with second priority. I mean, Betty's got first priority, but if she gets another opportunity, I'm looking forward to seeing Courtney open up.
Just saw some vision there of Tatiana flipping that board over, having a look at the fins. Something you see a lot of here, Bugs, at this venue is, you know, surfers inspecting their equipment after they finish those last turns.
Gosh, you know, for sure, because you've got to get that last turn in to get above the 6-point range, basically. And the fins come into play. It's an uneven bottom. There's little holes. There's little outcrops, and
it's amazing to me just, you know, how this the approach at this venue has evolved over the years since it came onto the schedule, and you know, the focus for the panel was to really see surfers commit to that final move. Now when you're seeing surfers sort of navigate their way over the rocks on their way to the ski, there's just such little regard for themselves and their equipment. I feel like they know that there's going to be damage done at some point, but they just stomp over it and charge over it, and with no regard for their own safety or their own boards.
I know, and that reef is no joke. It is limestone, it is jagged, there is holes, and there is sea urchins on that reef also, and the way they just hop, skip and a jump over that reef is like nobody's business.
Yeah, you kind of get just sort of a false idea of just what that reef is like, just based on the comfortability, the comfort factor of the competitors now, Bugs.
Well, they also know where the little keyholes are, and then there's that last outcrop where you either do your finishing move before it or you go completely over the top of it.
This looks like a pot of boiling water most of the time.
And that's the thing, that only when you see that water angle when they finish their ride do you see how many, there's boils within boils.
Yeah, which makes me think about Betty Lou and just where she's really refined her surfing over there at Haleiwa, and just if she can find a bit of form here at this venue, how dangerous she could be, because it sort of does kind of have that random sort of finish to it, this ride, like Haleiwa on that inside section. And obviously, you know, you need a special read on that final section to get it right. And she's found that kind of success before over there in Hawaii.
Oh, you're absolutely right about Haleiwa, that little toilet bowl finish there. It is so Margaret's-like. It's unbelievable, and that's a good point, Ronnie. You've obviously experienced that one yourself.
Oh, Haleiwa's just one of the scariest. It's always eventually it gets you, drags you into the impact zone, and there's nothing you can do. Just make sure that the lifeguards can see you.
Oh, wow. As you go out into the channel.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest mistake there sometimes is you know, flicking out halfway through a ride and you think, oh, that sounds pretty right. And then you're in, you know, that reverse rip just into the impact zone.
Yeah, well, every set ride here at Main Break Margaret River, you know, has the potential to turn into a nightmare situation when the swell's really up. Today, we're enjoying really fun. Smaller conditions, definitely still overhead though, and some opportunity for these surfers to lay down some big power turns. We've seen big numbers drop throughout the day, expecting we'll see these three surfers step things up in these last 7 minutes. Having a look at this one is Betty Lou, draws off the bottom into the first section, moves plenty of water, well-timed hit. Drives up into the pocket again, throws the fins. That's that compact frontside snap we've been talking about. It's a real point of difference to the rail turns from the other competitors. And I think the judges are going to have to throw a big number at it.
Well, commitment and degree of difficulty were right there on the line in that one. She threw everything at that second. I mean, look, you think she started out with a 6.43, really has had very little since, Flick, and then Courtney got back in the heat. That was a great answer.
Yeah, I loved watching that. I mean, here we go. We get to look at the replay, and nice deep bottom turn, jams it off the top, and just goes straight into this next section with so much style and just so much finesse. She was so late here. This is that first section here, coming around into the second turn, and she just jams it, releases the fins as well. So super critical last turn there, and she absolutely stomped it.
We've seen some nice carves laid down today, but for me, that's the turn of the event so far as attacking the lip goes. That was impressive.
Sorry, Ronnie, it was definitely the most vertical attack we've seen.
And as a result, a big score has come Betty Lou's way, an 8.83. And you knew it was going to be huge. You think back to Courtney Conlogue's 5.73, 2 carves, a lot of power put into those turns, but almost like transition moves, really. Neither one of them was a fully rounded out, committed version of Courtney's carve. But Betty Lou on that occasion just dug in, really attacked the lip. And at Main Break, on a clean day with offshore winds where you're seeing a lot of carves, that vertical approach is really going to serve you well.
Yeah, well, this is one of your better prophecies of the morning, Ronnie, because you said Betty Lou is so dangerous at this break, potentially, and I'd have to give the good kudos there. Good call, because, wow, she really put it on that one. I mean, that's right up there with the Tyler Wright wave this morning.
You know, I've got to also give props to Kaipo out there, because he said, you know, you want to match power when the wave's serving it to you. And she did that and some. She matched the power of that section, but she actually exploded through the lip, got all 3 fins free. I think they're probably, I'd imagine, Fleet, you've been in these CT heats before. They're the ones that kind of make your eyes fall out of your head if you're a competitor sitting out the back, because there's a lot of work that you don't see at breaks like Margaret's. But if someone throws the fins, you kind of get the feeling that they're going to drop an excellent score.
Yeah, if you're sitting out there and, yeah, you can hear the beach commentator call out a 8.83 for your competitor, mate. That is not a good feeling. It's pretty nerve-wracking, and makes you realise that you've got a lot of work to do. And, you know, hard to do out there today. But one thing I reckon that happens in Western Australia, when the sun starts to come out, the wind actually starts to drop a little bit. And you can kind of see that happening now. The wind is feathering around a bit, and we like to call it here champagne hour, and that's what we're coming into. And Betty Lou is definitely making the most of champagne hour. She is releasing those fins and dropping massive scores.
Oh, you're making me thirsty. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman recap here. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson got started early with a 6.43. And Tatiana Weston-Webb started to gather some momentum, but the young Hawaiians really building nicely here.
Yeah, Tatiana off the top here. She's been super consistent in this heat, and her backhand is looking so spicy. She's been very in control, but yeah, it's been Betty Lou.
And this wave here, look out, there's a lot of chop on the face. It's not easy. She hesitates on the bottom turn. Definitely that Haleiwa experience came into play there. And that was an all or nothing commitment.
Yeah, there's moments, I feel like, here this morning where we've seen competitors in two minds and maybe hesitating on attacking the lip. But I think Betty Lou stood back on the tail of that board for a moment there, sized up the section that she really wanted to commit to, and just hammered the nail in. Just one big throw of the tail of the board, and she's turned in the best number of the event so far.
It was more timing. It wasn't a double pump. She just waited, and she waited again. And the wave just, bottomed out a bit, and she just went for that lip, vertical. Wow, that was impressive.
It's a really good point. It wasn't hesitation, it was patience. And we have seen some surfers sort of get a little too front-footed and race past maybe scoring opportunities earlier today. But I love that. I think it's definitely one of the most committed turns we've seen this season. Comboed up nicely with a great opening move, and it's a very deserving 8.83. So Courtney's the one that we're keeping an eye on here, because she's got a fair bit of work to do. Just below the cut line coming into this event, 14th position. And we know she's got to get to the round of 16 before she really even has a chance of surviving the cut. So she does have some work to do, and elimination round heats have kind of been a kryptonite of late. She's fallen out of the mix pretty early on in some CT events this past year or two.
Yeah,
here she is.
Up and riding Courtney. Big carve off the top there. She's looking for bring it through to the inside section, but I don't know, I guess maybe that wave choice just maybe letting her down a little bit. I mean, when you look at the other girls and the scores that they have on the board, she's going to maybe need to find something a bit better. Here we go, Betty Lou again.
Running on real confidence now. That first turn really strong, and again a dynamic finish. So I think the 6.43 might fall out of the scoreline here and get replaced with something heftier.
Well, the telling factor here, there's 25 seconds remaining in the heat. Courtney took a long time. She edged her way into the heat, then took a pretty ordinary looking wave flick, and behind her it was a soupy takeoff of Betty Lou, but she was, as Ronnie said, she's just surfing with real confidence now.
And there is only 5 seconds to go. Tatiana's going to get another opportunity here. Patient with priority and not rushing things, understanding that the top two progress through. There's a couple of big hits from the veteran. What a great performance from Tatiana as well. Just that super composed, I think, showing us that she doesn't need a whole lot of opportunities on a wall. Just give her one big section and she can turn in a pretty decent number as we go to a replay of Courtney's last ride here. Great last exchange too. That was a strong turn on, a tricky section with some foam on the face.
Yeah, she really navigated this whole wave really well and surfed it really well. I mean, it was a tricky wave to surf, and then here's this last wave of Tatiana. Nice first turn into the lip, and then I love this last turn here. So much power and commitment went into that, and yeah, just absolutely stomping it.
Well, it was a 7.83 for Betty Lou on her last ride, so she added to a two-wave total. Another excellent heat, 16 points plus. Tatiana with a score on the way as well, but it feels like it's going to be Betty Lou taking the victory here. I'm expecting a good score for Tati on her last ride too.
Yeah, no doubt his scores are starting to come through here. She's definitely going to get another, and there she goes. She bettered her scoreline. That last score coming in for Tati at a 7.2.
Impressive stuff. So Courtney Conlog, she's going to be relegated to the elimination round, but she'll still be in with a shot. We're going to take a quick break here. One more heat to come in the opening round. Carolyn Marks, Gabriella Bryan and Sally Fitzgibbons. Well, beautiful vision here of Surfers Point. Main break Margaret River coming to life on the opening day of competition. We've seen some great performances. It was a tough heat for Katie Simmers. She's been relegated to the elimination round, but she caught up with Stace earlier for some exciting news.
Katie Simmers, you're having a fantastic rookie year on tour. After your results at Bells and the way a few other surfers competed there, you have officially made the cut. Well done.
Yeah, really happy about that. That was kind of my goal for this year, so I was pretty stressed coming into this event. They haven't like texted me or anything, and it's been pretty like, I don't know. Everyone's been like, oh yeah, you probably made it, but I definitely wanted the assurance. So yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, but not that happy on my last heat. But yeah, I'm just gonna start missing my first heats and saving my energy for the elimination round. So yeah, the waves are pretty fun out there. Watch Steph do some beautiful turns, watch Lakey, and yeah, hopefully I can get some better waves in my next heat.
I think you will. Well done. You might be coming up very soon, so best of luck.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, for that interview, and congratulations to Katie Simmers. I mean, for any rookie, you know, I think that you would go into a season with high expectations, but the way that the season rolls on now with the cut, you know you have to do well in the first few events, especially if you're a low seed, a rookie on the tour, because you're coming up against world champs and those who had that magic form last season.
Yeah, look, that's one thing the cut definitely does do. You know, you can't just roll into the tour and just expect to, oh, I'll find my feet. You know, you've really got to bring your best, and especially on the women's side, you've got to be making quarters, semis, finals to make it count, and it really makes these surfers, you know, it brings the best out of their surfing.
Yeah, I'm thinking with the timing of that decision, and I'm thinking it must be because Isabella, Brissa and Macy were all there right on that cut line, and they're all in the elimination round. They can't all get through. I'm thinking that must be the mathematics in it.
Well, there's also one throwaway result for each of the competitors on tour, and I think just based on the strong performances she's had in 4 events, at least, Katie Simmers, you know, she's, even if she's throwing away, she's obviously, if she would bow out in the elimination round, she'd be throwing this result away.
Yeah.
So that's going to keep her well situated at the top end of the rankings. Ensures that she's not only alive in the back half of the season, but she'll be on the CT in 2024 as well. So, you know, it's just such a massive pressure release for the competitors once it's locked in. Even Katie, she knew she had great results. Obviously, a victory in Portugal, the best of them. But, you know, she wasn't banking on it just yet. She wanted to hear it, the official word come from the WSL that she was safe.
I mean, you know, all her peers and competitors would have known that, hey, she's already won the 3rd event of her rookie season, the 3rd event of her career, and she's already come out a winner.
Yeah, it's incredible, really. I mean, just she's such an amazing surfer, but to do that in your rookie year, wow. Like, it's funny even to hear her say, you know, I need the reassurance. I'm like, mate, you're good.
Love it. Yeah, it's, you know, the most impressive thing to me about Katie Simmers and her win is, you know, as kind of cruisy and casual as she sort of seems in her interviews, that was a gritty performance with some buzzer beater moments throughout the event, and, you know, paired up with magical surfing.
Yeah, and not an easy event. I mean, you know, it was a midwinter. It was pretty raw.
29 minutes remaining here. No waves ridden just yet, but this is a stacked heat with some real talent. Each of these surfers has had some success at this venue, especially Sally Fitzgibbons. 9 previous performances for Sal here at the Margaret River Pro, for a victory in 2017. 4 times she's been to the semi-finals, 2 times into the quarters, so she's only missed the final series of 2 events here at Margaret's.
Yeah, that's a really good record. We've had a real paddle battle going on for inside positioning. Look how close these two are paddling together, and it looks like Gabriella's got this one, Ronnie.
Yeah, driving up into this foamy section. Nice hit there. Such a powerful competitor from Kauai. Loved her performance through to the final here last season as Carolyn Marks looks to get her first ride. And it looks like it's probably going to be the best of them so far. Just a string of moves on the outside. Sizing up a finish here. Drives up into it. Just a busy finish. Sally Fitzgibbons behind her. Throwing plenty into it. Some magic surfing from Sally on the opening day of competition down there at Bells Beach. She just hasn't really been able to turn her good form into a great result yet this season though. So she'll need to do that here at this venue.
Absolutely in agreement. Sally at that first day at Winky Pop looked like the best surfing she'd done for years, but she just hasn't been able to put that campaign together. That, you know, repetitively go out there and put in that performance where you're scoring, you know, putting excellent rides together.
Well, Sal's got to get to the quarters at least to have a chance of surviving the cut. When you look at her track record in CT events, she's going to have a pretty good chance. More often than not, she does get there to those quarters. Richie Lovett is down on the stairs watching the event unfold. And Rich, we knew after a couple of big days that one of the big conversation points today was going to be equipment.
Yeah, Ron, equipment is always front of mind for all these surfers, and I do have a little bit of intel for you. Most of the girls in this heat, certainly Sally and Caroline, are riding a board that's an inch longer than what they normally ride. So Caroline's on a 5.6, she's normally on a 5.5. Sally's on a 5.9, she's normally on a 5.8. All our surfers are on round tails. And why have they gone to this style of board? Because they need that longer line. They want to use that rail a little bit longer. There's a couple of bumps out on the face, and it's open ocean swells. And Felicity can perhaps talk to that too. Is just there's so much power, and you need a slightly bigger board. Just gives you more confidence coming off the bottom. Matt Biolas, shaper out of San Clemente, shaping for Caroline and for Gabriella Bryan. The boards look amazing. The other thing I want to touch on too is some hardware choice. I just noticed the leashes. They've packed away their comp leashes. They're all using a slightly thicker leash. Fin choice, both Sally, she's riding her signature fin. These are Philippe Toledo's and Gabriella's board. But Caroline Marks has gone for a McFadden fin, which is more swept back. So on the backhand, she can lean into those fins a little bit more. But all the boards looking really good, and rounded pins everywhere today.
Love it, Rich. Yeah, amazing just to see what everyone's going with out there at the moment. But Felicity, for you, at a beach break, say, on a day like today, what would you be riding as opposed to what you'd take out the lineup here at main break?
Yeah, I mean, I just echo exactly what Rich said, you know, similar sort of choices to what the girls are now. I mean, if I was surfing a beach break, I'd be surfing my regular sort of short board, maybe a little bit more volume in it, you know, anywhere from a 5.7 to a 5.8. But if I was to switch up my performance and surf out at main break, I'd definitely be going for a slight step up. I put in the FCS McFadden fins, and yeah, I mean, I always say you never can be too scared of a little bit extra board out at Margaret River, because you do need that extra paddle power to get into these waves. There is a lot more power behind them, and they do come in quite fast, and it's easy to miss them. So yeah, I think it's the right choice where these girls are going up an extra inch.
Yeah, you want to probably be able to, like you said, rely on a really drivey fin too, because you get that from the apex and just behind the peak. You get that big roller coaster entry into this wave. You have a lot of speed, and you really want to be able to drive up into that first section, make the most of that first critical hit, Bugs.
Yeah, well, that's what Caroline was sitting. Her and Gabriella were having a bit of a tussle for the inside, and Caroline was there because on that backhand, she wants to come from behind the peak.
Well, let's have a look at the numbers for the competitors. The best of them going to Caroline Marks, 5.33. Gabriella's had a couple of rides, but nothing decent just yet. Sally Fitzgibbons has a 4.77, and she's up at the moment. Really attacked that first section, drifted the tail a little bit, maintained some control in these transition turns. Always impressed with the extra effort that Sally puts in. Getting some real just acceleration out of that board through those transition moves.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave, that one, but the way she's surfing, God, she looks on fire. I mean, the way that she drifted those fins on that first turn, I mean, if she does that on a bigger wave, we're going to see some good scores coming through. And here we have a replay of this wave. So this is the turn I'm talking about. Drives through the lip and then drifts those fins, which is just, it's a hard thing to do out here. Margaret River has so much power, so to maintain control, it's a hard thing to do, but she just milks this wave for every last second. But yeah, this is the turn. Up into the lip, releases the fins, and then just lets it drift there for a while. So hard to do out here. There's so much power. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff there from Sally.
6.07. Fitzgibbons jumps into the lead now. Mark's out there with priority. She's looking for a 5.52. But yeah, some real positive signs for Sally this year. Not great results, in a real dangerous position, in danger of missing the cut for a second year in a row. And so she needs to turn the great performances into a big result here.
Yeah, well, a couple of things there. I mean, she's already used the kind of get out of jail card. But also in this heat, she'd be so aware that how dangerous Caroline Marks is. She just would have watched Tatiana. Caroline Marks again with that super deep backhand bottom turn and just hooking into the lip. Very dangerous. Gabriella Bryant revels in the power.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryant, I mean, her run in this contest last year just got a little overshadowed by Isabella Nichols, who needed to win to stay on tour. Gabriella Bryant needed, I think, to get to the semis. She ended up cracking the finals. That was in her rookie season. She was the only rookie last year to survive the cut. Super impressive. She's had a pretty strong start to the year, sitting in equal 7th position with Betty Lou. And yeah, a semi-final finish for her at Sunset is what's got her in this great position at the moment. But you know, it's important for her when you look at just the experience and the talent below her and below the cut line to keep winning through these heats. If she drops the ball at any stage, she could easily be overtaken.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we come into that elimination round, I think in memory, Caitlin is the only one who's guaranteed of making the cut. I think the rest of them are below the cut line pretty much, or right thereabouts. So out of this heat here, you know, I'd say Sally really doesn't want to be in that round.
And the other thing that you've got to keep in mind is those, you know, those top seeds coming up against surfers below that cut line. Like, this is huge for Sally if Gabriella Bryant does end up in the elimination round, because while you want to stay alive in the event yourself, those surfers at the back end of the top 10 at the moment, they're the ones that you're looking to leapfrog. So this is, you know, this is working into Sally's favour.
Well, see, now you're talking about, you know, getting help from your competitors, right? it was touched on earlier today. Like, sometimes,
Reluctant
you know,
help.
you've got destiny in your own, destiny in the palm of your own hand. Other times you're looking for help. You're looking for other results that are going to go your way.
Yeah, there was plenty of it last year, and we'll keep you well and truly in the loop as we get to those elimination rounds. Just some of the possibilities. We know there is some surfers with monumental tasks ahead of them, big goals in this event. Sally Fitzgibbons is one of them, coming into this contest in 13th position, below the cut line. This is Gabriella Bryant now. Only needs a 3.01 at this stage to get up into second. But she actually just needs to bank a good score. She doesn't really have anything to speak of at the moment. Couple of good hits here. Bit of foam to work with, but no dramas for the youngster. That was impressive.
Yeah, it was a kind of nondescript wave. And Gabriella just showed, well, she was a finalist here. She knows that she's just a little power pocket.
Yeah.
So strong.
Love the way she surfed that. It was almost like more so a B grade wave, and she surfed it as if it was an A grade wave, you know, and sort of manufacturing a score, which is she does need one. So I love the way she tagged those sections. A lot of spray coming off the top. Here we go. We're seeing a replay of this wave. So nice carve there to start off, and it was all the work was done on this inside here. So just absolutely tagging that first section and jamming it in the pocket for the second one, but she wasn't done there. She got a final little hit on the inside.
Even more impressive from that front on angle, isn't it? And Caroline Marks getting in the mix as well, Bugs.
Yeah, and this wave just runs away. Caroline was starting to get in her groove.
Super impressive. 18 and a half minutes to go. We're going to check in with the winner of the last heat. Betty Lou is with Stace.
Fantastic performance, Betty Lou. Definitely when you needed it, the ratings are tight. Talk us through that 8.83.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, just had a little frustrated start there, so I really wanted to capitalize on one of the better waves, and thankfully was able to do so. Second turn, was able to get a little fin release, so that felt really good.
Earlier in the heat, you had a turn like that really, I'd have to describe as like the worst feeling in surfing, when the wind gets you bored. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the wind here, it's ruly, so definitely got to put the weight on the front foot and complete your maneuvers.
Must feel good to nail it like that.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Equal 7th on the ratings. How hard is that to sort of keep that out of your mind frame?
Yeah, definitely very hard, especially since this is the last event. The pressure's on. Everyone here pretty much needs a result if they haven't already pre-qualified. So yeah, we just got to get that one result and hopefully capitalize it.
Both the men and the women from Hawaii over the years have had an amazing relationship with this wave. Do you feed off that?
I do feed off that. Here has power like home, and definitely want to capitalize on using the strength that I get to use at home and bring it over here, and hopefully use those Hollywood turns to use.
Absolutely. Speaking of home, did you want to sing out to anyone back there?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you everyone at home for cheering me on and supporting me always. I'm always grateful for you guys, and thanks for always watching.
Congratulations, well done.
Cheers, Stace. Oh man, that is just I'm loving the confidence that Betty Lou's putting out there at the moment in her pre-event interviews. The feature piece that we caught earlier during her heat was amazing. Just hearing how comfortable she sounds there is fantastic. A huge turnaround from this same event last year, as we see a replay of what was unfolding during the chat. Sally Fitzgibbons getting into this one.
Yeah, she always looked like she was chasing the section on that one, Flick. She never seemed in the comfort zone.
Well, still plenty of time here. Just over 16 minutes to go. It is Sally who's got the lead at the moment. Caroline Marks in second, and Gabrielle O'Brien is chasing a 3.87. Time for a Bonsoi brew break. Back with more right after this.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Augusta Shire, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia. And by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Welcome back to the show, the opening day of competition here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. One of our favourite stops on the schedule, no doubt. Always provides us with plenty of waves. It's not even a big day here at Main Break, and it's still overhead for the competitors. We're seeing big scores dropped on the opening day of competition. Gabrielle O'Brien had this one during the break. She finalled here last year. She'd love to repeat the effort and maybe go one better. Caroline Marks, She tapped into that incredible backhand flow during the break and had this one, Felicity.
Yeah, I love the way Caroline surfs. A fellow goofy footer like myself, I just love watching how tight she's able to get in the pocket. And yeah, she locked away a 7.67, so she's back up in the lead.
I saw you shuffle to the edge of your seat there. I mean, the regular footers, you can appreciate that they're doing great stuff, but when a goofy footer, a fellow goofy footer rips in, guys always, you get up and cheer.
Nothing better, mate. Nothing better seeing a fellow goofy footer do well.
Well, that was another strong ride from Caroline, 7.67. Has her out in front. Sally Fitzgibbons wants to get that #1 position, though. Oh. And she's going to dig in hard. I liked where that move was going, Bugs. Just lost a little loss of control there.
Yeah, you got to love it. That was amazing commitment there by Sally, and she needs it. She just, this heat is really tightened up now because Caroline Marks has made a little bit of distance between her and Sally and Gabriella. But, Ronnie, this is just such...
Wow.
She gets the slide in there, but
just like lost it at the end there. But it was, I mean, form-wise, midway through the turn, it looked incredible. But just unable to stick it. So she's left the door open here for Gabriella Bryan, who has been sort of building on her numbers. Only needs a 4.51 to get in the second spot.
Yeah, well, that last wave, she got a 4.4. It was right there, but it was kind of, you know, kind of a bit of a sloppy ride. Like, I mean, the wave again was a substandard wave. It wasn't going to offer that much. She kind of milked it as much as she could. She only needed a 4.51, but she got the 4.4.
Yeah, I almost feel like the few waves we've seen Gabriella on, they've been smaller waves, and I think if she gets the opportunity to open up on a bigger face wave, I think we're going to start to see her drop some bigger scores because she looks very much on fire. Her surfing's really tight.
Often when we get to an event, you know, you're watching that first round and it's the opening round, no one loses out. And, you know, I think people can dismiss this round a little bit, the importance of progressing through, avoiding the elimination round, especially around the cut and a location that can serve up very different conditions day to day. You know, it can really smash your confidence around if you don't get a victory early on, especially if you're on the edge or below that cut line. So I think it's crucial for those surfers chasing big results here to survive this one, because there's been some really difficult elimination round heats through the opening 4 events of the season.
And none more so than these two are going to be, because they are going to be like finals. You know, it is going to be do or die.
It's going to be radical. 10.5 minutes to go here. Our competitors just sitting out there on the apex of the peak here. Haven't seen anyone deal with the left-hander just yet.
For years.
It happens.
Yeah, we saw a few last year.
Days.
Yeah, we did see a few last year.
No, the left comes, it happens when there's a lot of west in the swell. If there's a lot of west in the swell, the lefts tend to stand up a bit more. If it gets a bit bigger, you're sitting on the right, you're in the perfect position to take off really deep on the left. So maybe, you know, when the conditions get a bit bigger, we might see 1 or 2 lefts. I mean, I definitely would like to see 1 or 2.
It's kind of that rare wave, though, isn't it, Flick? Because you've got to take off super deep. It's got to really hug the shelf. Otherwise, it goes fat very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the competitors, though, this day, like they sort of close themselves off completely from that left, so they're not really looking. I mean, if you're a goofy foot, you might be, and yeah, I'm hoping we do see 1 or 2.
9.5 minutes to go here. The situation remains the same. Gabriella Bryan is after a 4.51 to avoid the elimination round. Stace has caught up with Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Tatiana, fantastic performance this morning. It must feel good to get things underway here in Margaret River.
It does. I love Margaret River, and I've had really good memories here. So yeah, super psyched to have that good heat. It felt really good to me. Even though Betty Lou won it, I really felt solid. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an exciting heat to watch. Got some good news for you. You've provisionally qualified for the Olympics. How's that feel?
Yeah, it's super exciting. I got the news the other day and it was actually quite a surprise. I wasn't really focused on that. Honestly, I'm just focused on doing as good as I can here, make the cut, solid performance, you know, those types of things. Olympics is well in the future, so I really wasn't thinking about it, but I'm super, super happy to provisionally qualify and get another shot at doing my best and hopefully getting a medal.
Comment on Tahiti and the location.
I love Jopro personally because I'm goofy and I like barrels, but really hard venue, obviously, for the Olympics. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. I'm going to try my best to get over there as much as possible this year and practice and just feel comfortable.
A word in Portuguese, if you like.
Oi, todo mundo no Brasil. Bom, ele falou que eu se classifiquei pelas Olimpíadas. Estou muito feliz em representar o nosso país, né? Que oportunidade incrível. Tô muito feliz.
Congratulations, well done.
Yeah, what a massive honour for Tatiana, and she'll represent Brazil beautifully. Provisionally qualified for the Olympics, and you know, I think she was playing it down there. She doesn't just enjoy surfing Teahupoo, she loves waves of consequence. She's going to be a fantastic chance at not just a medal, but maybe a gold. She's going to be a force, you'd think, when the event gets underway next season, next year. But here we go, Gabriella Bryan, Sally Fitzgibbons and Carolyn Marks really locking horns out here at the moment. This is a hard-fought heat, not a whole lot separating second and third at this stage. Sally, she's let go of some beautiful turns out here. She wants to hold an edge over, well, third place. She doesn't want to drop the ball now.
Well, this is by far Sally's best ride. You know, she really, it was a great looking wave, and she's stoked with that one.
7.7 is the score. That gets Sally back into the lead, and now it's Carolyn Marks who's kind of in that vulnerable position. Gabriella Bryan has a bit more work to do now to get to second spot. 6.68 is the requirement.
Yeah, well, it's over 2 points more than what she needed, because she needed, before that, a 4.51. She got a 4.93, so she would have sort of incrementally got it there, but now there's a big distance. She needs a good wave.
Here goes Caroline, and look at those conditions cleaning up, Felicity, as you noted. That sun sort of burnt that wind off, and we're seeing some really nice clean wall now for the surfers to tap into, and Caroline does well to find another section before that reef shelf there on the inside. 6 minutes to go now.
And so Flick also just on that, look at this situation. Look how shallow that she's just standing up. There's sea urchins right, and she's just dodging them. But on that particular move there, that final move, the judges pay that as a make, right? Yeah. I mean, because she had to dismount.
Well, she couldn't ride up over the top of the reef. I mean, you could, but you'd lose all your fins. So you got to think that's a make, and you've got to think that, you know, that could possibly improve her situation. We might see her go back up into the lead with that. It was nice, controlled surfing, and yeah, here we go. We have a replay of that last wave of Caroline Marks, and I just love her style. It's just so compact and driving through the lip, and this finish was nice and strong too. So comes around the section again and gets one more little bonus tag on the end right before that reef.
Well, what they want to see is that you're in control, and she's clearly in control, because like you said, Buck, she didn't fall off, she jumped off. It was a dismount, but really just impeccable timing. I mean, this is Caroline in cruise control, really. She has a lot more to give, but she's just got a very measured, smart approach here at the moment.
Oh, you know, her and Tatiana mightn't have been the two standouts points-wise as far as excellent scores, but they are both in the frame of being such dangerous contenders in this event.
Well, you made the point earlier on, you know, it's a sort of a veteran-paced performance in the opening round for the two goofy footers. But Caroline has jumped up into the lead with that one. Sally Fitzgibbons now needs a 7.47 to get to first. But Gabriella Bryan, again, that requirement just continues to grow for her based on the strong performances from her rivals here. So she's after a 7.45.
Well, we haven't seen her on a bomb yet, and we know that she's a finalist here. She's an incredibly powerful surfer. Let's see something. Here's a better looking wave.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons is the one in position for this one.
Wow.
Has to chase down this first section a little bit, and as a result knows that that big first important turn is gone, so she's going to kick out and opt for priority here in the final 3 minutes.
Yeah, we saw a big wave behind that, but obviously it didn't pan out for Gabriella. So she's gone from needing a 4.51 to needing a 6.83 to needing a 7.45, and here she is.
Well, she gets a late takeoff on this one. There's a lot of foam on the face. Kind of put her on a hillside rail, that late drop, which meant she lost a lot of speed for that first turn.
Yeah, but you think about, here's the other consequences. In the last couple of heats, we've had, we'll see the recap first.
The Harvey Norman heat recap. And Carolyn Marks got things started nice and early. Been a busy heat for waves. Flick, a lot of waves ridden and some great scores dropped.
Yeah, it's definitely been the goofy footer though, coming out on top. But here we go. This wave of Sally's I absolutely love. She's had a couple of cracks at this carve, fell off a couple of times, but this wave she just absolutely put it together. And the score is to show for that. I mean, and you can see just how psyched she is to make that wave. And here we go. This is one of Caroline's stronger waves as well. Just so in control on this wave, and yeah, just really like strong-footed, heavy-footed, and doesn't look like she's going anywhere off her surfboard. You know, she looks so in control.
Yeah, enjoying the performance so far. Just rock solid. I mean, hasn't broken into the excellent range, but you know, has certainly done some excellent surfing here, and yeah, not far off. Great heat score total, and well out in front at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and just getting back to that point I was making about consequences, if we end up having Caitlin Simmons and Gabriella Bryant in that elimination round, ouch.
Oh, it's huge. No, we saw it down at Bells Beach, really stacked elimination round heats with surfers that have won multiple CT events, surfers that have finished right inside the final 5 before. Katie Simmons gets set to hit the lineup coming up in that next heat alongside Courtney Conlog. We're still looking to determine who that third surfer is going to be in that elimination round heat. So just over a minute remaining here for Gabriella Bryant. Finaled here last year. Great surfer like Betty Lou, has that powerful frontside snap that she can lay into. Just hasn't come together for her. The other thing that's working against her here at the moment is she's in second priority. So you know, if a wave or a set pops up, she's got to worry about getting Carolyn Marks out of the way before she can seize her opportunity.
Well, if Gabriella has the time to sort of go through with her coaching crew, it's really been her wave choice.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Most of her waves have either been a bit shouldery, not giving her that proper end section to hit, or yeah, they've sort of closed out. And here we go, seeing if she's going to have one more roll of the dice here, and they let her have it.
Yeah, well, Caroline's not too phased about her. Great opening turn. Oh, got those fins free, bashes through the lip, and pushing hard. She knows she has to because it is a smaller ride, and as a result, she goes down. But Carolyn Marks right behind her. Oh, my goodness. She's going to hang on for the finish here.
Wow.
And she puts her hand up for good reason. That was an extremely hard hit on the final section, falling out of the sky. And maybe a slight question mark over whether she got ahead of it. That white water, the judges pay extra attention to those finishes these days. But we'll see. Great surfing. What do you think, Bugs? You enjoyed those 2 heats?
They were extraordinary heats. I've enjoyed. It's been the strongest opening day for the women's so far this year. You know, we've just had 6 excellent heats, amazing surfing, a real good showcase of where things are at.
Well, here's that last ride for Carolyn Marks too, Felicity. You were gorging on these turns.
Absolutely loved it. That first turn, so much power, so much control. don't know if that last turn will be deemed complete, but I loved what I'm seeing from her, and hopefully, you know, we're going to see more of that sort of surfing from Caroline coming up.
Numbers coming through for Gabriella Bryan. It looks like she's going to fall short of the requirement. She needed a 7.45, and this one's going to fall somewhere in the low 5-point range, maybe high 4-point range, just depending on where this last number goes from the panel. But the opening round, as Bug said, plenty of highlights, but we'll now shift our focus to the elimination round, and they're heavily stacked heats, a lot on the line, obviously. And it is going to be intense watching this play out. So it was a 4.8 for Gabriella Bryan. So she's going to be back out there shortly. Sally Fitzgibbon survives the opening round. Carolyn Marks, a strong performance. We'll take a quick break and we'll have Joe Tappel and Rich step in for the call right after this.
Wadandi country. Well, I mean, the country's beautiful and the people are even more beautiful. Our bloodlines run through this country. To be welcomed is to having respect for the land you're on, the land you're visiting, looking after country like you would your own home. This is your home while you're here. That's why we're welcoming you to our home. Having respect for our cultural protocols, having respect for Aboriginal people here on this country, be able to enjoy this beautiful country that we live on. There is a level of respect from our hearts and our spirits to your hearts and your spirits. Our spirit is born of this country. It's all about heritage, it's all about the ocean and the forests. We're very grateful that you choose our land, our country, our heart, our Maya, to come and perform here. We're honoured to have you here, share the beauty of what we have here in this place. We're very welcoming, so welcome.
We are so blessed to be on such a beautiful part of the world, the Wadandi Buja. Buja, the country. This place is absolutely so special, and we feel so welcomed by the elders, by this local community. It's so cool to see them each and every year. They've turned into our good friends. It's a part of coming to this region, and that ceremony was extra special. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Tappel with Richie Lovett, who's competed in over 100 championship tour events, and for you to come here so many times and now to really celebrate with that traditional opening ceremony, I'm sure you get a lot of feelings running through your mind of past memories here, but also of respecting this beautiful place.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. And it's, you know, when we used to come here earlier, this sort of stuff never really happened. You know, we knew we were on a special place, special country, but now to actually be hearing the stories and hearing the background, you know, it's great to take that in. We can pass that on and share it with our kids and whoever else wants to listen. But yeah, this is just a magnificent place that we're able to visit, and you know, it really has everything. So yeah, the emotions are there and the feelings are there. It's fantastic.
Well, as we know, we're about to start a pretty dramatic elimination round here at stop number 5. Before we get there, special news for Joanne Defay with Stace Galbraith.
Good morning, Joanne. How's your time in WA been?
It's been not too bad. I mean, we're having good weather, the wave was pumping. I got smoked a couple of times. So, yeah, no, it's been awesome.
Got some good news to share with you. You've provisionally qualified for the Olympics. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's insane. It's such a privilege to know that early too, you know, I feel, and to be able to focus on the training now and you know, what are going to be the steps to get a good result and to perform. So it is good.
I see you wearing your jacket from Tokyo. Pretty special to be a part of a team like France.
Yeah, exactly. Just like France, and also having my little like Réunion Island flag, which is special because I've been growing up there and I still live there. So it is just special, and also being an Olympian in your country for the Olympics in your country, I think it's very special. And I don't know, surfing is pretty new to Olympics, so I feel quite honored to leave that.
Yeah, it's an absolute amazing achievement. We're very proud and happy for you. Thanks, Joanne.
What a great moment for Joanne Defay, and she will be provisionally competing in the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. How special that is. Remember what it was like for Kanoa Igarashi, silver medalist, when he got to compete for his home country of Japan. As we continue on with the elimination round, this one just getting started. Macy Callahan feels like she's in a must-win situation, sitting right on the bubble, coming into stop number 5. As she's left searching for a section at the end of that wave. Macy taking on Caitlin Simmers and Courtney Conlog. 35-minute battle to avoid a third-place spot, which knocks you out of the contest and potentially off tour. Here's Courtney Conlog, what she did during the break.
Yeah, Courtney just hammers that final section but gets caught up. It really is one of the most difficult waves to ride out of the end section at Margaret River. This is Katie Simmers driving hard off the first turn, connects with the lip on the second, gets a nice little wrap to finish off. So, you know, she was vocalizing just that she was not happy with her performance this morning, so she's starting to pick it up here. This is the replay of Macy. She gets that first swoop in, then just mistimes the second, and then as the wave just starts to peter out, she just goes, no more points left on that. I can do better.
For Macy Callahan, her season was a comeback year after dominating the Challenger Series last year. She was able to get a semi-final finish in Peniche, Portugal, and that result often makes sense. She's so solid and chunky, powerful, mixed-up beach breaks. Her early results often happened in the European leg of the tour when she was just getting her feet wet against the top 17. So carrying that third, she dropped a spot after an early loss at Bells. So it comes into this one equal 10th on the rankings, right on the bubble. Sharing that 10th spot with Isabella Nichols, who's coming up in the next heat. Watching those two closely on the live rankings.
Yeah, it's, you know, you don't want to be in the elimination round, and you especially don't want to be in the elimination round if you're on the bubble or under it, you know, and it's just a must-win situation for some of these surfers. And, you know, in another hour and a half's time, there is going to be some unhappy people for sure.
Courtney Conlog in the toughest position here at stop number 5 out of this 3-pack in the lineup right now. The California veteran always had an instant connection with this venue here at Margaret River. Before it got the championship tour upgrade, it was a very powerful qualifying series event for many years. So Courtney had some early reps and even early wins before the championship tour upgrade. She won at the CT level out here in 2015, finaled the following year. That was kind of that era where Courtney became a world title threat. But you expect big things out of her. Different scenario at this stage of her career. In a must-win situation, she can't afford to lose in this round because that could see her off tour.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's pretty simple mathematics. If she she doesn't make it out of this heat, then it's looking like back to the Challenger Series, unfortunately for Courtney. But when you think about surfers who have connected with this wave and who are suited to this style of a break, you know, Courtney's right up there at the top of the list. You know, she's had great success out here, especially when it gets bigger. She just really rubs her hands together and goes, yep, this is my style of surf. Here she goes now.
Courtney Conlogue, plenty open face here at main break. Sets that rail, nice sweeping cutback. Lays into a nice drawn out cutty back into the pocket. Now she's got the lip section. Clean re-entry there, and she'll step off. Courtney had a 3.0 before that. And getting that wave, she'll take the lead off Caitlin Simmers. But a good read, pacing the wrapping turns. Used the whitewater to go vertical. And we'll see if she can surf pressure-free in this matchup. And we kind of saw her do that last season when she was in a tough spot for the midseason cut last year. She turned in a huge performance here at Margaret River, where she ended up finishing in the semifinals. As we take another look here.
Yeah, this is a good wave for Courtney. You can see here out on the face, a nice swooping, carving cutback to start off. And again, bit of a drawn out, sleepy cutback on the second. She gets this another little hit here. That was an important maneuver on this wave. Just to finish it off and add a few more points.
Conlogue into her 9th start here at the championship tour level. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro. So out of all the surfers in the lineup, the most experienced. And also acting as a previous champ. 4.17 for Conlogue, and a 3.0 has her out in front. Young Caitlin Simmers holds priority, youngest one on tour. 5.67, the best single wave so far in the matchup. Had some trouble with the veterans in the opening round. Lakey Peterson and Stephanie Gilmore will definitely be featured on the post show later on today.
Yeah, it was a stellar performance from the veterans, as we see. It's Caroline Marks just breaking things down with Steph.
And also Holly Monkman representing the Western Australians. Solid surfer. Used to call heats with Monkey back in the day. Always has been close to Steph Gilmore over the years, so probably passing on some local knowledge as well. You think of West Oz, you also think of Melanie Redmond-Carr, absolute charger, was in the title showdown multiple times in her career. Mel had some battles. There was one season she was winning events, sitting in that top 4 position, even runner-up in the world for a majority of that year, and even took the lead at stages. That was a fun year for Mel Redmond. As we look at 27.5 to go, so just focusing on this elimination round, I think we're finally feeling the drama, the intensity of that looming mid-season cut. We have these 3 surfers in the lineup, but also on the hot seat will be Gabrielle O'Brien, Isabella Nichols, and Brisa Hennessy up next. Brisa can't afford to lose in this round. Bella on the bubble with Macy Callahan. Those are the biggest stories we have in this round. Caitlin Simmers off the wrap. And the Californian creating some space. Just a quick slash under the lip and then throws out the tail again. Look at that, going dry on that inside shelf. Richie, it just seems inevitable that you're gonna land on that shelf multiple times throughout an event at Margaret River.
Yeah, it's going to happen if you're willing to challenge that final section. As you can see, Katie just checking the equipment there, and I got to say, a lot of the fins have been just grounded down just simply in the lead up and the warm up surfs. It's pretty inevitable that at some point you or your board is going to connect with the rocks here. But this is a better looking wave for Katie. You can see, you know, that first heat, she wasn't happy with it, but she's kind of tidied things up here, getting some great wraps on this wave, a little check turn, and then this final hit, bang, rebounds off the foam and then runs out of water very fast and ends up right on the surgeon's table.
Wow, sucking out completely dry. First thing these surfers do is just look at their equipment. Then they check their body and see if they're still intact. But she did manage to throw the fins out.
Oh, she was lucky to just kind of get on the little whitewash pillow before it went dry. And sometimes you actually just have to do a bit of a turtle and go as flat as you can, and then let the wave actually take you across the whole table, and then deep water again, jump on the ski.
Turn into a starfish.
Full starfish.
Scores coming in for Caitlin, 4.6, 5.67 before that. And the 17-year-old sits out in front of this seat, feeling the least amount of pressure. Doesn't feel like she's ever under pressure when she performs. Doing so well in the Challenger Series so young. She actually gave up her spot on tour, said she wanted to prepare, go on some free surf trips, surf world-class waves before accepting her spot. You always feel like there's big risk there. You never know what's going to happen. Injuries could happen. Can you get the same rhythm on the Challenger Series? But she's that special type of athlete. I probably knew that she'd qualify straight away on the very next season, which she did.
Yeah, every once in a while they come along, and you know, sort of Taj Burrow on the men's side did it earlier. Qualified very young, opted to not take the spot. Wasn't quite ready mentally. You know, still growing up, still a baby. And she's doing incredibly well here.
So Katie Simmers out in front. The pressure on Conlog. You think about all she's done for her amazing career. She doesn't look like anything's going to slow her down. So determined is the Sea Tiger, who's on a roll right now. There's that aggressive bottom turn. How about that hook? Slingshot in the pocket. Wrapping it off the lip. And there's the end section. Tags it, and then that section is just so cruel sometimes. You're trying to show the judges that you're riding out with control, and there's basically no room to complete it with the rocks showing up. Red Bull ski will be there for Court, but I love that first turn. She'll definitely get some serious points for that commitment.
Really aggressive that first turn. I feel like Courtney is surfing with a bit more composure in this heat compared to the last one. She just looks very, very steady and sure-footed where she's positioning her maneuvers. Watch this. Just bang, wraps it around, resets. And again, elongates the carve on that one. And then the third turn, a nice rebound. She rode out of that. The judges will pay it. And this will possibly be the best score of the heat so far. Macy outside. So Macy actually had priority, and I think this was the second wave of the set. Whoa, nice little tail slide on the second turn. Gets the third wrap. So all our women starting to build scores in this heat. This is really starting to heat up.
Courtney Conlog hanging on the Red Bull ski and happy to have the water patrol on the assist for a day like today. It's up to the surfers, depending on the situation, if they want to utilize it or not. But the path that they take is going around the lineup. They make sure they don't have any wake that will affect any of the waves that are coming through. And they do such an incredible job each and every year in the West. Courtney's last score, a 6.67. So she's improved on every wave she's taken in this matchup. She's now in front. Caitlin to second. And now standing by for last of Callahan as a solid set, breaks right on top of Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, still a bit of energy in the swell. You can see the wind has shifted around from straight offshore that we had earlier this morning. A little bit more north in the wind, which is blowing into the face on the right-handers, but still making the, on the left-handers, and the right-handers still very, very smooth. So super contestable waves, and from that last set, you can still, there's still some energy. You can see there's still some energy in the ocean, which is super fun.
It's always great stories of goofy foot performances from Akalupo over the years, and Caralupo did extremely well. Caroline Marks is with Stace.
Caroline, how good's WA? We're in the brink of a solar eclipse.
Yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, I lagged on this interview because they have 3D glasses in the locker rooms, and all of us were looking with the glasses. It was really funny. It's really, really cool looking, and I've never experienced anything like it. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I was worried it was gonna go dark in my heat. I was like, it's gonna go pitch black when I take off on a wave. No, but it was really cool. I love WA.
And the waves are firing.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. We have beautiful waves, conditions. It's pretty consistent too, which is nice. Everyone's kind of
getting their chances, and all the girls are surfing amazing, so it's just a beautiful day.
You're still a Grom, a mega Grom. But how do you find yourself in this pack of, I guess, Katie and these other younger girls coming through? You've got a few more years experience than them, but yeah, I wonder, do you feel like a veteran, or you still got that Grom at heart feeling?
Yeah, no, it's really cool to have a lot of the younger girls, and I feel like for so long I was that person and there was such a big gap from me to the next youngest person, and now there's a bunch of younger girls, which is so awesome, and I feel like we're all part of the same generation, whether it's, give or take a couple years, but they're all inspiring me so much, and everyone's surfing really well, and we have a really great group of girls on tour right now. Everyone's so deserving and so good, and so it's really fun.
Quick shout out back home.
Yeah, hi to my family, all my friends. I love you guys, and yeah, you're the best.
Go enjoy the rest of this eclipse. Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Dave.
Caroline Marks enjoying her time on tour and enjoying this special moment. How cool is that to see a partial solar eclipse from where we are here in the Margaret River region? It's about a 70% partial solar eclipse, and it's actually peaking right now. It's going to last for, some time. It's about 11:25 local time, and you can probably still check it out for the next hour or so. A lot of people in this region actually drove about 15 hours north to Exmouth, where it's actually probably pitch black there right now, and people that have experienced it before said the animals start going crazy out of nowhere. It's the middle of the day, and then it's pitch black. The birds start chirping and start wondering what's happening. As we check out a wave up and out for Macy Callahan, as she's looking for a 5.58. Yeah, Richie, I saw you with the glasses on right before this heat started. What'd you see?
Yeah, it's pretty rad, and I'll tell you what we saw after this wave of Katie. So this one's standing up in front of her, just attacks the lip, drives around super late, and wow, that's that raw youthful energy, just attacking this wave. Watch this first one, gets up on the lip, tries to keep the board nice and flat under her feet so she could land it, transitions straight up into this thing, and almost caught her off, but very, very critical. And definitely a huge amount of skill needed to perform that maneuver.
Caitlin Simmers, 7.07. What a strong performance. Definitely free from pressure. Won her first championship tour event at stop number 3 in Portugal. And she did it in such a cool way. Some buzzer beaters, some awesome moments, just trusting her instincts in heats. It doesn't look like she has a crazy game plan set, really reacting on her natural ability, but definitely gets to feed off the strength of Tommy Whitaker's knowledge. But he oftentimes just promotes what's the best out of your own personality and really encourages her to do her type of surfing, be progressive if you like it, stay in your natural environment and tempo, and so far it's working. Courtney's in second, Macy's in third. They're both in situations where they've got to make some heats. For Macy on the bubble, sitting at equal 10th. A loss here, we're not saying that she's off tour. It's just probably going to the unlikely zone of her getting past this bubble mark. And for Courtney, it's the opposite. If she goes down in this heat, we're probably sending her straight to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's go time. It's a must win for Courtney. We know that for sure. And 17 minutes on the clock. She's got herself in a pretty good position here. 6.67, the high number. She looks like she's surfing well. She doesn't look like she's sort of scrapping around, and her composure's there. Katie Simmers, though, is a great number, 7.07. It was high risk, Joe. That's why it went up.
And when you get to this stage of the game at stop number 5 with so much on the line, it's always time to get an update on the Bailey Ladders leaderboard as we send it to Kaipo.
Beautiful day here in WA, Joe. I'm up on here on my sturdy Bailey Ladders. This is the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. The women right now, opening day, absolutely ripping. I'm looking forward to what the men are going to bring to the show. As we look into the opening round, I'm highlighting heat number 4, coming off a win, Ethan Ewing against the workhorse, Jackson Baker, and the world junior champ, Jarvis Earl. That's going to be a heat to watch. Heat number 4 of the opening round. Heat number 6, you guys, opening round, Joao Chianca in the yellow leader's jersey, out in the water with the GOAT, and the exciting Wild card, the local boy, Jack Thomas. Heat number 6 is one you're going to want to watch as well. It's a beautiful day in WA. I'm walking on a dream on my sturdy Bailey's ladder. Couldn't get asked for anything better.
That's right, Kaipo. We're feeling the excitement from you. I'm really glad you are wearing your helmet, making safety a reflex, because, man, you get high up on that leaderboard, and Kaipo's got to make sure that you're got a sweet road to the final. We'll check in with Kaipo throughout this event. Keep track on the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. 15:15 on the clock. He brought up some key heats in the opening round for the men. They are off for the day, anticipating a start for them potentially tomorrow morning. Katie out front, all the focus on Courtney Conlog and Macy Callahan to see how they're going to handle all the pressure on them to survive this mid-season cut. We'll see what happens right after this. You can grab posters and jerseys right now on WSLstore.com and support your favorite surfers past this mid-season cut and beyond, all the way to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Check it out all on WSLstore.com. All these lucky locals that are here in the West can also pick up their favorite jerseys right here on hand at this event. For the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Stop 5 so crucial these days with the addition of the mid-season cut. There's all kinds of pressure that we've never felt before. We felt it last year for the first time. You can see this incredible area that we have here. The Margaret River region, premium wine region with pristine beaches, ancient caves, and tall timber forests. A lot of wide open space, Rich.
So much area to explore, and explored some of the vineyards the other day, Joe, out at Xanadu and Lewin Estate. Some incredible wines there. May have had one too many, but still, it was very enjoyable.
Oh, they're such great hosts. Big shout out to winemaker at Lewin Estates, Tim Lovett, for really hosting the athletes, kind of a welcoming party for them a couple of days ago. You can tell he just thrives off passion. There's a really strong connection between surfing and winemaking here in the region, all following the weather patterns. And I think they're scoring right now like we are. A lot of cool people checking them out today and watching this action on the big screens. A fumble on the bottom turn for Conlog, and she's going to get out of there.
Yeah, that wave just didn't have enough wall on it. It was so tapered. And Courtney just identifying that not much scoring potential there, and a little shake of the head. She knows that perhaps that wasn't the best decision to make. Macy only needing that 5.58 to move up into the second place progression spot.
Courtney, one of those surfers that has a lot of things that she likes to do. She's an incredible artist. She loves paddling. She's done some huge paddles on the California coast. Oftentimes she's asked, hey, do you ever just want to chase big waves like Laura Enever, Felicity Palmatier? And she's like, yes, I do, but not now. Just wait. You know, right now her goal is still to be in a title race. And I feel like that is just her destiny. When she does feel like moving on from competing for world titles, it'll make so much sense for her to grab her big boards and chase big waves around the world.
Yeah, the big waves will always be there. The tour, no, you got to fight for your position. So she's currently fighting well. Here goes Katie Simmers.
Caitlin now setting up that Borst surfboard design and pelts it off the lip. So much speed, and rips one right on the money. Simmers, nice wrap off the top and fits in another turn in a tight space, and the Grom goes straight down. She was in attack mode. She looked loose and radical. And we have more waves on the way. Priority with Macy Callahan, sitting number 10 in the world. Remember, that's the cut line. There's that sweeping turn that she's so famous for, but this time she slips off. Could be feeling the pressure there. And young Katie Simmers just gets bounced and bobbled up onto the back of the sled on the Red Bull ski. What a cool movement we have on tour right now. She's dropped a few spots on the rankings after the early loss at Bells, but she officially made the cut, courtesy of that big win. Remember, 10,000 points for CT wins. That's why we have a lot of scenarios to discuss on the live rankings. Back to Katie's wave.
Oh, just such a raw approach from Katie. Up into the lips, so radical. Had to readjust the feet position there. Jams another tight turn off the top. And a third. So this wave just building points. Unfortunately, just could not ride out at the last turn, but I feel like the 3-turn combination prior to that, Joe, is going to be a super strong ride. Every turn was right on edge, high risk. The judges are going to love it.
Caitlin Simmers turns in excellence. 8.17. 707. She is absolutely dominating this matchup. Conlog now needs an 8.57 for the win. Macy needs a 5.58 to move into advancing position. That's just for second. More waves on the way. Conlog in the white jersey will hold her priority. She knows all she wants to do is stay out of third place. In 2021, Courtney was knocked out in this round. It was absolutely pumping, and I think she just was a little bit reckless with where she was taking off. She took off on what looked like a 20-foot closeout just because she couldn't help herself, but it really did cost her the heat, putting her out of position. Rolling in now is Courtney. Stellar bottom turn. Little slingshot wrap to get this one started. Nice rotation of the shoulders and the upper body on the wrapping turn, attacking the white water. So far, so good. Conlog will shut this one down.
Clutch, Joe. Clutch surfing from Courtney Conlog there. Saw Mum Tracy just perhaps a little sigh of relief there. Should be feeling every second of this with her daughter out in the lineup, but that was a great wave. Geez, there was a whole bunch of points on it. She pretty much extracted everything out of it.
Another opportunity here at main break, this time for the Australian Macy Callahan. Up and out. Last two waves for Macy. She's kind of struggled at the start. Slipped off on her signature move on her wave previous. And that one just quickly up and out. And now Simmers holding priority.
Yeah, so just like that, it's down to under 7 minutes to go, and Caitlin Simmers with a huge lead right out in front. Let's have a look at what Courtney did. So dropped straight to the bottom. Love how fast she just got on the bottom turn. The first swoop sets up this second one. The wave stands up, carves right back into the foam, and again up and over this section. I love how she jumps up here, gets the final fourth turn. And the important finish, confident ride, confidently rode out of the final turn, and that's going to be a great score.
Courtney fell into this position last season, and just as we saw her mom Tracy on the beach there, I just remember the intensity from her camp last year. And there was a moment when Courtney actually had made the cut last season, and her mom actually didn't tell her that information. She didn't want to slow down the engine that was driving to think she had to go win the entire event. So she came in from her loss to the semifinal and then finally heard the news that she had already done the work. It was a special moment for Courtney Conlogue, but she couldn't believe her mom kept a secret from her from the previous round.
Well, I think it was a good move, actually. You know, it's as a competitor, what's going to be best? Just going for a quarterfinals if you know you got to make the cut, or is it best to go for the win? And I'm going to say every time it's going for the win. And then everything else will just sort itself out, obviously coming with a huge result. So, you know, that's what each one of these women should be thinking. I'm going to win this event. They should be going into every comp feeling that and thinking that. So, you know, Courtney's had wins. She's not unfamiliar with the feelings and what it takes, but she's certainly doing the work here. And both Caitlin and Courtney starting to put a little bit more space between themselves and third place, and Macy Callahan just in a little bit of trouble now.
Sometimes your support crew knows you so well. They just know how to put the right words in your brain. They know how to get you to react, to perform at your best. Always love a story from the late Brock Little hanging out with the late Andy Irons, and Brock was traveling the world with Andy at the time. Andy looked at the waves at a beach break somewhere in the world and said, "Oh, it's so bad out there. I'm out of here. Let's go home." And Brock was like, "Yep, let's go," and start packing up and start getting his things together. And he's like, "What are you doing? No way. I'm not letting that guy beat me." And it was just the right combination of switching Andy on to go, wait, I'm not just giving up a spot here. Went on and won the event. As we look at 4:14 to go. Snap, blowtail attempt from Conlogue, incomplete. But her score from that last wave, a 7.10. Really pushing hard on every single carve. That puts Macy in a really tough position. Callahan looking for an 8.5. Remember, right on the bubble, and would be a really tough spot to lose in the elimination round, and would be very unlikely to make the cut if she ends her run right here at Margaret River.
It's a really awkward position to be in, because your destiny's not in your hands anymore, and it's all left up to fate. And you know, Macy would be feeling it right now. She's got to stay composed. She's in second priority. It's not done and dusted here, you know, but she would need the best ride in this heat if she's to advance.
Macy having the third place finish in Europe, put herself in a promising spot, but then falling earlier than she wanted to at Bell. She actually dropped one place on the rankings heading into stop number 5. Caitlin with first priority, and not a worry in the world. We'll see how she uses it, knowing that her competitors are in a must-win situation here. That's always the interesting part, Richie, of these 3 surfer heats. There's one surfer that's just out of that whole conversation of needing a result to move on, and you always wonder, are they really aware of that? Would they change their game plan considering what's on the line for the other 2?
No, I think you've just got to focus on what you're supposed to be doing, and that's just progressing through this heat, dominating the heat, and that's what, to this point, Caitlin's done. So she's sitting pretty, perfect position in the heat for her right now, because she has the lead, she has priority, she can control the finish, which is almost a guarantee of progressing. Yeah, so doing well. The youngsters bounced back after having a kind of a shocker this morning.
And sort of what it looked like back at Sunset Beach when Zeke was trying to help Leo. It ended up costing Zeke Lau the matchup, as he got an interference when priority shifted and he didn't realize it. And I think he's probably still kicking himself. Was just trying to help a good friend, and probably wishes he could take that one back. So Caitlin looks like she is definitely doing her own thing in this one. 817-707. Enjoying her rookie season on tour, and she'll get to surf all the venues. From Surf Ranch, which is coming up next on the calendar, all the way to Tahiti. And also increasing her chances at Olympic qualification to represent USA potentially if she can get there. Paris 2024, down to the final minute. All the pressure on Macy to get an 8.5.
Yeah, it's really coming down to it. The ocean needs to produce something, and I've actually just seen over my shoulder here, it does look like there's a couple of lines on the horizon, so potentially we will get a couple of rides at the finish. It's just whether they're going to get here on time, Joe. 45 seconds on the clock.
So we'll keep you posted on these live rankings. But remember, a loss here for Macy, it's a very low probability for her to make the cut. Courtney can't afford to lose in this round, because that would see her straight to the Challenger Series. As she will count this one out, 15 seconds. Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nichols, Brisa Hennessy will look to avoid elimination coming up next. And a tough moment here for Macy Callahan. We'll keep you posted on her spot right on the bubble as this event continues. Came to this event right on that bubble, right on that cut line at 10th, tied with Isabella Nichols. And Caitlin Simmers, what a superstar. 817-707. An incredible bounce back from her opening round performance we saw this morning.
Yeah, she really tidied things up. And you know what? I think it just comes down to getting some more experience out here at main break. She's probably only surfed it maybe a handful of times, and that's it. But with each time, she looks like she's starting to figure it out. That lady there on the screen will be very happy to have progressed.
Job well done to the Sea Tiger. Conlog survives and keeps her dream alive to make the midseason cut. We'll keep you posted on the live rankings. Heat number 2, the elimination round, is coming up next.
There's just so much to explore here. Every time I come to West Oz, it feels like an adventure, and there's always something else to see.
The Bass Felix. When you walk up, there's this beautiful lawn, that legacy and the heritage that they have of how they prepare their wine. You learn a lot about your tastings. It's an unforgettable experience.
Just learning about the art of making wine and the science behind it is really entertaining. It makes every glass that you taste just an experience.
Checked out some beautiful art, the beautiful vines, and my heart's always full at the end of it.
There's so much to do when we're not in the waters. You end up finding yourself at one of the best wineries in the world. It's an unforgettable experience.
It's one of the stops that I think everyone on tour really looks forward to. Very raw, find your own little piece of coast to enjoy. That's the reason I truly love this place.
That was such a great trip to Bass Felix, one of the great vineyards here in Margaret River. So many great choices, famous for Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc, Cabernet Sauvignon, some of the popular wines produced in this region. And you got to check out In Between Surfs. Elimination round, heat number 2. Gabriella Bryan takes on Isabella Nichols and Brisa Hennessy. Remember, Bella to equal with Macy Callahan. Macy just got knocked out of the event in the previous heat. So for Bella, she's got to take that as an opportunity to move up in the rankings. Let's get caught up here, Richie. Brisa Hennessy starting things up.
Oh, she tags this first turn. Nice quick cut back Love how she's just staying right in that power source, but unfortunately comes off on the final turn. Oh, man, if she had just made that, that was going to be a great score to start this heat off. Would have put pressure instantly on her other two competitors. So slight opportunity just going astray there for Brisa Hennessy.
Even with the fall, Richie turns into 6.5.
Well, let's look at what it could have been. Potentially an 8 if she made that turn.
Hennessy, so strong, so powerful, very explosive surfer that came on the scene as one of the scariest wild card draws you could imagine. Back when the season used to end on Maui at Honolulu Bay. Sally Fitzgibbons was wearing yellow at the time, and Brisa Hennessy was just this super grom that took over that event, upset the title race. And that's how she kind of arrived on the scene. I'll never forget after talking to Brisa at the end of the day, and Ronnie Blakey was just like, you know what? Don't do the junior series anymore. We're ready to see you full time. Just get right on the QS as soon as possible. And I knew what Ronnie was thinking. We didn't want to waste any time until seeing her join the top 17 full time. Back to her approach again, Richie. Why do you love it so much?
I love this just really high risk turn, the first one, and this second one, it's totally different. It's a big wrapping cutback, and then she, you know, got so acute on the turn. It was such a tight radius. And then this one here, bang, just over commits just a little bit there. Perhaps going a bit early. She may have been better off just waiting and doing that lip glide to the finish. But those first two maneuvers, yeah, she extracted a 6.5 just out of those two turns. So still not a bad start.
Brisa Hennessy 6.5, Gabby Bryan, Isabella Nichols still waiting to get started. You see they'd have no priority number next to their name. They can still try to outposition each other and just be deepest on the peak. And that leaves a little bit of room for Brisa just to pick up the scraps here. A nice little speed section, no room for turns, so she'll step off. Nichols being in this tight position, right on the bubble, is always tough, but at the press conference, she had a lot of confidence because she's still the defending event champion. She survived the cut last year because of that big win. So she kind of already has the roadmap. She was performing under pressure then. She was in a must-win situation. Picked up her first CT win. Probably the most dramatic way you can accomplish it.
Oh, yeah. It was just, it was like one thing she had to do, and that was win the event, and she did it. And that doesn't happen very often, you know, when you're in that sort of situation. It was sort of one in a career type of result for her, but you know, it's deja vu somehow, just playing out again. And then there would be emotions around that. She'd be thinking, you know, a bit angry. Why am I let myself get into this position again? But at the same time, like you said, there's confidence in knowing what she needs to do now. And it's, you know, the task is probably not as, you know, gigantic as it was last year. But she's got that winning feeling here. She'd be super confident out here at main break at Margaret River. And she's been selective here. So I kind of like that she's sitting at the start of this heat, still oodles of time on the clock. And she's just going, I'm going to start with a really big opening ride here, try and put the pressure on the other competitors.
Things moving quickly in the live rankings, and some tough news just coming in. Macy Callahan coming out of the water after a tough loss. She has officially not made the cut, so she will be sent to the Challenger Series once again. A tough one for Macy as she fought back through the series last year. Put herself in with a fighting shot coming in at equal 10th, but on the live rankings, surfers behind her already improving. And a tough one there, seeing Macy back to the Challenger Series. The good news behind that is she loves Snapper Rocks. It has been firing the last couple of days. And she's a surfer that's so talented. You don't worry about her going back to the Challenger Series. She should be back without a problem. Continuing on with action here, Bella Nichols wrapping cutback. Fades it real quick. There's the lip. Throws down the snap. Nice off the top, and she'll step out of there with control. Catching the tail end of Brisa's wave as she kicks out. But that was the opener for the defending event champ, Isabella Nichols from Coolum Beach on the Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, not a bad opening ride for Isabella, Joe. You know, you could see she wasn't pushing too hard. It wasn't like a make or break situation. But here we go, live action.
Disappearing for a moment there was Gabrielle O'Brien, which was actually the other surfer in the final with Bella last year. So they're probably reflecting on those memories as we'll catch up with the Super Grump. Katie Simmers is hanging out with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Katie, I'm not too sure about the throw the first heat, blow up in the second heat mentality, but it definitely works for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it just takes, I don't even know. I need to get out of the habit of just losing the first heat. It's pretty, but yeah, another day, another elimination round. And yeah, that one I just feel like I was pretty, I feel like I was just looser because I found out that I made the cut, so I was pretty just like, Tommy was just telling me like just to go out there and try to be looser than, sometimes I get like all tense and then I just end up falling a bunch and just not really like surfing, just being too tensed up. So I don't know, just try to relax a little, I guess, and like I kind of just got in a good rhythm with priority and in that heat, and some good waves came to me, so it all worked out. And I got really pounded on that last section on all of my waves, but it was still worth it.
Were you tense out the box the other day?
Yeah, I was like shaking, freaking so much adrenaline, but yeah, my brother's out there I think right now, so maybe I'll go join him, I don't know. It looks pretty fun still.
I know you love making surf films. Some of the greatest ever have come out of the West. You got a favorite over here?
Yeah, I've just been like trying to check all the boxes of surf movie spots. And I've surfed here a couple times, but it's pretty eggy to surf with all the tour people. So I haven't really gotten much waves, so I've been trying to surf other waves. But yeah, Creed McTaggart, I saw him out there the other day. He was ripping so hard, and he's the coolest dude. And yeah, I think Kale Walsh was here. There was some really gnarly guys out there. And Sierra, shout out to Sierra Kerr. She's also here filming. And yeah, she got some good ones too. But yeah, there's a lot of surfers from around here that I look up to. So, and I've seen a bunch of surf movies from here, so it's pretty cool to just, yeah, travel around here with my family, and maybe they'll finish the comp early so we can go like search for waves and film or something. But yeah.
No, you got a lot of love back home. Did you want to shout out Oceanside?
Yeah, always shout out Oceanside. I love all my friends from there and all my family, but yeah, hopefully I'll get to go back, I guess, in Lemoore, so I'll get to spend some time in California, so yeah, excited to be home.
We're stoked to have you over here, and well done. We'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thanks so much, Dave, and so much to talk about with Katie Simmers, but let's get caught up with this wave with Gabrielle O'Brien, last year's runner-up in this event, last year's Rookie of the Year, finding some space to shut that one down. Her true opener, getting some completed turns. And Brisa getting picked back up on the Red Bull ski. Remember, she had the 6.5 start that she's been trying to back up for a few minutes. But surfing's in great hands with this youthful movement that we're witnessing. Young Caitlin Simmers is still learning a lot of what it takes to really find her best performance in a 35-minute heat. Tommy Whitaker so good at just lightening the mood for her, and she just put that one away quickly. This is what Brisa just did.
Yeah, first turn, just a savage snap. Gets right up out on the open face, cuts back, sort of a little off timed, but then the final turn, she gets to the finish, as we know that is important. But Gabrielle O'Brien, a smooth face on this thing, just gouges through it, holds the rail, holds the line. A quicker snap on the second one, so variety is there. And then comes through for the foam hit to finish off, just avoiding the rocks. But love these slow-mos, Joe. You can really dissect the technique here. Look at that toe side rail, leaning on it, leaning on it. Now the transition happens onto the heel side rail. Pressure goes onto the tail pad, pushing the fins, pushing the tail of the board, really accentuating. See, she went from standing semi-tall to really compressed. So it's interesting to watch the body mechanics as these surfers go through the turns.
Gabrielle Bryan, so powerful. She's learned so quickly how to bring her best. Someone who just dominated the Challenger Series in that condensed season we had a couple of years back when she qualified. You saw her in every single final. Talk about consistency. And now just improving once again, got more backing before her rookie debut, which felt incredible for her confidence. Numbers in for Brisa Hennessy, a 5.17. So that's helping her cause out in front. Bella Nichols with priority. She had a 4.83 start. And just to keep you posted again on the situation, we lost Macy Callahan to the Challenger Series in the last heat. We're following closely with Brisa Hennessy in the water right now. Remember, who featured in the Rip Girl WSL Finals last year. She actually started off the year with some consistency. Pipe Sunset, back-to-back quarterfinals. But missing the quarters in the last two events has put her in a tough situation, Richie.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you how competitive it is on the women's side. You know, you would think, oh, a couple of quarterfinals, I might be safe, but you know that's not how it works. You know, a lot of the women have been sort of spreading the results around a little bit, and that's why we're seeing, you know, a couple of ties on the leaderboard, on the rankings, and well, it all comes back to it. You've just got to keep getting through heats.
And now with the live rankings updating in real time, Isabella and Brisa officially in a must-win situation. If either of them lose in this round, they're off to the Challenger Series. Gabriella Bryan coming off a big hook to start, mid-face correction there, and she will have to start that turn as early as she can, but the whitewater chases her down. Inside section, the final move has its own personality. It almost sometimes said, I'm gonna get you. That one just came at her and she tried to run, but she couldn't hide.
I feel like she did everything right. You know, she went up early to the section because she could see the wall of whitewash coming towards her. But even still, that coat hanger effect that happens just caught up with her. But it was a great looking wave from the takeoff. Stood right up on the outside peak. Opening turn was giant. Slashes through the face. Cuts the second check turn a little short, and then you could see she was just trying to do a carve down and beat the whitewash, but it just gobbled her up.
You can see Gabriella Bryan taking that ride on the Red Bull ski, and you can see her just catching her breath, taking deep breaths. That's a nice option if you know you just need a little bit of a breather. You kind of reassess the lineup and take your time getting back into position. So Gabriella Bryan 6.67, and now 4.9 has put the defending event champ down to third, and she's in a must-win situation. We'll see what happens right after this Bonsoy Brew break. Enjoying our vision from the Western Australia flight cam. You can see all the main break and this beautiful setup that we have in the Margaret River region. A lot of cool things to do here outside of the surf, including mountain biking, which is incredibly fun through the forest trails. Just be absolutely nestled in the nature and cruise along the migrating whales as well. There's a lot of great trails right along the coast, so you can always be connected to the Indian Ocean as well. And we get right back into the action. Probably one of the most pressure-filled heats we've had all season, especially for Isabella Nichols, who's dropped down to third. The defending event champ is in a must-win situation. If she's knocked out here, she's got to go to the Challenger Series, which kicks off at Snapper Rocks. Gabrielle O'Brien was in the final with her last year, so you can see how crazy this heat is stacked up so early in this event. And Brisa Hennessy was the highlighted surfer last year that got all the way to the Rip Curl WSL finals. She's out in front, 6'5" and a 5'17". Still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, at the 15-minute mark, it's advantage to Brisa Hennessy and Gabrielle O'Brien. They've both got some decent scores in the 6 range on the board. Isabella Nichols with a little bit of work to do, but the positive thing for Isabella is that she does have priority. But this is a patience game. She needs to hold strong here. She needs to hold her nerve and just be confident that she will get the chance to take a good wave, because if she does take off on a wave, Joe, that is around the 5 mark, you know, you would have to think that the other women are going to improve on their second score, and it's going to be difficult for Isabella. So this next wave, critical point in the heat for her.
Last year, Bella Nichols on road to her first victory on tour. She had to get past Lakey Peterson, Joanne DeFay, local standout Bronte McCauley before joining the final with Gabrielle O'Brien. It's interesting the headspace that you have to be in when you can't avoid the conversation heading your way, knowing that you need a big result. Taking this wave is Bella Nichols, up and down, throwing away priority. And that leaves this wave wide open for Brisa Hennessy. She's got the speed to wind up for a big section. There's the float. Sets up a nice controlled re-entry to pull off the 2-turn combination.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Brisa Hennessy, just capitalizing on the mistake of Isabella taking the first ride. Second wave out here at Margaret River is always going to be a lot smoother. The set's more often than not 2 to 3 waves in the set. And perhaps Isabella just going, oh, you know, the first one, I've got to go. Hard to pass it up when it's marching towards you. And, well, unfortunately, she's made her life a little bit more difficult right now.
Priority with Gabby Bryan as we look at what happened here on the decision for Bella.
Yeah, she was just a little deep. You can see here she's just looking down the line. The wave shut down. And Brisa, well, she took off on the second one. It was a bomb. Stands up and look, bangs the lip. Kind of a lip glide projection floater. Great timing on the second turn. So 1-2, 2-hit combination, and they were both strong maneuvers. Love this slow-mo. Watch it get up onto the lip, rides it, and then here just comes down milliseconds before the lip explodes behind her board. So perfect timing. And again, just gets a little grab rail, steadies the board, and then see here, eyes just focused on the ride out. Great work.
Also getting involved here, Gabby Bryan.
Yeah, so Gabby, the third wave in the set, and just a slashing turn to start off. Hammers the second one, comes around and gets a little third to finish off. So 2 strong waves there. You can see just by the body language of Gabriella there, she was happy with that ride.
That was so impressive. Important numbers locking in. Let's now take a moment to catch up with Macy Callahan with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Outside the Red Bull athlete zone here with Macy. Very appreciative of your time, Macy. What was the breakdown there with Snake after that heat?
It wasn't much of a breakdown. Didn't really do much, but yeah, I'm obviously gutted, but it is what it is, and back on the Challenger Series, not the end of the world. I'm super pumped. I think over the past 2 events I realised how much I do care, and yeah, I'll give it another go and see how I go.
You did really well in the Challenger Series to get back onto the tour. You certainly can do it. Waves at Snap look like they've been fun. Looking forward to that event.
Yeah, it's been pumping the past few days, so I think I'll probably get the next flight home and yeah, regroup and get ready and yeah, just get ready again.
Once again, really appreciate your time and best luck at Snapper. Thanks, Macy.
Such a tough moment for Macy Callahan for all the hard work she's put in. She's given us so many great highlights, always improving each and every year, and she'll take some downtime and prepare for the Challenger Series. Toughest part about the midseason cut is seeing that emotion with all the hard work that she puts in each and every year. But gosh, she's talented. I honestly feel like she does get better every time we see her. So
Yeah.
I'm looking for her to take over the Challenger Series just like she did last year.
I'm with you, Joe, and you know, Macy's too good of a surfer not to have her spot on the World Championship Tour. You know, if I had to kind of break it down, there's something about the consistency in her performances. When she's so on, you know, and you know, her turns are so big. So yeah, she belongs here. You can see it was heartbreaking, you know, just watching the emotions there from Macy. But you know, time does heal. She'll bounce back in a couple of days. She'll regroup, get ready for the Challenger Series at Snapper, and that's home turf for her. So she'll come out of that firing.
Such an interesting thing, looking at the midseason cut and really analyzing it from the first edition that we had last year. And then you have the success stories of, you know, surfers like Molly who actually thank the midseason cut from last year because it turned her roll around into now #1 in the world. Same for Joao Cianca. But you look at just the challenge it is to regroup every year. For the women, they've got to be in the top 10 to survive. And then you get 10 surfers that continue on to compete in the title race. The fun part about the Challenger Series is it's lifted with world-class venues. I mean, how many years did Snapper Rocks host the debut of the season on the Championship Tour? And the Challenger Series deserves a wave of that quality.
100%. You know, it really is an A-class wave. It's a high-performance wave. And very, you know, it's actually something to look forward to once you get your head around the fact that you've actually just fallen off tour and focus on where you're going and what you have to do. You know, the Challenger Series is incredible, but there's a theme happening, Joe. Like, you watch the surfers that fall off and come back, they've all come back bigger and better and gone straight to the top of the ratings.
So true. 9 minutes on the clock. Let's get a little energy vibe update from the water and also from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Felicity Palmatier, how you feeling?
I'm feeling the energy here. I'm feeling the emotion. I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and things are tense in the water. You know, if Brisa or Bella both don't make this heat, they will be relegated to the Challenger Series. And, you know, you can just feel the intenseness that there would be in the water right now. And I mean, I feel for these girls, you know, this is their hopes and dreams, and it's all coming down to this one moment in the water right now. I mean, we've still got a few minutes left in this heat, and definitely still some waves on offer, so it's going to be an exciting finish, I think.
Felicity, you're a longtime competitor. You've competed on the Championship Tour. You know, what's this pressure like? You were here all last year as well in the first edition. Have you ever felt pressure like this that the competitors are going through?
Yeah, I mean, I have. I mean, I've competed on the what used to be called the qualifying series. I've, you know, finished 2 spots short of qualifying, 1 spot short of qualifying, and it's heart-wrenching, you know. And when you know what you need to do before you go out into the water, being able to perform under that sort of pressure takes a certain sort of mindset. And yeah, I mean, these girls are definitely being pushed to the limit right now.
Thank you, Felicity. Local hero, big wave charger. We've seen a lot of her over the years in the jersey. Has some Australian titles to her name as we're watching this unfold out front. Oh, an important ride there and a bobble off the bottom from Isabella Nichols. Remember, had the wave where she threw away priority, and now a stumble again, chasing an 8.94. And like Felicity said, if Bella stays in third here, she's heading to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, well, we just, you know, saw the interview with Macy and the heartbreak around missing the cut. And, well, Isabella has a mountain to climb here in the last 7 minutes. She's third in the priority rotation, and essentially she probably needs 2 scores, Joe. You know, it's an 8.94. Possible to do it on one wave for sure, but, you know, you would think at this point it's maybe 2 waves, but it's the clock that's she's working against at the moment.
Bella hasn't had a loss this early at Margaret River. She's been always solid. Quarterfinal was her rookie debut at this venue, and then built to the win last season. So trying to rely on those positive feelings. Sounded real confident at the press conference. knows the abilities there, and she had a stellar run at Bells Beach, finishing in the semifinals, which really put herself in a nice shot to really move on that here at Margaret River. But 6:10 on the clock, still in third. For Brisa, her last was a 7.27. That was a critical score coming off the priority mistake of Bella Nichols there.
Yeah, so, you know, that should have been Bella's 7.27, and she would have been right back into this heat. So that was the mistake, and unfortunately, it's costing her now with only just under 6 minutes to go. You know, she really needs to find a couple of waves. The ocean's gone a little sleepy on her, which it can do here at Margaret River. It's definitely rhythmic, the way that the sets come in. She needs a 3-wave set to come in, and she needs to be able to hustle and try and get one.
After Brisa's solid 7.27, we saw Gabriella Bryant 8.17. We're going to witness all of that here on the Harvey Norman Recap. Gabriella Bryant from Kauai loves Margaret River main break. That carve just fits in so well with speed and power. She was able to build to a 6.67 early, but her best came later.
Yeah, Gabrielle was just a little late to the party, but then she started to get the streamers out for sure. But this was Brisa Hennessy just smashing the lip, the big projection floater, and the really critical finish on that wave. That was the 7.27. And then this was Gabriella Bryant's 8. You can see all the spray, just how gnarly that section was there. Explodes over it, perfect control. And then she gets a little bonus hit on the end. 3-turn combination and rides out with confidence.
Down to 4:30 remaining. I just love that extra speed that Gabriella Bryant got off on that 8.17. Definitely turned on an extra gear in a tough, challenging heat. Remember, this will be the last heat of the day. Coming up right after this, the WSL post show to cover all the highlights in the opening round and some of the tough moments in the elimination round. Still feeling for Macy Callahan. That was so tough to hear the heartbreak there. And it's up to Isabella if she can move out a second. Thing is, Brisa's in the same situation. She can't fall to third. It's either Brisa or Bella. One of them's in third. That means we're sending another surfer to the Challenger Series. That'll set up some heats to watch as well for the round of 16 for the women. That will be discussed on the WSL post show. And also a lot of anticipation on the opening round for the men. The wild cards are coming with some backup as well. Forrest winning the trials. Jack Thomas getting the call up with the injury from Jack Robinson. But also Jacob Wilcox. Still 3:10 to go on this one. Quiet moments on the bluff as well. Everyone's holding their breath to see if Isabella's going to have another chance here.
Yeah, it just comes down to the ocean, whether it's going to produce some sets here. You can see there's lines moving into the competition zone, but they're just going a little low. They're not really hitting main break. It's all just focused down at south side on the other side here at main break. So unfortunately, Isabella, with under 3 minutes to go, the former champ, last year's champion here, is in a really difficult position.
Well, needing the number that she needs, an 8.94, that's massive. So it'd have to be on a set, and she doesn't have priority. And these are the best competitors in the world that have the situation update on their Apple Watch. Brisa knows it's time to just shut this one down with priority and a solid total with 2:15 left.
Yeah, it's crunch time. Brisa also needs to make the right moves here. You know, she has priority, so if a wave does come, she needs to make the decision. Is this going to be, you know, a wave that's going to improve my score, make the situation even harder for Bella, or do I just go into full defensive mode? Do I just hold her off? Looks like we've got some movement.
Big decision for Brisa with first priority. Gabby Bryant holds back, no takers there. And that was a tough moment for Bella. She needed some sort of movement in the priority rotation. It makes it worse if everyone just lets it go through.
Yeah, they're looking towards the beach now. They're checking their Apple Watches. There has been a position change in terms of priority.
So right there with Gabriella Bryan holding back, they did make the decision. She's down to third. Bella moves up one spot to second. And sometimes that's all it takes. We'll see if that'll give herself a shot. Minute 15 to go.
Yeah, really coming down to the wire now, and 1 minute 10 on the clock. Isabella Nichols, 8.94. It would be the highest wave score of the event so far. And it all comes down to the ocean. We hope that she gets an opportunity to take a ride here.
Last year, the hero for this event had to win the event to survive the cut, and Isabella accomplished that. And coming into a similar situation this year. And a tough opening day. Sent to the elimination round. Now second priority, she's starting to look into the beach. And not much on the horizon. Already starting to go into the countdown. A stellar heat performance from Gabriella Bryan, who was runner-up in this event last year. Brisa Hennessy sitting outside the cut, knew she was in a must-win situation. The 7.27 and 6.5 were able to stay in her top two to keep herself in second to move on into the round of 16. Tough moment for last year's event champ. Isabella Nichols will now be moving to the Challenger Series to pick things up at Snapper Rocks. Gabby Bryan and Brisa Hennessy moving on into the round of 16. And Hennessy keeps her dream alive of surviving the halfway mark of the season. Gabriella Bryan looks like she's in the kind of form where she could potentially repeat another big final here at Main Break of Margaret River. Big morning with a lot of big news to discuss, which is coming up next on the WSL Post Show with Ronnie Blakey, Felicity Palmatier, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. We'll see you then.
Great to have your company for the WSL Post Show. Plenty of highlights to look back on what was a spectacular opening day of competition. A beautiful day here in Margaret River. And obviously a lot on the line for some competitors, and some not able to go on with the job and get themselves above that cut line. So, as I said, lots to talk about. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Felicity Palmatier and Joe Tappel, also standing by to help us dive into the highlights, Joe. Amazing performances once again in the, for the opening day for the women.
Yeah, it certainly was. Just kicking off an event with perfect waves. I mean, that's what we wanted to see all year. Everything aligned beautifully for the opening day. That opening round was insane. And from Steph Gilmore, Lakey Peterson this morning in the same heat, that was definitely my favorite heat to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Felicity, for you, it's always special to have the pro back on.
Yeah, it is. It's my home state, and Western Australia has turned it on. Beautiful weather, beautiful waves, and wow, the women absolutely went to town. And yeah, so many standout performances. But I've got to back my home girl. I've got to back Bronze, and I'm stoked to see her get a win.
Yeah, most definitely. I think what we saw today was the benefit of having a couple of great days of free surfing for the competitors before they hit this lineup, because you could tell they were well and truly primed. Big numbers dropped, excellent scores. I mean, it just feels like the level, you know, we sense it going up every year, Joe, but to kick off an opening round like this just means that we're going to have special performances right through to the final.
It's so true, and I think there's something as well when Margaret River tests everyone with really big surf before they start, so everything after that is a lot easier. You know, talking to Molly Picklum, she was joking, saying, well, I spent my first warm-up underwater because it was massive. Brisa broke boards, but then everything's trimmed down, and all of a sudden they come into an opening day like this with so much confidence.
Yeah, of course, it was all pretty cruisy this morning when we got the opening round underway, clean conditions, nobody losing out, but it didn't take long for things to get a little nerve-wracking, and we just saw the completion of the second elimination heat, and strong performance. Again, I just thought Gabriella Bryan looked fantastic. Brisa Hennessy's looking really strong, but it was amazing to see last year's finalists here in the elimination round.
I know, it's almost... looking at that in disbelief, but yeah, Gabriella, she just went to town out there and yeah, really made it happen when she needed it most.
It's amazing the turnaround that you can witness, Joe, from the opening round into the elimination round. Just the resolve that these competitors are able to employ when they get back out there after getting shaken up in that first round.
Oh, it's so true. It's like they'd get immediate redemption, you know, and I really felt like that for Gabby Bryan. Even in this matchup, she started out a little out of rhythm of the sets, but then her score into the eights, she just showed off that extra gear and really impressed with Brisa Hennessy. I thought she was actually going into this one in the toughest situation, even more than Bella, and it was Brisa's strength of those powerful turns and even a mistake that Bella made with priority that made the big difference because Brisa capitalized.
Encourage everyone to obviously get behind each of our Championship Tour athletes and give them a follow on Instagram. But Brisa recently really demonstrating just how transparent she is, very vulnerable with her posts, and I love that. She's also showing in her performances that although she, you know, can demonstrate that vulnerability, that she can go out there and really put on a very strong performance. Brisa Hennessy is down there on the stairs with our man on the call. Stace, take it away.
Thanks, Ron. Brisa, well done. Important heat to make.
Thank you. Yeah, it's obviously an emotional day, and yeah, I'm just trying to hang on, but also I just have these moments of just like how amazing that we're here in this beautiful place, and I think that's what I always have to go back to.
Absolutely. And let's go. Katie Simmons wants to serve. So does Team Money. Out there, son. Out the box for you, actually. And Brisa, got some great news. You provisionally qualified for the Olympics. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm completely over the moon. I think, you know, it used to be a dream that we've never dreamed before when it was the first Olympics for surfing, and now that, you know, kind of going back in my second time, like having those emotions that I felt last year, I really felt like I came out of the Olympics with a bigger purpose and a bigger love for the country of Costa Rica and so many amazing people there. So I'm super honored to represent a place that's given me so much and has given me the gift and love of surfing.
Quick word in Spanish.
Sí, realmente no tengo palabras. Es un especial momento para mí y para todos en Costa Rica, y vamos con amor, vamos con pasión, vamos con esfuerzo y vamos Costa Rica.
Thanks, Brisa. Well done again.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, you heard from Brisa there, just talking about how emotional it is. I think as elated as our competitors are going to be progressing through the rounds, there's also obviously some empathy there for your fellow competitors, and Isabella Nichols obviously heartbroken after falling out of the mix.
Yeah, you know, I mean, of course, these women are competing against each other, but at the end of the day, they're all really close. You know, they're traveling around the world together. You know, some of these women even are staying together. They're training with the same coaches, and, you know, it sucks. They're your friends getting eliminated and getting cut. So, yeah, I mean, it's beautiful to see the empathy from Brisa, and, yeah, just such a tough day.
And in that first elimination heat, Joe, it was tough to watch Macy Callahan in her post-heat interview. Obviously, she's going to be back on the Challenger Series.
Oh, that was so tough. Just the heartbreak, the tears coming down. I think we all got choked up on the set, all the fans in the same place, when you know how much work she's put in to be here. We saw her get sent to the Challenger Series before, where she was dominant last season. But that's the last thing you wanted when we set goals for our competitors at the start of the year. For Macy, she turned in brilliant performances out of the gates. I saw the improvement there, and I think she felt it too. Like, she has more to show, and I'm hoping she bounces back again, especially starting at Snapper Rocks.
I'm feeling you. I feel like her performances are improving. Performance-wise, she's looked really on, and a big breakthrough result could be just around the corner on the Challenger Series, and yeah, certainly wouldn't be surprised to see her get back on the CT for 2024. But we did have magic performances in the opening round, and often in the opening round we're seeing competitors go out there, they're trying to figure out the judging trends. Today they just went out there in full attack mode, and how impressive was the 8-time world champ?
Absolutely sensational. I mean, look at that speed, power, flow. It's exactly what the judges are looking for. And here we have Lakey as well. This heat was absolutely incredible. It was one of my favourite heats, and those girls just went head for head.
Oh, they certainly did. Yeah, it was, on paper, I think the most entertaining heat, in that you had your world champions, you had Lakey Peterson, who's, you know, just such a fighter, and finds herself competing against the greats of the sport. She's challenged for world titles. She wants to maintain that pace, and she did get the jump on Steph in that first heat.
Oh, it's so significant for Lakey. Lakey's first win ever over Steph was here at Main Break Margaret River, after Steph went 7-0 in previous matchups. So for Margaret River Main Break, Peterson has a lot of history with Gilmore, and look at that big total, 16.07 to move on.
Yeah, Steph doesn't look happy about it there. She'll be looking to get some revenge when they meet up again. Katie Simmers, big bounce back from her. She looked really strong in the elimination round, and she got confirmation that she has made the cut, and that's I think a massive reliever of pressure, even though she knew with a victory in Portugal that she was going to be pretty safe. She wasn't counting her chickens before they hatched.
Yeah, it was interesting. You know, in our minds, you're going, oh, she's sweet. She's just going to be cruising, doing her free surfing. But it was actually her coach, you know, Tommy Whitaker, was like, remember, you've made this cut. And she said that is exactly what freed her up to completely take over in the elimination round.
Yeah, the way she surfed in that elimination round was really impressive. I feel like as the waves, you know, the wind backed off a bit, it just really allowed her to open up to the sort of style that she does surf to. And it was incredible watching her just tag those last sections with such power, and she kind of matched the power of that converging water, and that's a really hard thing to do.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that today we saw some of the younger surfers, that next generation, step up and give us some great highlight moments, which brings us to the Boost Mobile wave of the day. And she just couldn't be denied. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, when everyone else was going to those big carving rail turns, she went on a full attack of the lip.
Yeah, look, here we go. Fins free and like drifting across the top of that lip. I mean, that's a hard thing to do at Margaret River, and we haven't seen any of the ladies doing it, and that's why she was awarded Wave of the Day.
Yeah, Tyler Wright also banked an 8.83, but I think just that one individual moment, Joe, really deserved to put Betty Lou in that position to take out the Boost Mobile Wave of the Day.
It makes so much sense for Betty Lou, representing Haleiwa, coming here to Main Break and knowing how to max it out with power. But the best thing I'm hearing about Betty Lou against her peers, they're like, oh, this girl is spicy. You know, she goes out with confidence. You know, asking about Betty Lou to Molly Picklum the other day, she's going, oh my gosh, bring it on. Remember their battle they had at Bell's? There's a lot of fire coming out of Betty Lou, and congrats on getting the Boost Mobile Wave of the Day.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. Loving the confidence that's coming out of these youngsters. Certainly feeling that changing of the guard, and we'll see what unfolds as we move through this contest. But let's have a look at what's coming our way in the way of waves, courtesy of the Surfline forecast, because today was I think it exceeded expectations. That north wind didn't really kick up too much, so it was nice and clean.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of didn't do what it said it was going to, which was beautiful for us. I mean, we got, still offshore winds right now, which is pretty bloody amazing to watch.
Yeah, it is. And who knows, maybe the solar eclipse maybe had something to do with that. a lot of energy down here. Could be raving into the night.
Oh, that's right. I mean, and also looking at what to expect. It's Thursday here, Friday, Saturday looks solid. Saturday looks incredible. Definitely probably see some waves, a double overhead. Look at that, 8 to 12 foot. And the key thing is great wind direction as well, Felicity.
Yeah, it's looking offshore, which is what you want here. And then we move through to Sunday, it drops off a little bit. And then Monday again, lots of swell on the way, 10 to 15 foot faces, but dealing with a bit of onshore wind there. So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
I think the competitors are primed. They know that they're going to face a lot of different conditions out here at main break. They'll be ready to go. Stace has managed to catch up with Isabella Nichols down there on the beach. Take it away, Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Firstly, Isabella, really grateful for your time. Quick comment on that heat just then.
Not too much to comment on. It was a bit of a terrible heat from me. I think just a culmination of all the emotions I've been feeling over the past couple of weeks have just come out in that heat, and yeah, it's pretty crazy, having one of the best days of my life here last year, and then now probably one of the worst days of my life here. So, yeah, that's competitive sports for you.
Do you put it into that heat, or do you look at those 5 events as a whole?
To be honest, I haven't had the best year so far, so I can't really just blame it on that one heat. Any other heats throughout the other contests, had they have gone in a different direction, it could have been the turning point for me. So I have a lot to look back on and reflect on, and a lot to work on. But yeah, all in all, it's just a surf contest. Life goes on. And I'm excited to watch the surfing for the rest of the event, because the waves are going to be sick and I'll be cheering on all the girls.
Very great spirit to have there. You've got a tough decision to make, though. The Gold Coast is no doubt firing. WA is going to be firing. What do you do? Do you hang around and watch, or do you get out of here?
I don't know. I got to get ready for the Challenger Series now. But Snap is pumping, obviously. But again, that place, when it's crowded and pumping, you can go 3 hours and not get a single wave. So it's stay here, get good waves, drink good wine, reset. I think that might be the option for me. Although I am missing my own bed, so I don't think I'm in a clear enough headspace right now to kind of make that decision. So I'll just sleep on it tonight and either jump on a plane tomorrow or, yeah, hang around.
Sorry about today. I'm very grateful for your time. Best of luck on the Gold Coast.
Thank you, Stace, and thank you to Isabella and all our competitors that, front up to the camera and get those interviews done. They're not easy. There's a lot of emotion, and I think Isabella's smart there in just giving herself some time to just digest what's unfolded before she plans her next move.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to watch these interviews, and she literally said, I had my best day of my life here last year, and now I'm having my worst. And just the dichotomy there, it's just such a contrast. And yeah, I feel for her, and I feel for these competitors.
Yeah, it's just becoming very apparent, Joe, that the women's tour is just, I think, one of the most difficult sporting tours to stay at the elite level on. That we're seeing world-class talent fall out of the ranks each and every year, but it just means it's ultra competitive in getting back there. So that Challenger Series is not an easy feat to overcome either.
Oh, it's so hard. And then you're so grateful that you get to go right into mentioning the Snapper Rocks. How nice is that to be able to finish an interview and go, hang on, you've got a world-class wave to perform on that used to kick off the championship tour for 20 years. So that's always the icing on the cake of going, hey, this is tough. However, your career's not over. You have to kind of translate that mentally, but I feel for him. I mean, it's a lot of heartache. Isabella put it perfectly, to have 2 completely different emotions in back-to-back seasons at this venue.
Yeah, it does help the medicine go down, though, doesn't it? Heading over to Snapper Rocks for that first Challenger Series event. Let's have a look at the schedule that those on the Challenger Series can look forward to. Snapper Rocks, it's a big one. It was pumping last year. Also, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, that's going to be highly anticipated. Big move back to Narrabeen from Manly. Narrabene's hosted some amazing contests and has an incredible competitive surfing history, so it's going to be fun to tap into that when we're there.
Oh, it's going to be great. I mean, remember we were just there recently in the shortened season at the Championship Tour Upgrade, and that was actually a tough forecast for North Narrabeen, and that had a ton of highlights all over it. So looking forward to see it at a Challenger Series stage. Bolito's always great. The classic U.S. Open is surfing. We'll get all the qualifications all wrapped up at Saquarema this year, so that's going to be a treat for the first time.
It's going to be huge, and no doubt those big Brazilian crowds will turn out to cheer everyone on. Let's dive into our top 5 for the day, and we saw inspired performances from Courtney Conlog and Brisa Hennessy, and they did deal with the pressure so beautifully in the elimination round.
Yeah, they did. I'm really happy to see Courtney get through there, and she's always just been a standout here, so for her to perform and get through and do well, I'm happy about it.
Yeah, Brisa got on the attack, Joe, very sure-footed, looking powerful, and looking like a surfer that featured in the Rip Curl WSL finals last year.
I love Brisa surfing in a powerful wave. I think she's one of the most powerful on tour, and like you said, with Courtney's track record at Margaret River, so fun to watch.
Well, she wasn't able to do much talking after this opening round heat win. She lost her voice a couple of days ago, but her surfing did the talking. She dropped big numbers. Lakey Peterson getting the jump on Stephanie Gilmore in the opening round.
Yeah, look at that carve, just so much power and straight up into that next turn. I mean, yeah, she's just looking incredible out here, and yeah, stoked to see her get a win.
Just love how much upper body rotation Lakey gets through those big front side carves. Coming in at number 3, posting the highest number of the day, Betty Lou setting the fins free on this one, Joe.
Oh, she looks so great. You can tell why that she got the Boost Mobile Wave of the day from just big performances. Loves a big section, is in total attack mode, and she's surfing with more confidence than we've ever seen her. She's bringing it to the tour. She's going to go a long way in this event.
Yeah, just in her mind, I'm sure, turning main break into a bigger version of Haleiwa out there, and she'll be hard to stop as she powers through the rounds. Coming in at number 2, Bronte McCauley, local knowledge, shining through, and that backhand, just a thing of beauty when it comes to life.
Oh, so good to watch, and you can just tell, like, Bronte's wave selection out there is just impeccable. That wave allowed her to get 3 turns, and here we see her again, just perfect style on her backhand. She's just worked on that so much over the last few years, and, you know, just absolutely so happy to see this local girl get a win.
Yeah, she's come close to cracking a CT final here in the past. Maybe this will be the year, but number 1 today, Tyler Wright. She just came out, she set the pace early. A benchmark performance for the contest in the opening round, and just looks so sure-footed.
Oh, she really did. I mean, this is just classic Tyler Wright, doing everything she does best, just being in sync with the sets. That board looks absolutely incredible. It almost looks like it's got a hip on the tail where she could release it on demand. She's got so much control of that Paisel, and it's cool coming off defending her Bell's title and not kind of relaxing too much. It looks like she's still surfing for something, looking for a big win this year at Margaret River.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, when she's got the motivation to go on and get the job done at a CT event, she looks unbeatable. I think as a veteran, you know, she's just searching for that motivation at all of the venues now. We've seen her at Bells this year looking sharp. She looks super inspired here in the opening round, and she is someone that I think can take out any contest on the schedule. So scary prospect for her rivals as she powers through to that next round.
Oh, definitely. I think Tyler, we've just wanted her to have a complete season. It's kind of comparable to John over the last couple of years. You're going, why haven't we seen her in these title situations the last 2 seasons? I feel like this one's different. You know, she's got such a cool connection with her support crew, and the way Tyler's saying it, you know, she's doing it her way. And gosh, it looks amazing.
It sure does. Well, Stace has been all over the staircase, and he's now in the Red Bull athlete zone, and he's tracked down Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, indeed, Ron. Thank you very much, Gabriella, for your time. Well done. You found yourself in a similar position last year. How does it feel to be moving through the rounds?
It feels so good. That was such a nerve-wracking heat, honestly, for all of us girls. None of us were safe and still aren't safe, but as long as I keep making heats and still in the competition, I still got a shot, and yeah, I feel really good, and I was just stoked to finally find my feet out there.
I was speaking to Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson earlier about the special relationships the Hawaiians have with this wave. Do you reflect on those performances from some of your fellow Hawaiians?
Yeah, of course. anywhere in Western Australia is so powerful, just like home, and I do think a lot of Hawaiians do really good here. I don't know, just when I can find the section that I can lay into, I just feel so comfortable. So yeah, that's my goal, just to keep it simple, find what I know how to do, and yeah, do some good surfing.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for your time. We'll see you definitely in the next few days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. You got to love that, Felicity. Find a section I can lay into, and she's got the power. I mean, it doesn't matter, I think, how big it gets for Gabriella Bryan. She just has the physicality and the strength to push through some of those bigger sections.
Oh yeah, she's speaking my language. Find a section, lay into it. I love it. I love I love that language.
Oh, well, she's so stellar. I just love that. I think she'd got more powerful than last year, if that's possible. And Hawaiians love big sections. She's in her happy place in waves like this.
Starting to get excited about getting the opening round for the men underway. I mean, you've got to go to worldsurfleague.com and have a look at some of the incredible matchups there. Any in particular that you're looking forward to, Joey?
You just can't get off the Kelly Slater story. I mean, you just can't. I mean, This guy's been on tour for over 3 decades, greatest of all time. I'm watching every heat from Kelly Slater incredibly closely at this event.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, Flick, where we're always kind of thinking or kind of wondering what Kelly's thinking and what his moves are going to be. You know, if he can make the cut, it'll be remarkable. It'll be expected. If he doesn't make the cut, what's his next play?
Yeah, I think that is the great question. I think that's the thing about Kelly, is that he is just so unpredictable and you never know what you're going to get. So I think we're in for a treat.
We've only been asking those questions for about 20 years.
Exactly.
So we're looking forward to that continuing here. Looking forward to some more big heats. We'll be making a call bright and early tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, check out worldsurfleague.com. Have a look at some of those fantastic matchups. And right now, we'll leave you with some highlights. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow. We are here at stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, a high-stakes event. The cut is looming, a venue that presents so many challenges.
I'ma pack up my car and clean up the bank. I'ma drive to the station.
Well, here goes Carissa on her first opportunity. Silky smooth rail turn to get started.
This small town life ain't done nothing.
The local hero, Bronte Macaulay.
Going big time with lights up bright, and the cops don't call your mom if you fly.
Tyler up and riding. Beautiful first turn off the top. Releasing those fins there.
Such a confident ride.
Heading to the city, what you think of that? I'm gonna leave this town, but keep this hat. I'll be rocking these jeans and drinking this Jack. I'm leaving this town, and not looking back.
Steph Gilmore firing out of the gates here.
Oh, just vintage Stephanie Gilmore.
Draws off the bottom, throws the fins. Caroline in cruise control, really. Just impeccable timing.
Caitlin Simmers off the ramp, going dry on that inside shelf. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.